Chapter 2896. That. Although Xiao Hua was very touched in his heart, but, speaking of feelings, it didn't seem to be as profound as that of Huang Mengxiang in Tianmen Mountain. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's thoughts actually ran away. I really don't know how that little girl Huang Mengxiang is now. If she knew that I was buried in Meng Mountain, would she shed a tear? Just when Xiao Hua was a little distracted, the flying boat was still flying slowly. Ziming suddenly cried out in joy, This is another passage under the netherworld. No, not that, but it's not far away. When I was training together. I came here before. Really? Xiao Hua's heart suddenly relaxed, and he said with some disbelief. Absolutely. Look. Ziming pointed at a place and said, There are 2 marks. When Zai and I passed by here, we specially carved them. Sure enough, when Xiao Hua looked carefully along Ziming's finger, there was indeed an arrow in the direction where the flying boat was heading. Zai. It's Zai. Ziming said happily. Zai was afraid that we would get lost, so he gave us directions here. That's right, it's all thanks to Zai. Xiao Hua also smiled, but then, the flying boat flew in Ziming's memory for a while, and Xiao Hua was surprised again. Because the flying boat's direction, although it was a little winding, was exactly the same as the direction he felt strange. Ziming, who had escaped from the threat of death, was also very happy at this time. She looked at Xiao Hua a little coquettishly. Although she didn't say anything, her flower-like smile was full of charm. Xiao Lang. In the end, Ziming still spoke, I'll take you back. Your so-called netherworld orchid, we don't want it anymore. I'm afraid that I'll get lost again. It doesn't matter. Xiao Hua shrugged, tilted his head and said, The direction you're flying in is the same as the direction I thought. Maybe we'll meet the netherworld orchid in a while. Ziming covered her mouth with the bone staff in her left hand and said in surprise, Xiao Lang, could it be that the perception just now is the way back? Oh. That's right, it seems that this is the fastest way back. As for whether there's the netherworld orchid or not, it's possible. Tisk, it's possible that it's the nether orchid. Xiao Hua curled his lips, extremely distrustful of himself. If I say that this is the way back that I found, then that's absolutely impossible. But it's true. Ziming laughed. If we have the netherworld orchid, that would be even better. Unfortunately, even though Ziming was looking carefully, Xiao Hua, who was beside him, couldn't find the nether orchid. After seeing a few forks in the road and seeing the blood pool, Ziming still couldn't find the nether orchid. Done. Ziming heaved a long sigh of relief, and then he pointed at the blood pool and said, Xiao Lang, once you enter the blood pool, you'll be able to return in less than 1,000 feet. This concubine remembers it clearly. Okay. Stop. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and shifted his gaze away from the blood pool. He casually looked at the fork in the road that he had just walked through. What he saw shocked him greatly. What happened? Although Ziming and Xiao Hua were standing together, they were half a body in front of each other. Because of that, they were blocked by the black and red cliff, so they didn't see anything. When she took half a step back and looked again, she also turned pale with fright. What's going on? Yes, it was impossible for Ziming and Xiao Hua not to be surprised. Because on the fork in the road, there were already more than 10 spirit warriors lying on the ground. The heads of these spirit warriors were all covered in blood. It was obvious that their brains had already been eaten. Are these, the spirit warriors that came with us? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes, and his gaze quickly swept through the entire tunnel as he asked this question. Should be. Ziming naturally wasn't sure. But just as she was about to urge the airship to go check it out, a bubbling sound came from the blood pool in the distance. Ziming suddenly turned around and looked at the blood pool. She saw that there were indeed countless bubbles surging within the blood pool. Moreover, as these bubbles came out, gusts of netherworld wind spiraled out and blew straight at the airship she was driving. The wind was extremely strong, and the airship was somewhat swaying. Not good. Go quickly. Suddenly, just as Ziming was doing her best to maintain the airship, Xiaohua's expression changed and he hurriedly shouted. Ziming didn't understand, but when she heard Xiaohua's order, she immediately pointed the bone staff in her hand. Regardless of the bumps, she was about to urge the airship to move. Boom! With a loud sound, Ziming felt a strong force coming from above her head. The entire airship was like a meteor rushing into the tunnel. Clang clang clang, the airship hit the tunnel. The green light was restrained, and the entire airship made a noise. Ziming was caught off guard, and her body lost balance. She even felt dizzy. Careful. Xiaohua's voice sounded in Ziming's ears. A strong force came from Xiaohua's hand and pulled Ziming back. Only now did Ziming clearly see that right above her head, on top of the airship, there was a tentacle that was several feet long. It was like a huge canopy, and it was slapping the green light above the airship. Moreover, that tentacle was growing out from the walls of the tunnel. This is... Ziming was shocked, but before she could ask, "Woo!" there was another strange sound of wind. From the left side of the airship, another tentacle suddenly stretched out and smashed towards the airship. Quick! Ziming encouraged herself in her heart, but that tentacle was extremely fast in the netherworld wind. Just as Ziming was about to dodge, the tentacle had already smashed into the airship. Boom! The entire airship was sent flying and hit the wall of the tunnel. Although Ziming was pulled by Xiaohua, the two of them were still balanced and were far from being battered and exhausted. However, the light on the airship was hit twice by the tentacle and hit the tunnel again. It was extremely dim. Ziming obviously didn't expect to be attacked here. She hurriedly waved the bone staff in her hand. The green light on the bone staff flashed, and it flew towards the airship. The airship suddenly shone brightly, wanting to protect the two of them again. Unfortunately, it only flashed for a moment. Rumble. There was another loud sound. A huge sphere rushed out from below the airship and directly hit the airship. Needless to say, the entire airship soared into the sky again and hit the wall of the tunnel. The entire light suddenly shrank to the size of a fist and fell on the tunnel. Xiaohua and Ziming's figures were revealed from the green light of the airship. Zzzt, there was a violent sound of cold water being poured into hot oil. The moment Xiaohua's figure was revealed, something came out from the light protecting his body. Ah! Xiaohua turned pale with fright. When he looked down, it was the light protecting his body being corroded by the netherworld wind. This was something he had never encountered in Mingxi before. The reason why Xiaohua was so calm was because he had the experience of escaping from Mingxi's netherworld wind. He felt that even the netherworld wind was just as so. Although the netherworld sea was dangerous, as long as he and Ziming didn't go too deep, they wouldn't encounter any great danger. However, he didn't expect that he would encounter such a test right after he came out from the protection of the airship. If even the golden light protecting his body was corroded by the netherworld wind, then what about the others? No wonder the cultivators of Dao's sect were so afraid of millions of Meng mountains. It really made sense. Looking at Ziming again, after her figure was revealed from the green light, her entire body was flashing with a green light. The light started flashing from her head and quickly passed through her entire body, protecting her within the green light. Xiaohua, Ziming saw something strange about Xiaohua's body. That golden light was flashing, how could she not know that he was in danger? Roar! A deafening roar came from the direction of the blood pool in the distance. Just as Ziming cried out in shock, countless gusts of ghastly wind were swept up and rushed into the tunnel. Xiaohua raised his head and saw a monster of a few feet in size slowly walking out from the blood pool. The drops of netherworld water were like fist-sized blood droplets, dripping down from the monster's body. It was extremely bloody. Of course, as soon as these blood droplets left the monster, the surface layer immediately evaporated, turning into gusts of netherworld wind and rushing into the tunnel. The entire tunnel began to vibrate rapidly, producing an extremely ear-piercing sound of wind. Great! Great God Hoodoo! Ziming also looked towards the source of the sound. When she saw that the monster had a human body, and that snake tail was slowly emerging from the blood pool, Ziming couldn't help but moan. She definitely didn't expect that the great god she worshipped would actually send out a clone to attack her. This shouldn't be the great god Hoodoo of Meng Mountains. Although Xiao Hua was hastily thinking about how to solve the problem in front of him, he was also staring at the appearance of the monster. Seeing the monster coming out from the blood pool, he said indifferently. That's right. This is definitely not. After Ziming recovered from her shock, she also saw clearly that the monster's human body looked similar from the side, but when the monster slightly turned its body, the outline of the human body had already disappeared. Especially, the few peacock feather-like antennae on its back, where did it look like the 7 hands of the great god Hoodoo? However, although Ziming had already discovered the details of the monster, she didn't have time to think about it anymore. Her whole body suddenly floated up, throwing herself into Xiao Hua's arms. Oh! Xiao Hua was slightly startled, thinking that she was afraid. His left hand pulled her soft hand and whispered, "Don't be afraid." However, before he could finish speaking, Ziming had already thrown herself into his arms. However, Ziming wasn't facing him, but with her back facing Xiao Hua, she shouted, "Xiao Hua, quickly hug me." Moreover, Ziming's other hand also brought Xiao Hua's hand to her waist, where her abdomen was. Soon after, that hand decisively broke free from Xiao Hua's hand. At this moment, Xiao Hua was hugging Ziming from behind. He was very familiar with this posture. He was greatly puzzled. However, when he saw that the green light around Ziming's body was also protecting him, and the sound of the golden light corroding his body was getting smaller and smaller, he finally understood Ziming's painstaking efforts. Chapter 2897. Ziming didn't have time to care about the ambiguity of this position, nor did she have time to explain to Xiao Hua. As soon as her hand left Xiao Hua's hand, she immediately patted the soul nest, and the soul tool that looked like a wizard token was taken out from the soul nest. Moreover, with a flash in front of Xiao Hua's eyes, the 9 divine guards that Ziming had put into the soul nest were also released. Ziming waved the wizard token without hesitation, and a few wisps of faint green light visible to the naked eye flashed. Then, she patted her hand, and the 9 divine guards pounced toward the nether beast along the passage. Ziming's series of movements were extremely fast. The nether beast had just stepped out of the blood pool, and it hadn't even straightened its body. Go! Xiao Hua was alert in his heart. He grabbed Ziming's slender waist with his hand and urged his magic power, and the 2 figures floated up. Boom! A tentacle that was exactly the same as the nether beast's tentacle struck out from the left side where the 2 of them were standing just now. After hitting the place where Xiao Hua and Ziming were standing just now, it suddenly disappeared. Xiao Hua, don't use too much magic power. Ziming felt a burst of heat behind her back, and her heart was also jumping, but she still didn't forget to remind him. Okay. Xiao Hua looked around and said in a low voice, "This place isn't far from the passage down, right?" "Yes." Ziming urged the 9 divine guards while answering. "In which direction?" Xiao Hua asked. Although Ziming didn't answer Xiao Hua's question, she still pointed in a direction and said, "From the blood pool to that place." Before Ziming finished speaking, Ziming felt a burst of brilliance in front of her eyes. Her waist tightened, and her figure flew in the direction she knew, but, then, there was a loud bang. Everything disappeared again. Her figure also stopped at the side of the stone wall. "Xiao Hua, what are you doing?" Ming looked back with some confusion, and looked at Xiao Hua while rubbing her head awkwardly. Oh, right, Ming looked at the stone wall and suddenly realized something, and hurriedly said, this stone wall is soaked in the nether blood, and the Dao Sect's 5 elements escape technique can't be used. Just as Ming said this, a loud roar came from the blood pool in the distance. The roars rose and fell one after another. The 9 divine guards had surrounded the nether beast and were also letting out unpleasant roars. 9 pairs of arms had stretched out and shrouded the nether beast in an indescribable deathly stillness. The nether beast's body was trembling violently as if the 9 divine guards were going to tear it apart. Roar! The underworld beast cried out in pain. Cracks had already appeared on its black leather armor, and traces of blood that looked like green liquid seeped out. Good, seeing that the 9 divine guards were so valiant, Xiao Hua's heart was also greatly relieved. Since the 9 divine guards were able to deal with the nether beast, he naturally didn't need to be too afraid. However, just as he finished praising, another tentacle suddenly emerged from the top of his head and slammed down. Not good. Xiao Hua's figure moved, and he secretly said in his heart, not good. Sure enough, just as Xiao Hua's figure dodged the tentacle, there was a loud bang, and the same tentacle stretched out from under the foot of a divine guard, and suddenly grabbed the divine guard's waist. The divine guard's body was overflowing with green light, and the divine guard's stiff body was also violently struggling. Pang! With a loud bang, the divine guard's waist turned into 4 pieces, and the dark liquid also splashed a lot of the passage. Although Xiao Hua had already perceived the power of the nether beast, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Then, pang pang. With a series of muffled sounds, several divine guards were killed by the tentacles that suddenly stretched out. The fragments flew everywhere, and the black liquid splashed everywhere. Xiao Hua didn't dare to stay any longer and was about to fly away. Boom! Unfortunately, he had just moved when the nether beast actually knew his intentions. 2 tentacles stretched out from the stone wall and blocked in front of Xiao Hua. Ming, come behind me. Xiao Hua loosened his grip and ordered Ming. Okay. Ming originally wanted to deal with the nether beast, but when he saw that 5 of the 9 divine guards had been lost in a moment, his face was incomparably pale. When he heard Xiao Hua's order, he had no choice but to respond. He turned around and leaned on Xiao Hua's back, reaching out and hugging Xiao Hua's waist. Let me show you the power of this young master. Xiao Hua roared and took out the wishful staff. With a bang, it hit the tentacle that had just stretched out. With a loud bang, the tentacle shattered, and a gust of netherworld wind was born from inside. Damn it, as expected. Xiao Hua's phoenix celestial body was made of netherworld wind, so naturally, he was not familiar with this thing. Xiao Hua didn't dare to hesitate anymore. Regardless of the direction, he continued to fly towards the distance of the passage using the wind escape technique. Xiao Hua had just flown a few feet when a fierce wind came from behind his head. Xiao Hua was helpless. He slightly lifted the wishful staff in his hand, then raised it and smashed it in the direction of the wind. With a loud bang, a huge force that he had never encountered before came from the wishful staff. Xiao Hua's arm was sore, and his whole body was lifted above the passage. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. Before his figure stopped in mid-air, he saw a black shadow in front of him. The monster's figure was actually born from the rock wall, blocking the direction of Xiao Hua's escape. Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly turned his head to look. Sure enough, the remaining 4 divine guards were smashed by the nether beast in an instant. The ground was in a mess, and the nether beast had disappeared. Buzz buzz, 2 loud noises sounded, and 2 black shadows pressed in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. Bang bang, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He waved the wishful staff again and blocked in front of his body. Although Xiao Hua had borrowed the force of the attack, the huge force hit Xiao Hua diagonally into the blood pool. Xiao Hua, rush into the blood pool. Maybe we can. While they were talking, an indescribable blood-red brilliance fell from the sky and hit the two of them. With a squeaking sound, Zi Ming's face was pale, and the green light also quickly faded. Seeing this, Xiaohua hurriedly urged the Buddha's Saraira to pour out the primordial true water, turning it into a thin layer to block the threatening netherworld wind. The green light on Zi Ming's body disappeared, and her face was very ugly. When her eyes swept over the primordial true water, she immediately noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly retracted her gaze. However, this primordial true water really blocked the netherworld water outside. Although outside, the netherworld wind was constantly rushing into the primordial true water, and the primordial true water was constantly bubbling and disappearing, it seemed that Xiaohua had a lot of primordial true water, so there was no problem for the time being. Go! Xiaohua once again whispered. He didn't know the consequences of the primordial true water entering the blood pool, but he knew that if he stayed here, he would not have a good end. Buzz, another tentacle, really fast. Even with Xiaohua's current cultivation, he couldn't figure out how it appeared. All of a sudden, it hit Xiaohua's back. Boom! The primordial true water was hit and scattered. Xiaohua's figure was also hit and lost his balance. He flipped a few times in the air and hit the stone wall heavily. Zi Ming. Xiaohua was a little dizzy and couldn't stabilize himself, so he immediately called out. I'm fine. Zi Ming heard Xiaohua's concern and was ecstatic. She hurriedly responded, that tentacle avoided me and hit Xiaohua. Ah! Xiaohua was shocked and said involuntarily, this nether beast, it turned out to be, looking for Xiaohua. Of course, Zi Ming also said involuntarily, this nether beast has been worshipped by my Huda village for many years. I have never heard of it attacking a spirit warrior. Today, when Xiaohua appeared, there was immediately such a change. Zi Ming, Xiaohua turned his head and looked at another fork not far away. He patted her arm and said, quickly fly away. If it wants to find Xiaohua, you will be safe. Moreover, if you follow Xiaohua, you will delay Xiaohua's work. Okay, Zi Ming bit her lip slightly, knowing that what Xiaohua said was true. Although she didn't want to leave Xiaohua, she really couldn't help at all in the face of the nether beast. Immediately, Zi Ming urged her soul power to fly out of Xiaohua's primordial true water and flew toward another passage in fear. Just as Xiaohua thought, the nether beast didn't care about Zi Ming at all. The snake tail of several feet long waved again and attacked him with a strong wind. Good, Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that it was the effect of Zi Ming's bloodline. He hurriedly raised the wishful steel rod in his hand and met it. Boom, the force was stronger than the tentacles. Xiaohua's arms were sore and numb, and his whole body and mind flew out again. Kill! Xiaohua finally reached the end of his strength. He put away the wishful steel rod and took out the sword gourd. The spirit execution yuan light rushed out from it, cutting through the wind of the netherworld and heading toward the head of the nether beast. Shua, with a soft sound, the spirit execution yuan light lightly swept over the head of the nether beast. However, the scene that Xiaohua expected did not appear. Not only was there no blood splashing from the head of the beast, but it also did not fall. It was as if the spirit execution yuan light had no effect on it. Yes, this nether beast is a dead thing. Xiaohua suddenly realized, presumably this spirit execution can't kill the nether beast. Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly thought of the soul essence of the three-legged bird in the space. That day, it suddenly suppressed his soul. If the spirit execution yuan light had the soul essence of this thing, he didn't know if it could kill the nether beast. It was a pity that Xiaohua only had a flash of inspiration. Everything was no different from a flash in the pan. At this time, there was no other way except to escape toward the blood pool. Seeing that Xiaohua had already reached the blood pool, he hesitated a little and was about to jump in. But suddenly, an indescribable feeling came from the blood pool. Ah! This feeling had always been found by Xiaohua and Zi Ming. When they saw the nether beast, Xiaohua thought that it was the nether beast, but who would have thought that it was not the nether beast? Roar! Just as Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, another beast roar came from the blood pool, but a tentacle of several feet in size rose from the blood pool again. This tentacle was not only completely similar to the tentacle of the nether beast, but it could also roar by itself. Chapter 2898. Damn it! This nether beast. Xiaohua turned pale with fright. He didn't expect that the nether beast still had a hidden hand here. If he hadn't hesitated just now, he would have already been sent to the tentacle. However, before Xiaohua's great shock could pass through his heart, the tentacle fell like a big tree, bringing a black shadow with it as it fell. A kind of coldness that made one's heart die was born around Xiaohua. Although Xiaohua's body was protected by the innate true water, the death aura passed through the innate true water and firmly suppressed the vitality in Xiaohua's body, Buddha's Sarira. Spiritual fire. Xiaohua's heart was like dead ashes. He knew that he had fallen into a certain death situation today. If the last Buddha's Sarira and spiritual fire were not effective, he was afraid that he would really die. However, Xiaohua didn't dare to place his hopes on the Buddha's Sarira. His cultivation was too shallow. At this time, the only thing he took out was this nether beast's dessert. Perhaps it was only the spiritual fire. Seeing the black shadow fall, Xiaohua's spiritual power seemed to be difficult to activate. Goldie, Xiaohua's heart suddenly lit up again. He thought of Goldie that could suck souls. Wasn't that guy the nemesis of these nether beasts? Thinking, Xiaohua hurriedly entered the space. However, after Goldie had sucked the devil general's soul, it had been sleeping. At this time, he couldn't wake it up at all. Come out for your mother. Xiaohua didn't feel sorry for Goldie at this time. Your mother can't escape now, but you're still sleeping sweetly. As Xiaohua dragged Goldie out of the space, a small figure suddenly blocked in front of Xiaohua. Of course, Xiaohua paid close attention to the nether beast's reaction. If there was any abnormality, he would immediately take Goldie into the space. Woo! As if it was mournful, the nether beast's tentacle suddenly stopped. It seemed that there was something in front of it that it was extremely afraid of. Good! Seeing this, Xiaohua was overjoyed. At this time, Goldie lazily opened its eyes. It seemed that the nether beast's tentacle was white. The tentacle was like a person being stung by a wasp and immediately retracted. However, before Xiaohua's joy of escaping with his life could overflow in front of his chest, a black shadow flashed above his head like a black cloud. Roar! The nether beast from before appeared next to the tentacle again. The tentacle rose into the air and landed on the nether beast's back. The tentacle danced in the air and slowly curled up. The nether beast let out a loud roar. The two blood-red eyes on the strange beast's head flashed with a red light. A strong aura of death surged and pounced toward Xiaohuang. Goldie's body shivered, and its large tail wrapped around itself. It seemed to be cold, and its eyes narrowed again. This is bad. Seeing this, Xiaohua already somewhat understood that Little Yellow should be the nemesis of these underworld beasts. It was probably because it was too small, or perhaps because it was in a deep sleep. These underworld beasts were afraid at first, but when they saw that Little Yellow was not a real threat, they began to fight back. When Xiaohua saw the python-like tail whipping towards Little Huang at lightning speed, how could he dare to be careless? He hastily put Little Huang away and opened his mouth, preparing to spit out the last bit of spirit fire, but right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom! There was a deafening tremor, and the entire passage. No, the entire world was shaking violently. Not only was Xiaohua's figure unable to stand in mid-air, but even the aggressive nether beast's entire figure was swaying, unable to stand steadily. Countless gravel and debris flew into the air, boom boom boom. There was a series of tremors, gravel flying out in succession, blood splashing out in succession, and a series of nether wind rushing into the air. Xiao Hua only felt that his entire field of vision was shaking. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Straight, 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 a series of strange cries rang out amidst the rumbling, followed by the loud roars of the underworld beasts. Then, the entire space began to tremble and sway again. What's going on? Xiao Hua struggled to stand up and urged his magical power. He was really about to bring out the true water again. At this time, a warm body hugged him from behind, and his body flew into the air. Feeling a layer of faint green light protecting him, Xiao Hua naturally knew that it was Ziming. However, there was still gravel and blood splashing in front of him, and the hurricane continued. He couldn't see anything at all. After waiting for half a meal, Ziming brought him up to a high altitude. Only then did he see clearly that the previously intact passage and the incomparably sturdy rock walls had now been smashed apart. Not only was there no passage, even the blood pool had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a large nether blood sea. On this nether sea, the nether wind blew violently, and above the blood sea, near the rock wall, in the fierce wind, there were two nether beasts frantically fighting. One of the nether beasts was the one with the body of a beast and the tail of a snake, while the other was 10 feet long, like a huge ladybug. However, this ladybug had a lot of bone spurs on its back, and there were more than a dozen sharp claws under its body. At this time, the later nether beast was pouncing on the previous nether beast. Those dozens of sharp claws were crazily chopping on the nether beast's body, and pieces of pitch-black flesh with black threads were pulled out from the nether beast's body. The previous nether beast was also ferocious. The tentacles on its back also grabbed the opponent's body, and large pieces of flesh were also knocked off. In particular, the nether beast's tail, which was like a poisonous snake, now had a shiny barb at the tip of the tail. Every time it swung, it would pierce into the nether beast's body, and large pieces of flesh would also be shot off. However, what was even more strange was that although a lot of flesh and blood had fallen off the two nether beasts' bodies, where the flesh and blood fell, traces of black gas gushed out. The blood water of the surrounding nether sea rushed into the black gas, and new pieces of flesh and blood grew at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. These two nether beasts were flying on the nether sea. Sometimes they fell into the sea, and sometimes they rushed up the cliff. While blood splashed everywhere, the stone walls were like rotten stones under the tentacles, sharp claws, and snake tail. Large pieces of stone fell down, and every time a stone wall was hit, the entire space would shake violently. Seeing this earth-shattering battle, and seeing that many parts of the two nether beasts were beginning to reveal white bones, Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew in his heart that even if he used his spiritual fire, it would be impossible to cause any fatal damage to these nether beasts. These two nether beasts seemed to be the legendary undead nether beasts, right? Xiao Lang. Ziming's face was also snow-white. Where did these nether beasts come from? Why are they so powerful? If you don't know, how would I know? Xiao Hua also whispered, and then asked, these two nether beasts. What are their names? I don't know. The previous nether beast. My Huta village has always regarded it as the avatar of the Huta god, and looking at its appearance just now, it seemed to be afraid of my bloodline. As for the latter one, I have never seen it before. Ziming had obviously never seen such a vast battle, and her body, which was hugging Xiao Hua's waist, was trembling slightly. Let's go quickly. Xiao Hua hurriedly turned his head, but just as he said half a sentence, he shut his mouth. Now, the entire space had been destroyed by these two nether beasts. Not to mention the passage, even the cracks had disappeared. All the nether wind that had been stimulated was circling in the space. Occasionally, some nether wind would leak out, but it was also extremely small cracks. With Xiao Hua's transformation technique, it would be difficult for him to pass through this. What should we do? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, and could only look to the left of the nether beasts that were fighting. It seems that if we want to escape, we can only go through the place where the two nether beasts are fighting, and go through other passages. However, the two nether beasts were fighting fiercely, and flesh and stone fragments were flying continuously. Countless fierce death chi was crisscrossing in the space. How could the two of them pass through? Alas, nascent soul cultivators, are just children. At this time, Xiaohua had seen the battle of the undead nether beasts, and really looked down on the so-called nascent soul cultivators. This nether beast seems to be the enemy of that nether beast. Ming also looked to the left, and seeing that there was no way, she whispered, otherwise. How could it help us? When Xiaohua heard this, his heart moved, and the previous warning sign seemed to have disappeared. Strange. Could it be that the warning sign came from this nether beast? But just when Xiaohua was puzzled in his heart, suddenly, a faintly discernible sound of music came from the netherworld sea. This sound was extremely faint, but in this great battle that seemed to be able to destroy the world, it was extremely clear. A kind of joy that Xiaohua had never felt before was born in his heart, and a kind of floating feeling was instantly born from Xiaohua's body, boom boom boom. Suddenly, Xiaohua felt that there was a burst of light and shadow in front of his eyes, and the whole world had changed, and he was also floating up. Xiaohua didn't have time to check himself, but his gaze was attracted by the changes in the netherworld sea. In the depths of the netherworld sea, a huge black shadow was slowly floating over, and a blurry shadow was coiling around the black shadow. The beautiful music was coming from the black shadow. The two nether beasts that were fighting to the death a moment ago had already calmed down. One of them was swinging its snake tail, and countless ripples were rippling all over its body. Its body was trembling, and its body was slowly sinking into the netherworld sea, as if it was extremely afraid of the music, and as if it was doing its best to resist the music. The other nether beast was like a ladybug, and its body was flashing with a faint golden light. The golden light also turned into a powerful ripple in front of the nether beast. This golden light is somewhat familiar. When Xiaohua saw this golden light, he felt that it was extremely familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Just when Xiaohua was feeling surprised, he suddenly saw that not far from where the two nether beasts were fighting, a soul warrior was walking out from a crack in the stone wall. His face had a look of infatuation as he stepped into the netherworld sea. As the soul warrior's figure fell into the netherworld sea, the flesh and blood of this soul warrior were rapidly shaved off, turning into a body of white bones. The soul of this soul warrior then broke free from this body of flesh and blood and continued to walk towards the netherworld sea, in the direction where the music was coming from. Chapter 2899. Soon after, another 1, 2, 3. In just a moment, more than 10 spirit warriors rushed out of the crack one after another. Their faces were filled with infatuation as they threw themselves into the netherworld sea. One by one, their souls were born from their bodies. Xiaohua was startled. Why am I seeing their souls? When they came out, why am I flying? At this moment, Xiaohua came to his senses and hurriedly looked at himself. However, when he saw himself, he was even more shocked. At this moment, what was flying in the air, was no longer Xiaohua's physical body, but Xiaohua's primordial spirit that had always been cultivating in the clear spirit heaven. This humanoid primordial spirit was now dancing slowly as if it was in the clear spirit heaven. Countless soul strands were waving around like long sleeves. Even the primordial spirit of the little white dragon flew out beside Xiaohua's primordial spirit and also danced. An extremely intoxicated feeling came from the dance. Xiaohua had already come to his senses, but his primordial spirit was no longer under his control. It was being guided by the mysterious music and slowly flew over the netherworld sea. When Xiaohua looked back, his physical body was standing in the same place as before. His body was emitting a faint golden light. This golden light was exactly the same as the one he saw on the body of the nether beast in the netherworld sea. This. Xiao Hua suddenly realized what was going on. Just now, when the music had played, he had been bewitched, just like the other soul warriors. But because of the golden light, his fleshly body hadn't been affected. However, there was a primordial spirit in his soul. This primordial spirit could not escape this music, so his mind actually escaped from his physical body and entered this primordial spirit. And this primordial spirit replaced his physical body. Like the souls of those spirit warriors, it flew towards the mysterious black shadow. Zi Ming. When Xiao Hua looked again, he found that Zi Ming was hugging his body, and his hand was wrapped around his waist. Although he could see Zi Ming's intoxicated expression from the side, and even his feet were moving, Xiao Hua still couldn't help but laugh. But Xiao Hua's physical body was majestic and unmoving, so Zi Ming naturally could not move either. Good, Xiao Hua cried out in relief. His heart relaxed slightly. A tentacle-like black shadow with a faint golden light stretched out from the netherworld sea and grabbed at Xiao Hua's primordial spirit. Clang, there was a metallic sound, and a sword-like brilliance flashed, cutting this black shadow in half. When the black shadow shrank back, Xiao Hua could clearly see that it was the nether beast that came later from the golden light. This underworld beast is really strange. Xiao Hua felt very strange in his heart. He tried his best to struggle, but this primordial spirit had no power to resist the music. It could only follow the souls of the spirit warriors and fly into the depths of the netherworld sea. Suddenly, the entire space was filled with light. A huge underworld beast flashing with an extremely enchanting red light floated out of the netherworld sea. This underworld beast was like a giant turtle, but it had a dozen thick feet that alternated in the bloodstains. On its back, which was like a small mountain, was an even stranger underworld beast. This underworld beast looked like a rabbit. It had 2 long ears and a blood-red body that was several feet long. However, on this blood-red body, there were dozens of wriggling blood tongues. The extremely beautiful sound was emitted from these blood tongues. The giant tortoise was very large, but its speed was also very fast. When Xiao Hua's primordial spirit flew into the netherworld sea, the tortoise was already in front of him. Xiao Hua's primordial spirit and many other souls swept across the netherworld sea. Many of the underworld beasts in the sea were attracted, but when they came in contact with this mysterious music, most of the underworld beasts were like the spirit warriors. Their heads were filled with intoxication as they slowly gathered on the surface of the sea. Only a few of them fought like the 2 underworld beasts. They seemed to want to escape, but no matter how hard they struggled, these underworld beasts couldn't escape. Swish swish. Countless sounds like raindrops fell. Like multicolored rays of light, hundreds of tentacles flew out from the blood tongues of the underworld beast. Some of them fell into the netherworld sea. When these tentacles touched the underworld beasts, they immediately flew up as if they were weightless and were thrown into the blood tongues of the underworld beast. The souls of the spirit warriors were easily pulled by the tentacles and were swallowed into the blood tongues of the underworld beast. Seeing a tentacle grabbing his primordial spirit, Xiao Hua struggled with some unwillingness and tried his best to twist. The countless soul threads also wrapped around the tentacle. However, the strength of the tentacle was far from what Xiao Hua's primordial spirit could compare to. With a gentle pull, Xiao Hua's primordial spirit drew an arc in the air and fell into the blood tongues of the underworld beast. The soul of the little white dragon beside Xiao Hua seemed to have no power to resist and fell into the blood tongues with Xiao Hua. A huge squirming blood-red hole was right in front of Xiao Hua's primordial spirit. It was unfathomably deep. Xiao Hua's primordial spirit released all the soul threads, wanting to block this hole and not let his primordial spirit fall in. It was like a spider web. At this critical moment, the soul threads actually stuck to the blood-red hole and temporarily prevented the underworld beast from swallowing his primordial spirit. However, it was only a moment before the blood-red hole in Xiao Hua's primordial spirit looked like an enormous blood tongue. Boom! It smashed into Xiao Hua's primordial spirit. Squeak squeak, a strange noise came out from the blood tongue. When the blood tongue rose, Xiaohua's primordial spirit also rose along with it. Xiaohua's soul threads were actually extremely sharp and firmly wrapped around the blood tongue. Moreover, faint lightning appeared on it, corroding the bloody tongue. Good, seeing that there was actually a trace of hope at the moment of despair, Xiaohua was overjoyed. He didn't know anything else, but Xiaohua still knew how to dance his soul threads. He immediately gathered all the soul threads and wrapped them around the blood tongue while trembling. There was no need for Xiaohua to do anything. The light purple lightning threads appeared naturally and quickly corroded the blood tongue. The corrosive pitch-black liquid seeped into the soul threads and fell on the primordial spirit bit by bit. It was not only Xiaohua's side that had a great change. Just when Xiaohua wrapped the soul threads around the blood tongue. Kacha! A thunderous roar came from the side, and at the same time, a dragon roar came from the soul of Little White Dragon. The dragon roar suddenly disrupted the music of the nether beasts. Those lost nether beasts woke up and fled into the depths of the netherworld sea. The two nether beasts that were fighting before also hurriedly scattered, diving into the depths of the netherworld sea and disappearing. Along with Little White Dragon's dragon roar, the lightning struck the blood tongue of the underworld beast, and a hole as thick as a bowl appeared on the body of the underworld beast. Meow meow, the rabbit-like underworld beast actually made a sound like a cat. While maintaining the music, it grabbed at Little White Dragon with several tentacles. Whoosh, Little White Dragon swung its dragon body and agilely dodged the tentacles. Like a sharp arrow, it rushed into the body of the underworld beast. Then, a loud kacha sound came from the underworld beast's body. A bloody hole the size of a foot appeared from the underworld beast. Little White Dragon immediately rushed out of the underworld beast's body. The bloody hole seemed like it was about to close up, but the flashes of lightning and arcs of electricity lingered around the hole, preventing it from closing up. Xiaohua's primordial spirit was stuck by the blood tongue. As the body of the underworld beast trembled, the primordial spirit was also extremely bumpy. Xiaohua's soul threads that had been hit by the lightning tribulation were now extremely hard and sharp. They cut the blood tongue and quickly corroded it. In just a moment, the blood tongue had become a bloody mess and had shrunk by more than 60%. Meow meow, the underworld beast seemed to be in great pain. It screamed wildly, and the brilliance of its whole body was bright again. The blood of the netherworld sea rushed up, as if to erase the lightning on the wound. Zzz, a few drops of blood of the underworld fell on Xiaohua's primordial spirit. Above the primordial spirit, there were also traces of lightning. A few strange ghost heads flashed in the blood and then disappeared. Wisps of wind of the underworld were born. Roar, Little White Dragon roared again, and its figure rushed into the body of the underworld beast again. The underworld beast seemed to be unable to resist. After the sound of thunder, another bigger hole appeared. At this time, Xiaohua's primordial spirit had completely corroded the blood tongue, and his entire primordial spirit regained its freedom. Meow meow. Meow meow. The underworld beast screamed. The underworld turtle under it immediately changed direction and swam back to the depths of the netherworld sea. Xiaohua. Little White Dragon's voice sounded in Xiaohua's primordial spirit, very weak. I'm here. Xiaohua replied in his mind. Okay, let's go back quickly, I can't hold on for long. How did you get to the netherworld sea? How did you encounter the sound mirage beast? If you and my primordial spirit hadn't gone through the 3 gold lightning tribulation before, I'm afraid only death would await us today. As Little White Dragon spoke, it used the dragon claws of its soul to grab Xiaohua's primordial spirit and flew to the shore against the wind of the underworld. In the wind of the underworld, Little White Dragon's soul and Xiaohua's primordial spirit both emitted a faint lightning. Seeing that Xiaohua's body was still flashing with a faint golden light, and that the so-called beautiful music of the sound clam beast was still drifting in the air, Ziming's face was still filled with intoxication, but his feet were no longer moving forward with all their strength. Xiaohua's primordial spirit rushed into the mysterious dark clouds and rushed into the clear spirit heaven. Following a burst of dizziness, Xiaohua's mind returned to his body. Huff! Xiaohua let out a long breath. Just as he was about to turn around, another huge rumbling sound came from above his head. Not good netherworld path. Xiaohua was shocked. Needless to say, the passage opened by the underworld beast must be closing. If he didn't leave now, he would really have to stay here. Thinking of this, Xiaohua didn't say anything else and hastily urged the wind escape technique. His figure suddenly rose, following the wind of the underworld. He flew towards the crack that the soul warrior had just walked out of. Fortunately, although Ziming wasn't awake, the green light around her body was still there. Although the wind of the underworld was slowly corroding the green light, when Xiaohua arrived at the crack, it didn't completely melt the green light. Moreover, after the battle between the two undead underworld beasts and the attack of the Sound Clan beast, no underworld beasts dared to rashly appear in this part of the netherworld sea. Xiaohua didn't encounter any danger when crossing this place. Chapter 2900. Io, isn't this Elder Ji-lan from the Jing Apple Stronghold? Xiaohua had just landed in front of the crack when he saw another elder with an intoxicated look on his face. Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then picked Ziming up from his back and pulled down her soul nest. He used his soul sense to send Ziming into the soul nest, then placed the soul nest in his bosom. His other hand reached out to grab Elder Ji-lan's neck, and his figure rushed into the crack, flying towards the collapsed tunnel behind him. Outside the nether path, in the plaza, all the palaces were shaking violently. Everyone, including Ji-man from the Hutu stronghold, turned pale with fright. After a while, the trembling subsided. Ji-man flew up and released her soul sense to check the source of the trembling. Rumble. Another trembling came. This time, the trembling was very clear. It came from the door behind her. Even the palace door was shaken to the point of collapsing. The palace of the underworld. Ji-man's heart skipped a beat. Raising her head to look at the night sky, she was getting closer to Ziming. Not good. Without another word, Ji-man flew towards the door. The other soul warriors followed suit and swarmed into the palace of the underworld. By the time everyone arrived at the palace of the underworld, Ji-man was already floating in the air. The skeletons that littered the palace of the underworld had already transformed into waves of blood. Waves of violent shockwaves could be felt from the inside, causing the entire palace of the underworld to shake violently. Hurry! Ji-man was already waving the bone staff in her hand to open the door of the underworld. But when a soul warrior tried to pass through the door of the underworld, Ji-man realized that the door of the underworld couldn't be passed through. Ji-man. Something must have happened inside. It must have affected the soul techniques and soul arrays. This door can't be used. An elder hurriedly reported. See, everyone was shocked. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia, who were the last to arrive, were even more shocked. I just don't know if we can come out from this door. Ji-man stared at the oval that was filled with green flames, his eyes filled with confusion. Everyone stood there for a long while. The entire netherworld hall didn't stop for even a moment. The skeletons that had turned into blood waves were like the netherworld sea. Following the tremors, huge waves were set off. Even the netherworld door was shaking non-stop. Not only were the flames flickering, even the oval door was expanding and shrinking unsteadily, faintly discernible. The gazes of the bystanders followed the flickering of the flame, but Fairy Hongxia's heart was fluctuating along with it. Xiaohua went in hand with Ziming. If the Yellow Springs Gate disappeared and Xiaohua couldn't come out, then, how could Xiaohua still be alive? Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao's faces were also filled with anxiety. Their gazes were fixed on the gates of the netherworld, not daring to move in the slightest. Just as everyone was at a loss and feeling extremely anxious, the entire Yellow Spring Palace suddenly calmed down and became silent. Although the pool of blood in the Yellow Spring Palace was still red, it was cut off as it calmed down and no longer had any ripples. Furthermore, the gate of the Yellow Springs was glowing with a brilliant green light. What's going on now? Huta Stockade's G-Man was alarmed. She probably thought that the calm wasn't necessarily a good thing. After the calm, there would definitely be a huge commotion. Following that, G-Man issued a series of orders. Hundreds of elders rushed into the sky and landed around the Yellow Spring Palace. Each of them held a bone staff in their hands as they waited for the huge phenomenon to happen. But out of everyone's expectations, as time passed, the pool of blood gradually turned back into skeletons. There was no longer any disturbance. This place was as silent as the wilderness for 100 years. Not even the slightest sound of wind could be heard. Only, everyone gradually understood that all the changes were in the past. All their expectations had fallen into the netherworld eye and were buried in the netherworld sea. Seeing the green flames of the gate of the Yellow Springs gradually dim, and the oval circle of light also slowly disappear, Fairy Hongxia's heart was like dead ashes. Midnight had finally arrived. No one could delay time for even a moment. Suddenly, just when everyone thought that it was unlikely for a miracle to happen, the gate of the Yellow Springs, which only had an outline left, emitted a faint golden light. Just as the golden light appeared, a tall and thin figure rushed out from the golden light and stood proudly in mid-air of the Yellow Springs Palace. Few, seeing the familiar figure, although his face was covered by the golden light, Fairy Hongxia couldn't help but let out a long sigh and a smile bloomed on her face. As for Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, after a moment of concern, they looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. Xiao Hua was always able to do things that no one dared to imagine. He had also appeared at the last moment to keep everyone in suspense. After the golden light dissipated, Xiao Hua was also in a state of shock. He turned his head and looked at the gate of the Yellow Springs, which only had a 40% outline left. He felt extremely lucky in his heart. Even though it wasn't the last moment to escape, it was still a miracle that Xiao Hua had the ability to recognize directions. Being able to escape from such a complicated and damaged tunnel was truly a miracle. Boom! The entire Acheron Palace exploded. The dozens of elders who were scattered around the Acheron Palace stopped waving their soul weapons. The faint golden light from before wasn't a soul cultivator's soul technique, so how could they not be alarmed? Seeing that it was a human figure, and that the person who came out after the golden light was Xiao Hua, and that Xiao Hua was carrying two people in his hands, he stopped using his soul force. Where's Ziyi? G-Man of the Empress Earth stronghold was shocked. Xiao Hua's golden light had completely blocked out his soul sense. This was one of the rarest situations G-Man had ever encountered. Moreover, when she clearly saw that the two people Xiao Hua was carrying were not Ziyi, a trace of grief flashed through her eyes as she hurriedly asked. Reporting to G-Man. Xiao Hua looked around and saw the whispering crowd, as well as Fairy Hongxia and the rest from the Netherworld Hall. He lifted the two people in his hands and said solemnly, "This Xiao followed Midnight to the Netherworld Eye to search for the Netherworld Orchid. However, we encountered a Netherworld beast." When he spoke until here, Xiao Hua's body swayed and fell from midair. He only stopped when he reached the bottom of the Yellow Spring Hall. When he raised his head again, his face was incomparably pale. "What happened to Ziyi?" G-Man asked sternly. Xiao Hua waved his hand. One of them was Elder Ji-Lan, and the other was a soul warrior whose name he didn't know. The intoxication on their faces had gradually faded away, and their eyes that had been staring into the distance were starting to clear up. Xiao Hua naturally knew that the two were about to wake up, so he tossed them to the two elders closest to him. Then he looked up and replied, "Ziyi, of course he died in the Sea of Nether. Not only him, but all the other soul warriors have died as well. The only ones left are me and the two people I met when I was escaping." Ziyi, he. Ji-man was confused. She wasn't sure if what Xiaohua said was true or not, or if it was what Ziming had planned. Ziyi, his death was far too sudden. This Xiao, cough. I couldn't even protect myself in the first place. Truly. Xiaohua coughed twice before smiling bitterly. This Xiao will be bold enough to ask Ji-man for permission to go into closed-door training. Once this Xiao's injuries are healed, I'll be able to report to Ji-man what happened. Ji-man was anxious. She really wanted to pry open Xiaohua's mouth. Xiaohua had said so much, but she didn't want to hear a single word. I'd like Ji-man to tell Ziming. Xiaohua cupped his hands and flew a few steps before looking up again. This Xiao wasn't able to protect Ziyi. I've let Ziming down. Phew, Ji-man let out a sigh of relief. The anxiety on her face lessened as she nodded. This old one understands. Go into closed-door training. Ziming is taking care of the sacred beast in the ancestral hall. When tomorrow comes, this old one will send someone to inform her. This Xiao can't hold on any longer. I'll take my leave. Without another word, Xiaohua turned around and flew away. Fairy Hongxia, Li Zongbao, and Xiao Mao had already flown over. The two of them supported Xiaohua from left and right, and Xiaohua immediately collapsed in their hands. Looking at Xiaohua and the other three flying away, Ji-man glanced around and shouted, "Everyone, the Yellow Spring Grand Hall is under a strong attack. Use your soul spells to check the stability of the soul formation. Don't let the nether beasts come to Meng Mountains through the crack." Yes, all the elders waved the bone staff in their hands. Streaks of green light were waved in an orderly manner as they began to check and repair the soul array. Guards. Ji-man ordered again, other than the necessary patrols, transfer all forces to the surroundings of the Yellow Springs Hall. Check carefully. Do not let any nether beasts escape from the eye of the netherworld. Yes, the group of spirit warriors also began to move. All forces were transferred to the surroundings of the Yellow Springs Hall. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao supported Xiaohua out of the Yellow Springs Hall and hurriedly flew towards the quiet room from before. There were spirit warriors guarding the hall, but at this moment, they couldn't be bothered to lead the way. Fairy Hongxia originally wanted to find someone to guide them, but Xiaohua hurriedly stopped her. Nonsense, Ji-man transferred all forces to the Yellow Springs Hall. It wasn't without ulterior motives. When Fairy Hongxia heard Xiaohua's stop, she naturally came to her senses. She was too worried about Xiaohua and was overjoyed by Xiaohua's survival. Indeed, she didn't notice the conversation between Xiaohua and Ji-man. Seeing a secluded place, Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense and roughly looked around. Then, he took out a soul nest from his chest and with a shake of his hand, sent Ziming out. Ziming was the same as Elder Ji Lan. Previously, his face was filled with intoxication. But now, he was much more sober. As soon as he came out of the soul nest, his face was immediately filled with incomparable fear. He hurriedly grabbed Xiaohua's hand and looked around. When he saw that he was in Huda's stronghold, the fear on his face lessened. He opened his mouth to ask Xiaohua. Chapter 2901. Xiaohua would not waste time and hurriedly said, "Ziming, you don't have much time. Moreover, you should be in the ancestral hall of your Huda village. Everything can be left for another day." Ziming suddenly woke up and looked at Fairy Hongxia who was staring at him coldly. He hurriedly withdrew his hand and nodded, "Thank you, young Master Xiao. I understand." Immediately after, he looked around and waved the bone staff in his hand. His figure floated up like a ghost and flew into the distance. When Ziming's figure completely disappeared, Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief. Xiaohua. What happened inside? It has to be said that Fairy Hongxia's heart was meticulous. Just from Ziming grabbing Xiaohua's hand without hesitation, she immediately saw a lot of things. Don't mention it. Xiao Hua looked at Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao who were still protecting him and said, I almost couldn't get out. Damn it, I didn't expect. This netherworld palace really leads to the netherworld sea. I even met the undead underworld beast inside. And there were 3 of them. Undead underworld beast. Hearing this, the 3 of them were shocked. Fairy Hongxia's thoughts of questioning immediately disappeared without a trace. Xiao Hua. Are you injured? Fairy Hongxia hurriedly asked. Sigh, it's a long story. Senior brother, you should send me back. Looks like I have to go into seclusion for a while. Xiao Hua sighed and replied. Okay. Li Zongbao replied without hesitation. Xiao Mao did not have any objections. Fairy Hongxia had some questions she wanted to ask, but looking at Xiao Hua's dispirited state, it was too late to feel sorry for him. How could she blame him for nothing? Thus, Xiao Hua went into seclusion in the quiet room for more than 30 days. In fact, the so-called seclusion Xiao Hua's heart was not calm. How could he really go into seclusion? What he was thinking about was the fight between the 2 undead underworld beasts. The fight between the 2 underworld beasts that exceeded Xiao Hua's imagination also exceeded his imagination. He would never have dreamed that the undead underworld beasts would fight in such a way. Even the netherworld sea could not corrode the rock wall, but under their tentacles, it was like a rotten rock. It seemed that even a spirit-severing cultivator might not have this kind of ability. Of course, putting aside the environment of the netherworld sea, the spirit-severing stage cultivator might not necessarily be unable to kill the undead underworld beast. However, this kind of undisguised attack, where he did not care about his own injuries, was truly an eye-opener for Xiao Hua. In addition, Xiao Hua still couldn't make up his mind about that inexplicable warning. He didn't know if it was because of him, or if it was because his golden light had attracted the attention of that ladyware-like underworld beast, or his actions had attracted the attention of that snake-tailed underworld beast. If his golden light caused trouble, Xiao Hua would be scratching his ears and scratching his cheeks. Although the golden light of that beetle-like underworld beast was familiar to Xiao Hua, and was similar to the golden light flickering around his body, he really couldn't find a reason to get close to that underworld beast. This undead underworld beast couldn't possibly fight to the death with the snake-tailed underworld beast just for him. However, if his vigilance came from that snake-tailed underworld beast, Xiao Hua had doubts. Didn't he just not bow down in the square? Then, that underworld beast hated him. It killed dozens of people just to find him. Although he didn't bow down, but, what did it have to do with this snake-tailed underworld beast? Could it be that it was for the so-called face? Speaking of face, Xiao Hua was even more puzzled. The 3 kingdoms of cultivation often talked about the face of a nascent soul cultivator, but now that Xiao Hua had a nascent soul cultivation base, he never felt that face was worth anything. A face was not even worth a piece of low-grade spirit stone. Therefore, if that hooded great god's avatar's underworld beast was focused on killing him, there was no reason at all. However, did underworld beasts talk about reasons? Naturally not, so Xiao Hua just thought about it and ignored it. Finally, he focused his attention on the changes in the soul strands. Speaking of the changes in the soul strands, Xiao Hua didn't notice it at all. However, after he threw away all his doubts and explained them, he suddenly discovered that his primordial spirit dancing in Qingshan heaven seemed to be somewhat different. This difference was very strange and also very inexplicable. At this time, in Qingshan heaven, in addition to the dancing figures of Xiao Hua and the little white dragon, there was also a kind of faintly discernible music. That music was very ethereal, faintly discernible. However, this music seemed to resound in the soul, making Xiao Hua unable to forget it for the rest of his life. When Xiao Hua was looking for the origin of the music, he discovered that this music was actually produced by the soul strands that killed the Sound Clam beast. Even the primordial spirit that was invaded by the blood of the Sound Clam beast was somewhat different. The dancing posture was completely different from before, with more madness and more wisdom. Regarding the previous changes, Xiao Hua could still remain indifferent. After all, he was also very knowledgeable. However, regarding the last change, he couldn't help but be shocked. This. Xiao Hua himself was incoherent. What was the biggest barrier for him to cultivate the soul technique? It was because the soul strands couldn't make sounds, because his throat couldn't make sounds. The sound of the throat was the power of the bloodline. Apart from the bloodline of the 12 great gods like Xiao Mao and Zi Ming, others couldn't make sounds. Although Xiao Hua obtained Master Qin Qin's soul strands to make sounds, he had never checked it. Because using this sound method would consume life essence, this was something Xiao Hua couldn't agree to no matter what. Now, not only could the soul strands make sounds, even his primordial spirit had a great change. Could Xiao Hua remain calm? A kind of uncontrollable ecstasy spontaneously arose. This young master can finally use the green seal text. Finally, I can use the soul curse. Xiao Hua knew the formidable power of the green seal text, and also knew the strange effect of the soul curse. He could finally try some of the methods of the ancient great gods. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiao Hua calmed down. When he carefully checked again, he made a new discovery. The soul strands around Xiao Hua's primordial spirit were extremely numerous, almost filling the entire clear spirit heaven. Only a very small portion of these soul strands could make sounds. However, with the passage of time, this proportion gradually increased. Although the increase was still extremely slow, it was still increasing. It was only a matter of time before all the soul strands could make sounds. With the sound of music, the clear spirit heaven was clearly a lot more lively. Even the speed of Xiao Hua's primordial spirit's ascension was a lot faster than before. It seems that the cultivation of the 9 heavens of spirit origin is not only about dancing, but also music. The two complemented each other to achieve the best results. Xiao Hua gradually understood. After looking at his own situation, Xiao Hua looked at Little White Dragon's soul. Following the sound of music, Little White Dragon naturally danced crazily like Xiao Hua's primordial spirit. However, Xiao Hua could clearly see that Little White Dragon was still a bit dimmer than before. Presumably, Little White Dragon had used a lot of energy to attack the Sound Clam Beast's body. Moreover, Little White Dragon hadn't completely recovered last time, so it didn't let Xiao Hua disturb it. Now that it was forcibly pulled out of the mysterious dark clouds by the Sound Clam Beast, it had no choice but to fight the Sound Clam Beast with all its might. However, fortunately, although there was some energy loss, it wasn't fatal. It would slowly recover with quiet cultivation. Therefore, Xiao Hua didn't disturb Little White Dragon. His mind withdrew from the clear spirit heaven and took out Master Qin Qin's soul nest. He took out the bone that recorded the green seal text sound soul technique. Just as he was about to look at it, his heart stirred. He put the bone aside and took out the root of the netherworld bamboo from his bosom. Looking at this 1-inch tall, fist-sized object that was wrapped in a layer of faint black strands, Xiao Hua released his Buddhist sense and carefully looked at it. Then, he released his mind and wrapped this object, slowly sending it into the space. His own mind also entered the space. He saw that the netherworld bamboo was very normal outside the space. The black strands came out from one end and entered from the other. However, just as his mind sent it into the space, the instant it touched the space, the netherworld bamboo suddenly disappeared. It disappeared in Xiao Hua's mind. Damn it! Why is it so strange? Could it be that, the netherworld bamboo and the netherworld lotus were not sent into the space? Could it be that, the netherworld objects can't enter the space? Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. But then he rejoiced, fortunately, this young master has the experience of the disappearance of the netherworld lotus. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let Ziming take the netherworld bamboo. I would have given it to him myself. Alas, this trip to the netherworld was in vain. Then, Xiao Hua's mind carefully searched the space again, but he couldn't find the netherworld bamboo. Only then did he come out of the space and began to comprehend the bone. Xiao Hua's meditation didn't matter, and several dozen days quickly passed. On this day, Xiao Hua's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Looking at the bone in his hand, he shook his head slightly and sighed. Sure enough, there isn't a single secret art in this world that is easy to comprehend. Even if you comprehend it, it is difficult to use it. Although Master Qin Qin's soul technique is not profound, but, if you really want to practice it to understand it, it is really difficult. I originally thought that with this soul technique I would be able to pronounce it. But I didn't expect that I would still need to learn the secret of pronouncing it. But now that I can pronounce it, I realize that the difficult part is still to come. The pronunciation of the green seal script is different from normal speech. Because there are only 365 green seal script characters, when two green seal script characters are put together, they become a new syllable. When 3, 4, or even more green seal script characters are put together, they become a new syllable that is even more complicated. I must first learn the most basic green seal script characters. Then, I can add them one by one. For example, the green seal script characters of the cloud and rain technique. This green seal script is equivalent to a talisman. If I want to use this talisman, I have to use my soul thread to pronounce all the green seal script characters at the same time. This is also the reason why the cloud and rain talisman has the cloud and rain technique effect. Chapter 2902. However, there's a huge difference between the soul thread being able to speak and the soul thread being able to speak. It's like how a newborn baby can cry, but it's not something that can be done in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's mind suddenly lit up. Yes, the soul silk can speak. Isn't my primordial spirit like a child? Can the primordial spirit speak like a human? Previously, the soul silk was able to speak because it was stained with the mysterious juice of the Sound Clan beast. Isn't my primordial spirit also stained with that juice? Forget it, forget it. Don't let your imagination run wild. Immediately, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. I'd better practice the soul silk's pronunciation first. When the soul silk can produce the green seal text, then I'll think about the possibility of using the primordial spirit to chant the talisman. Then, Xiao Hua's mind entered the clear spirit heaven and used the secret method in his joints to temper the soul silk to produce the pronunciation. This secret method was indeed useful. When the soul silk swayed, some vague syllables were produced, and at the same time, some faint green light was suddenly produced. Xiao Hua knew that if the syllables were clear and correct, this green light should be able to produce the most basic 365 green seal text. Just as Xiao Hua was practicing in full swing, his heart suddenly moved. He urged the primordial spirit to continue practicing the pronunciation of the green seal text, but his mind left the mysterious dark cloud. Outside the main hall where Xiao Hua was in seclusion, Zi Ming, who was dressed in plain clothes, was standing at the door with a frown. Behind her, the attendant named Fu Lu was standing beside her with a bitter expression. At this time, Fu Lu was obviously much older, and his figure was somewhat stooped. Beside him were several attendants in the same attire. Some of them had followed Zi Ming to the Sky Patrol City, and some had not. But their faces were as sad as Fu Lu's. Seeing Zi Ming hesitating at the door for a moment and then turning to leave, pacing back and forth a few times before standing at the door hesitantly again, Fu Lu couldn't help but say, "Miss. You might as well knock on the door directly. Young Master Xiao has been in seclusion for so long, I think he should be fine. If you keep delaying like this, I'm afraid it's not a good thing. G-Man of the Jing Apple Village has urged you several times, and G-Man is also a little impatient. Don't be impatient." Zi Ming simply didn't listen to Fu Lu finish speaking. He raised his hand and stopped Fu Lu from continuing. He replied indifferently, "When young Master Xiao came out of the netherworld he was already heavily injured. Also, didn't you hear from Elder Ji-lan? There were actually two netherworld beasts fighting in the netherworld sea. Young Master Shao must have been affected. If he doesn't come out now, he must be at a critical juncture of healing. How can I disturb him? As for Ji-man sighed. I think I should go and beg him again. With a creaking sound, the tightly shut door of the palace opened in front of Zi Ming's eyes. Young Master Shao. Zi Ming was overjoyed and hurriedly looked up. When he saw Xiao Hua's smiling eyes and his usual expression, the big stone that had been hanging in his heart finally fell. However, she still asked, how are your injuries? Xiao Hua walked out of the palace door and met everyone's gaze. He was originally smiling, but after seeing Fu Lu, his heart was slightly stunned. Because whether it was Fu Lu or the other guards beside him, their eyes didn't have the kind of joy that Zi Ming had. There was more vigilance and hatred. Immediately, Xiao Hua understood, and a trace of helplessness emerged in his heart. But when he heard Zi Ming's question, saw Zi Ming's joy, and saw a small flower beside Zi Ming's black hair, his face became sad again, and he said in a low voice, this Xiao is fine. It's just that this Xiao is useless, unable to protect Ziyi in the netherworld eye and let Ziyi fall into the mouth of the netherworld beast. Even his corpse can't be left behind. I'm really unworthy of Miss Zi Ming's great trust. Hearing Xiao Hua mention Ziyi, the joy on Zi Ming's face also hurriedly disappeared. She nodded very sadly and said, Alas, life and death are predestined, wealth and honor are in heaven, perhaps, this is Ziye's fate. This concubine believes that since you were able to save Ji-lan and Imo Han from the netherworld eye, if you had even half a chance of saving Ziyi, you would have done it long ago. Indeed. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. The situation that day was very sudden. Young Master Xiao, the situation that day, Elder Ji-lan and Imo Han have already reported to Ji-man. Hearing Xiao Hua mention the situation that day, Zi Ming hurriedly said, this concubine knows that it was indeed dangerous. However, what appeared later, according to Ji-man's guess, should be the extremely rare sound clam beast of the netherworld sea. This sound clam beast's netherworld sound is extremely powerful. All people or netherworld beasts that hear the sound clam beast's netherworld sound will lose themselves, and their bodies will not be under their control. They will only move according to the sound clam beast's arrangements. Elder Ji-lan heard the netherworld sound when she was escaping and immediately lost her memory. She does not know anything that happened after that. At this time, Ji-man has already roughly known everything that happened in the netherworld eye. She just does not know how Ziyi returned to the embrace of Huda great god, and also does not know how young Master Shao escaped from the sound clam beast's netherworld sound. Therefore, I ask young Master Shao to think carefully and follow this concubine to report to Huda Palace. And, this Shao understands. Xiao Hua understood Zi Ming's meaning and nodded. This Xiao's injuries are now very good, and I have already come out of seclusion. Naturally, I will report to Ji-man. This old servant greets young Master Shao. At this time, Fu Lu, who had been standing by, finally came forward to pay his respects. However, his posture was very forced, and his tone was also cold. Where was the respectful appearance? Fu Lu. Xiao Hua was very apologetic, and cupped his hands in return. This Xiao is very sorry, no need to say these things. Fu Lu stood up and said coldly, Miss has already said that life and death are determined by fate. My family's young master saw young Master Shao in Sky Patrol City that day and immediately treated young Master Shao as a celestial being, and tried his best to befriend him. Unfortunately, he did not expect that he was just planting a seed of disaster for himself. Fu Lu, Zi Ming's face was awkward, and she hurriedly scolded Fu Lu, didn't young Master Shao say that he has already done his best? If it was not for the fact that things were too sudden, he would definitely want to save Ziyi. Young Master Shao can even save Mo Han, why can't he save Ziyi? Miss Zi Ming. Xiao Hua hurriedly said with a smile, "It's all right, Fu Lu is a loyal servant, and is loyal to Ziyi. This Xiao will not care about his words. Loyal servant or not, this old man does not care." A trace of excitement appeared on Fu Lu's face. "This old man only knows that young Master Zai treats you with sincerity. When we were in Sky Patrol City, he gave you everything he had. You don't know the importance of those things at all. He has bet his life on you. He really wants to treat you as his only close friend in this life. Young Master Ziye's pain, others may not know, but how can this old man not know?" As he said that, Fu Lu even glanced at Zi Ming. Zi Ming's face was extremely embarrassed, and there was even a trace of red. This old man does not dare to say these words, but if this old man does not say it now, when can I say it? Young Master Ziyi has already returned to the embrace of Huda Great God, and there will no longer be a trace of him in Huda's stronghold. Perhaps people will still remember Ziyi these days, but what about 10 years later? Within 100 years? This old man is afraid that I will not be able to live past 10 years. By that time, who will still know that Ziyi once lived in Huda's stronghold? Zi Ming bit her lips, wanting to stop him, but Xiao Hua shook his head slightly, indicating that she should not say anything. Fu Lu also went all out and said, "This old man will not speak of young Master Ziye's pain. He will not tell this old man, nor will he tell anyone else. He can only bury it in his heart." Ever since he returned from Sky Patrol City, young Master Ziyi would mention young Master Xiao from time to time. He was very envious of young Master Zhao's carefreeness, calmness, and magnanimity. He once said that if he could cultivate like young Master Xiao and stand proudly on Dawn Rain Continent with young Master Xiao, his life would not be in vain. This old man knows that he may not be doing this because of young Master Zhao's magnanimity, but because he wants to unload the burden on his shoulders and avoid some inevitable suspicion. He did not expect that young Master Xiao would return to Huda's stronghold, and even this old servant absolutely did not expect that. Young Master Ziyi must be wild with joy. However, young Master did not expect that meeting young Master Xiao was not only not his greatest joy, but also his greatest misfortune. Young Master was serving the sacred beast in the ancestral hall and could still live an ignoble life, but meeting young Master Xiao, even if he could not live, he could not. Zi Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. Previously in the Netherworld path, she had said some of her inner thoughts. After all, it was pitch black, so it was not considered embarrassing. But now, in front of so many people, although Xiao Hua did not speak, there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he must have thought of the words from before, and the matter from before. Zi Ming's face gradually became hot. "Fu Lu, actually, Ziyi may not be like what you said, young Master Xiao." Zi Ming bit her lips and said softly, "Young miss. Although you and young Master Ziyi are twin siblings, you are not Ziyi after all. How do you know what Ziyi is thinking?" Fu Lu's neck stiffened, and he retorted, "Young miss spent more time with Ziyi in the beginning. But later on, for the soul falling lamp, you were always running around outside, so how could you spend more time with Ziyi? This old servant has always served young master, so of course, I know more about Ziye's thoughts than young miss. Besides, if not for young Master Zhao's arrival, if not for young Master Zhao's matter, why would young Master Ziyi accompany him into the Netherworld? The two young masters were clearly met by young Miss Zi Ming, and it was also young Miss Zi Ming who accompanied them to Huda's stronghold. But why was it young Master Ziyi who entered the Netherworld? If not for his previous acquaintance with young Master Xiao, why would young Master risk his life? Sometimes, this old servant would struggle in his heart. This young Master Xiao. Did he really meet young Master Ziyi in Sky Patrol City? Otherwise, why would young Master Xiao be able to rescue Mo Han and Ji Lan, but not young Master Zai who was right beside him? Fu Lu's face was flushed red as he spoke. Clearly, he was extremely agitated. Chapter 2903. Fu Lu, you're possessed. You're too right, too unimaginable. Hearing this, Zi Ming's face turned cold. She put away her previous gentleness and scolded, "Who gave you the guts to say such disrespectful words? If not for the fact that you've been serving Zai and are a loyal servant, I would have thrown you into prison today and taken your life." "Humph, with this old servant's age, why would I be afraid of prison? Even if Miss wants this old servant's life right now, this old servant won't even frown." Fu Lu didn't care about anything else and shouted, "This old servant will risk my life to speak up for young Master Zai. I will also speak out about the things that many people in Huda village are angry about but don't dare to speak out. I will let others know that our Huda village is also wise." "Shut up. Do you really think I don't dare to touch you?" Zi Ming was furious. "If you dare to touch young Master Zai, then you naturally dare to kill this old servant." Fu Lu shouted, throwing caution to the wind. "You wait. Quickly seal this old man's mouth and drag him out." Zi Ming pointed at the guards beside her and said, "Now that Zai's sacrificial period has just passed, let him spout nonsense here. The other shaman villages still have elders here. If they hear this, wouldn't it be a great loss to our Huda village's dignity?" Yes, a few attendants hurried forward and restrained Fu Lu. Fu Lu struggled, his face flushed red. Unfortunately, he couldn't say another word. "Miss," then two attendants bowed and begged, "Fu Lu is young Master Zai's old servant. Miss, please, for young Master's sake, for the sake of young Master's hard work, just throw him into prison and let him spend the rest of his life in prison." Zi Ming sneered, "This kind of old servant is the most hateful. Just because he's a little old, he takes advantage of his seniority and casually orders people around. Usually, it's fine, but now is the crucial time. How can we let his groundless nonsense destroy the stability of our Huda village?" "Miss," everyone begged. Fu Lu saw an old friend and was momentarily blinded. Wasn't he fine just now? If he was respectful to the young miss, was waiting here obediently. "Please be merciful, miss." "Alas." Zi Ming sighed and waved his hand. "Put him down first. There's no need to throw him into the blood prison. Let him calm down and think. Sometimes, seeing is believing." The guards were overjoyed and hurriedly said in unison, "Thank you for your kindness, miss. You may leave. Send a few people to report to the Back Earth Palace. Young Master Shao will immediately go and kowtow to Ji-Man, tell him what happened in the Netherworld Eye." Zi Ming waved his hand and instructed. "Yes." The guards glanced at each other, then split into two groups. One group took Fu Lu away, while the other quickly walked out of the hall. "Sai, let's go, young Master Shao." Zi Ming said apologetically, "This concubine really didn't expect." "It's fine," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Others may not know, but how could this Xiao not know? This concubine knows that young master understands, but, this Fu Lu was still fine just now. These days, he was also normal. I didn't expect that when he saw young master, he would suddenly lose his composure." Zi Ming nodded and replied. "I'm afraid it's because Miss Zi Ming lost her composure first." Fu Lu saw something strange. Xiao Hua was a bystander, so he naturally saw it clearly. Yes, it should be so. Zi Ming also knew that his joy just now made Fu Lu suspicious. Perhaps he had misunderstood. But the problem is, Fu Lu's thoughts are also the thoughts of some people in the Back Earth stronghold. Oh. This is. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned, but soon understood. Xiao Hua was brought back by Zi Ming, but Zi Yi accompanied him into the Netherworld Eye. If the karma of Zi Yi and Xiao Hua being old friends was removed, no matter what, it was impossible. Anyone who was interested in guessing would draw a lot of reasons for Zi Ye's death. Even with Ji-Man's identity, it would be difficult to explain. Alas, gossip is a fearful thing. Xiao Hua sighed. What else could he say? It was something that didn't exist in the first place, but it could still be insinuated out of thin air. This kind of action was definitely not something Xiao Hua could imagine. This concubine didn't think it through enough. Zi Ming smiled bitterly. I only wanted to finish everything before lighting the soul-falling lamp. Right now, it has indeed caused a lot of rumors. If this concubine had known earlier, she would have just told the truth. Yes, a lie is often made up for by 10 or even 100 lies. Many times, it's better not to tell the truth. Xiao Hua sighed. Let's go. Ji-man has already waited for dozens of days. Midnight sacrifice has long passed. It's time to let everyone know about the situation inside the Netherworld Eye. As Zi Ming spoke, he extended his hand and took out the Netherworld bamboo from the soul nest and handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua took the Netherworld bamboo and carefully put it into his storage bag. He didn't dare to casually throw it into the space. Xiao Mao and the others. Xiao Hua only now asked. Young Master Xiao and the others are also near the back earth hall. Zi Ming explained. Zi Ye's sacrifice ceremony was very grand. The witch elders and Ji-man of my back earth villages also came. The Shibai village also sent their elders. This is an excellent opportunity. Young Master Xiao is using his connections to establish a relationship with many witch elders and Ji-man. Oh. He has this ability. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. Young Master Zhao's strength may not be comparable to yours, but in this aspect, he is indeed stronger than you. If you want to establish your own sect, you'll have to learn from them. Zi Ming replied with a smile. Xiao Hua smiled faintly. There was no jealousy in his heart. Everyone was different, and he had always known that he didn't have the bearing of a leader. Moreover, he had never had the goal of becoming the master of a region. It would be best if he could establish the fortune gate, but if he couldn't, he wouldn't force it. Oh, so that means Xiao Mao should have found out about his origin. After all, the Shibai village's elders are here, and there are so many witch elders and Ji-man. Xiao Hua changed the topic. Zi Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head, answering, Xiao Mao's matter is not suitable to be publicized in my back earth village. Moreover, his identity is still a mystery even now. I have already probed the Shibai village's elder, and she doesn't seem to have any impression of Xiao Mao. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that she is pretending. After all, as young master said, Yi Yu attacked Xiao Mao that night. The Shibai village's elders should know something. Forget it, rice has to be eaten one bite at a time. Things have to be done step by step. Xiao Hua understood the difficulty of Xiao Mao's origin and sighed. With your back earth village's support and the millet seed. Oh, right. Zi Ming, with so many witch villages Ji-man and witch elders here, it is a good opportunity to send out the millet seed. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the millet seed and quickly asked. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Zi Ming's heart felt warm for no reason. That's right, the gathering of these witch elders and Ji-man was indeed a good opportunity. Although Xiao Mao didn't reveal his origin, he got to know a lot of influential people. It was extremely important for Xiao Mao's future development in Meng Mountains. As for Xiao Hua, when he thought of these influential people, all he could think of was the millet seed. He wanted to give them the millet seed and let them bring it back to their witch villages, so that these millet seed could be planted in the mountains and rivers of Meng Mountains as soon as possible, allowing those natives who were on the verge of starving to death to escape from their dangerous situation. Of course, Xiao Mao also had the millet seed, but Zi Ming knew that Xiao Mao would never give it to these witch elders and Ji-man for free. There must be some kind of transaction, some kind of price. As for Xiao Hua, the initiator of all this, he didn't ask for anything in return, not even a little bit of reputation. Sigh, comparing people, why is there such a big difference? Zi Ming couldn't help but sigh, but then she became sad again. That's right, not to mention Xiao Mao, what was so good about her? If she had to give the millet seed to these G-man, she would have some thoughts in her heart. Suddenly, Ming understood why she couldn't help but have a deep impression of this man when she first saw him, and couldn't help but want to befriend him. Although this man's appearance was very ordinary, but his heart was extremely great, and his heart was also very broad. He could put all the common people in Xiaoyu continent, and the millions of natives in Meng Mountains in his heart. Ming. Seeing Ming was a little absent-minded, Xiaohua didn't know that she was thinking so much, and asked curiously, "Those millet seed, he, Xiao Lang." Ming couldn't hold back the fire in her heart, and said in a low voice, "Although the millet seed is very important, but I'm still not out of danger, and I can't break through the last layer of paper with G-man. Therefore, the millet seed is also something I can rely on." "Oh, is that so?" How could Xiaohua not know what Ming was thinking? He sighed and asked, "Is it your idea, or Xiao Mao's idea?" "I won't hide it from Xiao Lang, it's our idea." Ming answered very calmly. "The sooner the better. Many people will starve to death every day." Xiaohua didn't care about the change in the way Ming addressed him. Thinking about what he saw when he came to Huda's stronghold, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. But looking at Ming's apologetic face, he hurriedly said, "Of course, it depends on you. I know that this matter is related to the future of you and Xiao Mao, so I will listen to your arrangements." Xiao Lang, Ming's heart softened, and she wanted to stretch out her hand to pull Xiaohua, but just as she stretched out half an inch, her face turned red, and she hurriedly retracted her hand. "Oh, I finally understand." Xiaohua didn't seem to notice Ming's action, and at this moment, he suddenly raised his eyes and looked at the palace in the distance, and suddenly said. Ming was slightly surprised, and asked curiously, "What's wrong? What did you understand?" You just said that G-man was waiting for me to report to him, and I was a little surprised." "Weren't you also in the netherworld eye?" "So, you didn't report to G-man at all?" "Because you and G-man only have a kind of tacit understanding, a tacit understanding that can't be made clear." Chapter 2904. That's right. Especially now. Ming's eyes were filled with worry. Yan died in my hands, and G-man still hasn't received the news. I've already sent my trusted men to intercept Yan's subordinates outside Huda village. Once they find them, they'll kill them immediately. We just don't want G-man to know the truth before Elder Wu returns. If she were to fall out with us, all of us would die without a burial ground. Xiaohua wasn't good at scheming, so he couldn't sense the dangers involved. But when he heard Ming's words, he was also shocked. He said in a low voice, "Ming, I think your Huda's stronghold's G-man is very benevolent. He can't be as sinister as you think, right? Besides, Yan was possessed by a demon, and G-man might not be. Why don't you just tell her? One shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one should always guard against others. Xiaohua, facing G-man, I'm at a disadvantage, so I don't dare to not plan. Even if building Ziye's cenotaph a few days ago was a very good opportunity, with G-man and Elder Wu appearing, if this concubine were to tell them about Ziyan's matter in front of so many people, it would be a form of protection for this concubine. But I hesitated for a long time, and didn't dare to say it in front of G-man, for fear that I'll embarrass her and make her angry. Without Elder Wu, without Xiaohua by my side, I don't dare to make a move." Ming said earnestly. "Hiding like this won't do." Xiaohua understood Ming's thoughts and nodded slightly, expressing his agreement. Xiaohua, don't scold me." Ming laughed. "Midnight's memorial ceremony isn't the most solemn. Not all of G-man and Elder Wu from Shibai village and its subordinate Wu village will come. When Ming lights up the soul-falling lamp, that will be the most solemn ceremony. At that time, Xiaohua and I will take out the seed. That will be the best time. At this point, Ziming let out a sad laugh and continued, of course, if I can't wait until Grandmaster Wu comes back, then, when I'm executed, it will be a grand ceremony as well. The ceremony will be even more grand than midnight. G-Man will definitely take out the seeds and distribute them to Meng Mountains. Xiao Lang, don't worry, the people of Meng Mountains will remember Reverend Zhao's kindness. Ziming. Xiao Hua's heart was slightly sour when he heard this. He couldn't help but look at this woman with concern. Whether it was her heart or her shoulders, she must have seen midnight sacrifice and easily thought of her own death. It's all right. Xiao Lang, it's actually this concubine's fault for not thinking things through and bringing Xiao Lang and the others into danger. Ziming forced a smile and said, however, to be able to meet an extraordinary person like Xiao Lang and Taoist Xiao in this world, I can die without regrets. Things haven't reached that stage yet. We haven't decided whether G-Man is a friend or a foe yet. There's still a possibility that Elder Wu will return, yes, there is also Xiao Lang accompanying this concubine. Ziming said shyly at this time, and her voice was very soft, for fear of being heard by others. However, if she were to ask Ziming to transmit his voice, she would not be willing to do so. Although such sweet words could not make one feel intoxicated, listening to each and every word made her feel happy in life. In her life, it was very rare for her to have the opportunity to say such sweet words, and it was also very rare for her to meet a man like Xiao Hua who could make her feel emotional. Yes, this Xiao is by your side. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and said while looking into the distance, as long as this Xiao has one breath left, I will definitely not let that old witch hurt a single hair on your head. Old witch? He. Ziming heard this and smiled. The fear from before had long disappeared. She said, Xiao Lang, this old witch reminds this concubine of a childhood story. However, when she said this, Ziming was somewhat sad. She raised her head and said, let's go, sooner or later we will have to face it. Perhaps today is an opportunity. The Empress Earth Palace was a magnificent palace. It was much bigger than any palace Xiao Hua had seen before. Its majestic aura could be seen from far away. If it were not for the beast heads and ghost faces that could be seen from time to time, Xiao Hua would almost think that this was the foundation of some great Shuzhen sect. Moreover, from far away, there were spirit warriors wearing armor standing on both sides. They held strange weapons in their hands that looked like iron halberds and bronze spears. They stood valiantly and proudly under the countless flags. That imposing manner was really like one man holding back 10,000 men. Even when Xiao Hua walked through these spirit warriors and arrived in front of the main hall's door, the pressure from the carved beams and painted pillars made Xiao Hua feel as if he could not breathe. Xiao Hua had to admit from the bottom of his heart that the Empress Earth stronghold, which had been passed down for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, was not something he could face directly. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to step onto the steps in front of the palace door, a majestic shout resounded from above his head. Immediately after, that voice was transmitted directly into the palace hall. This shout was spoken with perfect articulation. Although Xiao Hua could hear it clearly, he didn't understand what it meant. However, according to his thoughts, it should be similar to a report. Sure enough, when Xiao Hua followed Ziming to the side of the steps to the hall's door, a voice came from inside again. A guard at the door respectfully said, G-Man invites the state of Xi's Imperial Thunder School, Xiao Hua, to enter the Empress Earth Palace for an audience. Many thanks, G-Man. Xiao Hua did not know how to reply and only casually bowed in response. That guard stepped aside and allowed Xiao Hua to enter. Xiao Hua followed Ziming into the Empress Earth Palace. Although he was mentally prepared like before, when he saw the scene in front of him, he still could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He did not dare to use his divine thought or Buddhist awareness to explore, but he could only see with his naked eyes. Not to mention the hundreds of huge bone pillars, which stood there eerily, with black or green brilliance flashing on each of the pillars. When the brilliance flashed, some huge nether beasts showed their ferocious faces. Not to mention the blood-red color on the roof of the palace, which could be seen with the naked eye. He could see layers of blood waves rushing toward his face. The indistinct, seemingly real waves of the netherworld sea also rushed into his ears, and a feeling of fear arose spontaneously. Not to mention that on the hall's surface, countless bones and skeletons were scattered all over. Among these bones, a mournful and sorrowful sound like a chilly wind blew in all directions, and a chilling feeling was also born in an instant. At a glance, the entire hall seemed to be boundless. Inside the hall, all kinds of ghostly wails and howls, the sound of the netherworld wind was loud, and a kind of feeling of being in the depths of the netherworld was enough to make Xiao Hua look askance. Young Master Xiao, follow this concubine. At this time, Zi Ming also had a respectful expression, and said solemnly, the Empress Earth Palace of my Empress Earth stronghold is a huge soul formation. Any swordsman or cultivator who does not understand will be attacked if they rashly use their divine sense to explore. Moreover, the more guilty a person is, the more inner demons will be born when they enter the Empress Earth Palace. Young Master Xiao is a magnanimous person, you only need to restrain your heart and not look too much. Yes, this Xiao understands. Xiao Hua nodded. Looking at the direction Zi Ming was walking, he also slightly quickened his pace and changed direction. Sure enough, in an instant, that kind of oppressive momentum and ferocious intent was reduced by a lot. However, the situation inside the hall was still unclear. There was only a flickering ghostly shadow, and a cold wind blew in all directions. It was as if they had walked into an abandoned graveyard in the wilderness. Even a cultivator like Xiao Hua could clearly feel that those ghostly shadows that appeared in front of and behind him at any time, were not fake. Perhaps if he was a little bit negligent, those ghostly claws and sharp teeth could possibly bite him. Could this be the legendary opening gambit? Xiao Hua shrunk his neck and looked helplessly at Zi Ming, who was leading the way. He was truly afraid that he would make a fool of himself if he didn't follow Zi Ming. After walking for about half a cup of tea's time, a green light suddenly flashed in front of Xiao Hua's eyes, as if a layer of fog had been cut off. With a burst of light and shadow, a huge palace appeared in front of Xiao Hua. In addition to the huge pillars that he saw before, there were many light green decorations. However, Xiao Hua only glanced at these decorations for a moment before his eyes stopped at the top of the palace. There was a 2-story high platform above. On the top level, there was only a light green table, and no one was sitting on it. The lower level was slightly smaller, and the table was also bright green. Behind the table, was the Empress Earth Stockade's G-Man. When Xiao Hua looked below G-Man, it was like an ordinary Dao sect cultivator's banquet. There were also rows of tables, and behind each table sat a person. These people were either male or female, old or young. However, most of them were unfamiliar to Xiao Hua. Only a small portion of them were the Empress Earth stronghold elders that Xiao Hua had met before entering the Netherworld path. As for Xiao Mao, Li Zongbao, and Fairy Hong Xia, the three of them sat at the very bottom. Moreover, the three of them sat at the same table. Boy greets G-Man. Zi Ming walked a few quick steps. It was rather strange. They were clearly still very far away, but Zi Ming's few steps seemed to be faster than running. Very quickly, he neared the crowd. Xiao Hua naturally didn't dare to be negligent. He followed closely behind Zi Ming and hurriedly said, Junior Xiao Hua greets G-Man. Please stand up. At this moment, G-Man no longer had the benevolence from before in the care pavilion. In its place was a kind of grace and pressure. He raised his hand and said indifferently. Thank you, G-Man. Zi Ming said as he straightened his body. Xiao Hua didn't reply and straightened his chest. How dare you? Right in front of Xiao Hua, less than 2 zhang away, under the white bone pillar, a slightly thin and small guard shouted, "G-Man's orders, you dare to not return the courtesy? You dare to offend G-Man? Return the courtesy?" Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. After pondering for a moment, he bowed and said, "Thank you, G-Man. He, no matter." G-Man's face hung a light smile. "Cultivators from the country of Shi are my Empress Earth Stronghold's distinguished guests. Not knowing my Empress Earth Stronghold's etiquette can't be considered as offending. This." Xiao Hua indeed scratched his head. He raised his voice and said, "Junior is a cultivator and has always pursued freedom. How would I know etiquette? If G-Man has some rules here, please inform me in advance." Chapter 2905. It's all Boy's fault. Ming says with a smile, "When we met G-Man, we didn't need any etiquette. Boy was careless. Today, we came to Ho-Tu Palace in a hurry and didn't warn Xiao Hua." "Humph, nonsense. The guard doesn't dare to talk to Ming, but sneers at Xiao Hua. The cultivators from the Dao sect were all well-educated and reasonable. How come they don't know etiquette when they come to you? Is this how the disciples of your Imperial Thunder sect are?" Ming frowns and looks at the guard with displeasure. She didn't expect the guard to make things difficult for her. She mutters in her heart, not knowing if this was G-Man's idea. Hearing this, Xiao Hua sneers and says, "That's right. I don't know the etiquette of Meng Mountain. Also, I am a rogue cultivator. I don't even know the etiquette of the Imperial Thunder sect. When I set the etiquette in the future, I will let you know what etiquette is." Big. The guard takes a step forward and is about to get angry. G-Man says indifferently, "Qin Yan, I already said that Xiao Hua is my Ho-Tu Stronghold's honored guest. He also saved Emo Han from the Netherworld Eye. He can be considered my Ho-Tu Stronghold's benefactor. Although you are the law enforcer and in charge of all the laws in my Ho-Tu Stronghold, this kind of etiquette negligence shouldn't be a big deal, right?" "Yes, subordinate understands." The guard quickly lowers his head and stands under the bone pillar, ignoring Xiao Hua. Damn it, this is clearly a show of strength. Xiao Hua understood, and he felt disdain in his heart. Looks like Ming is not worried about nothingness. This G-Man really has some problems. Xiao Hua, at this moment, G-Man speaks again and asks straightforwardly, "I'm sure you know why I called you here today. When the Netherworld Eye opened in my Ho-Tu Stronghold, not only did thousands of spirit warriors enter the Netherworld Eye, even the two elders of Jingapple Stronghold, Ziyi and you entered. But in the end, only you, Ji Lan, and my Ho-Tu Stronghold soul warrior, Emo Han, came out. The other several thousand soul warriors stayed in the Netherworld Sea. Even Midnight didn't come out. Even when we were outside the Yellow Springs Palace, we all knew that something had happened in the Netherworld Eye, but Ji Lan and Emo Han knew very little about it. In the end, they only knew that the Sound Clam beast had appeared, but they were unable to tell how those thousands of people had died. Little friend Xiao, please explain this matter in detail. After all, Ziyi is, the son of my Ho-Tu Stockade. His death. I need to give an explanation to my people, as well as to Elder Wu, who has yet to return." As she spoke, G-Man glanced at the bottom of her right hand, which was on the left side of Xiao Hua. G-Man, Elder Ji Lan and the others were also seated there. She continued, "Moreover, the Jing Apple village has been in my Ho-Tu village for a long time. I can't refuse their request. Your wager should be decided today. If you can't take out the Netherworld Orchid, then this Netherworld Mirror will have to be given to the Jing Apple village to use." "Yes, this junior understands." Xiao Hua bowed and looked at Ming. Ming smiled slightly, as if he was encouraging Xiao Hua. And so Xiao Hua explained everything that happened in the Yellow Springs Palace, the Netherworld Eye, and even the situation of him and Ming looking for the Netherworld Orchid and Netherworld Bamboo. There was nothing to hide about this matter, and Xiao Hua didn't plan on hiding it either. Although Zi Ming said that he didn't report it to Ji Man, who knew if Ji Man would ask Zi Ming about it? Since Zi Ming didn't give any hints, Xiao Hua would naturally talk about the dangers involved. When everyone heard that there were 2 underworld beasts in the netherworld sea, and that the hooded god's doppelganger didn't look like hooded god, but something else, they all turned pale with fright. When they heard that the 2 underworld beasts were fighting in the netherworld sea, they were even more confused. When Xiao Hua talked about the Sound Clam beast, Ji Man was not particularly surprised because she already had some guesses. Of course, Ziye's life should have ended when the Sound Clam beast appeared. Xiao Hua's words were also very good. When he heard the mysterious music, he immediately lost consciousness like Elder Ji Lan and the others. As for how long he lost consciousness, he didn't know. In short, when he woke up, his body flashed with golden light, and Ziyi had already disappeared. He left an excuse for Ziye's corpse to appear in the future, or for Zi Ming to resurrect Ziyi. The end of Xiao Hua's story was to escape. He escaped from the gap, and it was in that gap that he saw Elder Ji Lan. On the way, he even saw Mo Han, who was crushed by a huge rock, and rescued Mo Han in passing. Xiao Hua had been interrogated more than once in the Sword Dao battle, and he was able to weave an extravagant lie. When it came to telling the truth, it was naturally easy for him to do so, and his narration was extremely brilliant. So much so that when Xiao Hua finished speaking, looking at the intoxicated and infatuated appearance of everyone, Xiao Hua's own little tail was about to curl up. Damn it, it seems that if this young master doesn't have a place to cultivate, even if I go to some secular tea house, I can still be a storyteller with a boundless future. After half a cup of tea's time, Ji-Man coughed and asked, Xiao Hua, can you confirm that the doppelganger of Huda God, is the phantom you saw in the square before? Damn it! Your nether beast is the nether beast that Huda's stronghold has worshipped for God knows how many years. Even when it saw Zi Ming, it didn't harm him. What I said is like slapping the face of the ancestors of Huda's stronghold. When Xiao Hua heard this, his little tail immediately shriveled up. He quickly bowed and said, Ji-Man, this junior is going to report to you again, and this is also the result of this junior's meditation during this period of secluded cultivation. Speak. This junior was with Ziyi at that time. This junior said that I saw the nether beast in the square, but Ziyi denied it. Because this junior is not from Meng Mountains, I couldn't see the true face of the nether beast. What he saw, was not the nether beast that appeared in the square. However, the situation was very urgent at that time, and this junior didn't dare to release my divine sense. Naturally, this junior was mistaken. Unfortunately, Ziyi can't explain it here. Oh. Ji-Man breathed out a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. If that's the case, then this old woman is relieved. The doppelganger of Huda God has been worshipped by my Huda stronghold for countless years. How could it harm the people of my Huda stronghold? It should be that other nether beasts are somewhat similar to the doppelganger of the great god. When they saw the doppelganger of the great god appear here, they followed it and occasionally appeared in the netherworld eye. Yes, that must be it. Zi Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. This matter was indeed a little strange. She herself didn't know the origin of the nether beast. When Xiao Hua was in secluded cultivation, she had considered how to explain it. She even wanted to say that this nether beast was the one that saved her and Xiao Hua later. She originally wanted to have a discussion with Xiao Hua when he came out of seclusion, but after encountering Fu Lu's matter, her mood suddenly became extremely bad, and she forgot all these things. When Xiao Hua brought it up now, her heart thumped loudly, and she knew the oversight in the matter. Xiao Hua's cover-up could not be considered clever, but it was detailed and pertinent. If he had directly followed Zi Ming's words and replaced the nether beast with the savior later, then the danger of this nether beast would have been covered up. If Ji-Man didn't have any misgivings, perhaps it would have harmed the Huda stronghold in the future. Now that Xiao Hua had given Ziyi the right to judge, presumably G-Man had already heard something. It could be considered a perfect explanation for this matter. G-Man. Just as G-Man finished speaking, an old and doddering elder stood up, holding a bone staff in his hand. He trembled as he bowed and said, "This old man has a few questions, but I don't know if I should ask." "He, Great Elder Jie Qing, if you have any questions, feel free to ask." G-Man hurriedly raised his hand and replied. "Fine. I knew it." Xiao Hua's face was bitter. It seemed that no matter where he went, he would be questioned by others. As expected, Great Elder Jie Qing turned his head and looked at Xiao Hua. "Xiao Hua, what you said before, can you swear the Tao sect's so-called blood oath?" "See." Xiao Hua took in a deep breath. He had seen ruthless people before, but he had never seen such a ruthless person. The first sentence he said was to force others to swear a blood oath. It seemed that in Xiao Hua's impression, only the extremely arrogant Gantian Mountain would do such a thing. "Elder." Xiao Hua faintly bowed and said, "What this junior said is what this junior saw. This junior will report it in full detail. As for the blood oath, I'm sorry, this junior does not have the habit of bowing and groveling, please forgive me." "Great Elder." Ziming hurriedly said, "Xiao Hua is Zai's good friend and is also an important guest of our Back Earth stronghold. He definitely won't lie. Furthermore, there is no need for him to lie. This junior knows what you are thinking, but don't worry." Unfortunately, Great Elder Jie Qing didn't care at all. He said with a calm and slightly old voice, "However, without the Tao sect's blood oath, this is all your side of the story. How do you expect me to believe you? Whether you believe me or not is Great Elder's matter. I won't force you." Xiao Hua wasn't annoyed. He had to reply to the words of the Golden Core Masters in the meeting hall. However, facing the Great Elder of the Back Earth Hall, Xiao Hua didn't feel any pressure. "Cough cough, Great Elder." G-Man could only cough twice and say, "Xiao Hua is a Tao sect cultivator and came to our Meng Mountain as a guest. No matter what, he represents the Tao sect. Furthermore, he is Zai's good friend and this matter concerns Zai's life and death. He definitely won't lie about this. As for the blood oath, let's not talk about it. Alright, since even G-Man believes it, this old man has nothing else to ask." Grand Elder Jie Qing trembled as he prepared to sit down. Chapter 2906. Sigh, it seems like there are always people who take advantage of their seniority everywhere. The millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains are no exception. Xiao Hua sighed. He knew that G-Man would definitely back down, so he quickly thought of a way to deal with it. Unexpectedly, G-Man said indifferently, "Since Great Elder Jie Qing has nothing to ask, then sit down." G-Man. Before Great Elder Jie Qing sat down, another slightly younger elder stood up and walked out from the table in front of him. Bowing, he said, "This subordinate has 2 questions for Xiao Hua." Go ahead." G-Man nodded lazily. "Little friend Xiao, this old man from Huda Stockade has 2 points that I don't quite understand. Please explain them in detail." Seeing that this person was very amiable, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Elder, please speak. This junior will tell you everything he knows. Actually, little friend has already explained it in detail, but this old man still doesn't understand." Elder Jie Qing smiled and said, "Why did the second underworld beast save you? Could it be that young Master Zai has some connection with this underworld beast? Or does little friend have some connection with this underworld beast?" Elder, this is a good question. This is what this junior has always been puzzled about." Xiao Hua nodded and said seriously, "If I say that this junior has some connection with the underworld beast, I'm sure Elder would be the first to not believe me, right? Even this junior doesn't dare to believe it. But if the second underworld beast has some enmity with the first one, then this junior feels that it is a bit strange. The two underworld beasts happened to meet in a netherworldly eye, so they started fighting. Then, the soul cultivators of Huda Stockade were affected. This is what my Tao sect always says: when the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will suffer. But recently, this junior has a new idea. When this junior lost consciousness, Zai was right next to this junior, and this junior had unknowingly walked to the side of the netherworldly sea. Before this junior lost consciousness, the two underworld beasts were still fighting. If Zai was saved by the underworld beast, then it is absolutely possible. That's right, isn't that the underworld beast worshipped by Huda Stockade? Zi Ming's lips curled into a smile. He knew that Xiaohua wanted to bring out Zai's corpse more and more. This was an excellent reason for him to bring out his precious corpse in the future. Seeing that Xiaohua hadn't really answered the question, the first elder didn't pursue the matter any further. Instead, as if it were a routine matter, he asked another question. Very well then. This old man has one last question. That is, when the sound clam appeared, young friend, you were already not far from the Sea of Hades. But why was it that when you woke up and walked to the side of the Sea of Hades, the several thousand soul warriors of my back-earth stronghold were buried in the Sea of Hades? At that time, Elder Ji Lan was still very far away from the Netherworld Sea. What about the crack near the Netherworld Sea? Heh heh, Xiaohua laughed in his mind. He was the only one who knew the truth. Even Zi Ming was confused, so didn't he just say whatever he wanted? AI, Elder Jie Qing, this junior also wanted to answer this question of yours. Unfortunately, this junior has been thinking about it for a long time, but I haven't been able to figure it out. This junior doesn't know what happened on that day. After all, this junior was confused by the sound mirage beast and became delirious. This junior also doesn't know why the golden barrier around this junior's body was able to block the sound mirage beast. Furthermore, this golden barrier was eroded by the winds of the netherworldly sea, so why was it able to activate itself and block the sound? This junior also doesn't know. It seemed that Elder Jie Qing didn't want to get to the bottom of the matter. Hearing Xiaohua's explanation, he nodded. This old man is puzzled. This is the end of everything, and all the explanations are within. But little friend Xiao is also in a jar, so it's normal that you don't know. The reason why this old man asked is to see if little friend Xiao had any special feelings. No, Xiaohua shook his head firmly. After this junior woke up, this junior felt extremely tired, both mentally and physically. Furthermore, this junior was in a hurry to escape, so I didn't dare to think too much. Along the way, this junior used up all of this junior's magic power and was finally able to escape with my life. While this junior was meditating, this junior was still thanking the great goddess Hudu. Fortunately, she didn't want this junior to stay. Heh heh, the great goddess Hudu's embrace is the final destination for the people of Meng Mountain. Little friend Xiao is a cultivator of the Tao sect. Even if you wanted to, the great goddess wouldn't accept you. Elder Jie Qing smiled and walked back to the table. Actually, just as Elder Jie Qing said, there were only 3 survivors. Elder Ji Lan was one side, Mo Han was another, and Xiaohua was the third. Elder Ji Lan and Mo Han had already reported to Ji Man in the Huda Palace. They were interrogated in great detail, but they knew very little. They only knew that the entire netherworldly sea was shaken violently, countless passages collapsed, and countless cliffs fell down. In fact, most of the several thousand spirit warriors had died in this disaster. As for what exactly happened, they didn't know. The entire explanation could only be explained by Xiaohua, and what Xiaohua said didn't contradict what the other 2 said. Of course, it seemed that Xiaohua himself didn't know how many spirit warriors the nether beast killed and how much brain matter it ate. In the end, when facing the sound mirage beast, the 3 of them were unconscious. Midnight went missing, and no one could explain what happened. The most suspicious thing for the spirit warriors was the golden light Xiaohua used to escape. But it just so happened that this golden light was a technique of the Tao sect. Moreover, Xiaohua had saved 2 people while escaping. If Xiaohua had encountered any survivors, he would have definitely been able to save them. All of a sudden, the spirit warriors' mouths were shut. "Everyone, is there anything else you want to ask?" Ji-man lowered his head and looked around. "If there's nothing else, this matter will be recorded in the shaman code." "Oh, so that's how it is." Xiaohua somewhat understood why he had to answer questions in the Empress Earth Palace, and why that elder Shu Shi had to stand up and interrogate him. All of this had to be recorded in the Empress Earth Stronghold's shaman code. Ji-man Ziming at the side bowed and said, "Midnight should be recorded as missing. He might not have returned to the embrace of the Empress Earth Great God." "Yes, these records have their own discretion." Ji-man nodded. If what Xiaohua said is true, then we were a little hasty in making the sacrifice for midnight. Hearing this, Ziming hurriedly lowered her head and looked at the ground. Clearly, this was also a mistake. She was a little too hasty. However, Ji-man didn't pursue this matter. She asked again, "Qingxia, did you hear? Xiaohua accompanied Midnight to the Netherworld Eye. Although he didn't find the Netherworld Orchid, he did find the Netherworld Bamboo. You should know the value of the Netherworld Bamboo. This bet, your Jing Apple Stronghold has lost." "Yes, this concubine knows." Jing Apple Stronghold's Ji-man hurriedly stood up. Her face was filled with sorrow as she replied, "If this concubine knew that the price would be so high, this concubine wouldn't have fought with Miss Ziming for anything. It's all because of this concubine's greed that caused such a huge loss. Ji-man, please punish me." "Sigh, there's no need." Ji-man waved his hand. The cultivators of the Taoist sect often say that life and death are decreed by fate, and riches and honor are decided by the heavens. Zai was destined for this calamity. Everything happened because of the great Huda God. You only came to my Huda stronghold because you listened to the great Huda God. Yes, this concubine understands. Jing Apple Stronghold's Ji-man hurriedly nodded. This concubine is willing to use the Netherworld Mirror only once. The first 2 times, we will let the Tao sect's distinguished guests use it first. Good. Ji-man nodded. If you don't have any objections, then let Ziming go to the ancestral shrine to ask for the spirit treasure. Yes, the boy understands. The boy will go to the ancestral shrine after bathing for 3 days. Ziming finally heaved a sigh of relief. She didn't think that things would be so simple. Then, Ji-man waved her hand. Ziming accompanied Xiaohua to the side. Outside the hall, another table was taken out. The 2 of them sat down. Ji-man casually asked a few more questions. Listening to those who came to report, most of them were about the drought in Meng Mountains. Ji-man only listened and instructed the note-takers. When Elder Wu came back, she stood up and left. That's it. After Ji-man left, everyone also stood up and prepared to leave the Empress Earth Hall in 2s and 3s. Xiaohua was just like Ziming. He was confused and felt that it was inconceivable. No one asked anything else. "Let's go, young Master Xiao." Ziming smiled. "The Empress Earth Hall is the meeting place of my Empress Earth Stronghold. If it wasn't for the matter of the Netherworld Eye, young Master Xiao and the others wouldn't have been able to enter so easily." Hee, good. I've really witnessed the majesty of the Empress Earth Stronghold's meeting hall. Xiaohua said with a smile. Everything had come to an end. They only needed to use the Netherworld Mirror 3 days later, and they would be able to find clues about Xiao Mao's background. At that time, the clouds would be lifted and the sky would be revealed. Thinking about this, Xiaohua felt that all his efforts were not in vain. All his suffering was not in vain. Young Master Xiao, a somewhat old voice sounded. Xiaohua raised his head and saw Elder Ji Lan of Jing Apple Stronghold walking quickly towards him. Elder Ji Lan. Xiao Hua bowed and greeted. It has been several dozen days since we last met. Has Elder recovered? Young Master Xiao. Elder Ji Lan walked in front of Xiao Hua and said gratefully, this old one was temporarily bewitched by the sound clam beast. I only need to rest for a few days. How can I be compared to young master's injuries? This old one has always wanted to thank young master for saving my life. However, this old one knew that you were seriously injured and needed to cultivate in seclusion. Thus, this old one did not dare to disturb you. Today, when I saw young master in the Empress Earth Hall, this old one finally felt relieved. This old one hereby thanks young master for his great kindness. After saying that, Elder Ji Lan was about to kneel on the ground. It was actually the etiquette of Meng Mountain. I don't dare. How could Xiao Hua allow Elder Ji Lan to kneel? He quickly stepped forward and supported him. Who would have thought that this simple support would cause a great force to come from Elder Ji Lan's arm? Xiao Hua was startled. His arm could not help but exert strength as well, firmly supporting Elder Ji Lan. If that was all, it would be fine. However, after Xiao Hua supported Elder Ji Lan, the strength of Elder Ji Lan's arm gradually increased, as if he wanted to compete with Xiao Hua in terms of strength. Chapter 2907. This old man, what is he trying to do? Xiao Hua was quite puzzled, but he couldn't let go at this time, so he had to increase his strength along with Elder Ji Lan. After a while, Elder Ji Lan's face turned red. Xiao Hua smiled and said, Elder Ji Lan, are you here to thank me? Or are you here to compete? Elder Ji Lan's eyes flashed with a strange light. The strength in his arms slowly weakened, and the redness on his face gradually faded. He then smiled and said, this old man is here to thank you, young master. However, this old man heard that young master rescued Emo Han from the boulder, so I wanted to test young master's strength. This is a bit presumptuous of me. Oh, I see. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. That day, the boulder that was pressing down on Emo Han was extremely large and extremely heavy. Even with Xiao Hua's strength, he had to expend a great deal of effort to rescue Emo Han. Presumably, this Elder Ji Lan had heard about it and wanted to win, right? Young Master Xiao. Sure enough, Ming smiled and said, Elder Ji Lan is the #1 divine force in our Hutu stronghold. Many young people nowadays can't compare to you. I'm ashamed, but this little strength is nothing in front of young Master Xiao. Elder Ji Lan waved his hand and took out a small storage pouch. He handed it to Xiao Hua and said, this old man is a soul cultivator. I've been traveling in Meng Mountains all my life. Although I've met some cultivators of the Dao sect, they were all weak. What this old man got from them was nothing good, so I just threw them away. You won't be able to use any of my soul cultivation items, so if this old and decrepit man were to only express his gratitude without actually giving you something in return, this old and decrepit man wouldn't be able to live with himself. Oh, Elder Ji Lan, you're too polite. Xiao Hua knew that there was nothing good in the storage pouch. Before Elder Ji Lan could finish, he hurriedly declined and said, rescuing you is this junior's duty. Although you and I have different origins, one is a soul warrior and the other is a cultivator, when this junior met Zai in Celestial City in the early years, we were hypocritical and felt that each other was sincere. At that time, to be honest, this junior didn't have a good impression of soul cultivators. But after the trip to Meng Mountains, not only did I know that Zai is a soul cultivator, but I also saw the simplicity of other soul warriors and natives. The difference between Dao and soul cultivators in this junior's heart has long faded. Although we have different cultivation paths, we are all cultivators of the world. You are this junior's senior. This junior has fulfilled his duty. Do you still dare to ask senior for repayment? Elder Ji Lan was very happy to hear this. His dark and thin face wrinkled like a black orange peel, and his snow-white eyebrows trembled slightly. Young friend, this old man is very happy to hear such words. This old man wishes that you were one of the soul warriors of Meng Mountain. This old man will definitely pass on his mantle to you. Xiao Hua's hand was almost sticking out of his throat. He almost said yes himself. Zi Ming pursed her lips and wanted to laugh. At this time, she understood Xiao Hua's stinginess. She also knew that Xiao Hua also wanted Elder Ji Lan's soul technique bone. However, this was obviously impossible. Xiao Hua was a cultivator of the country of Shi. Zi Ming didn't dare to give Xiao Hua the soul cultivation technique and soul technique of Huda's stronghold, so how could Elder Ji Lan do it? As long as Senior has the heart. Xiao Hua pretended to be reserved and said, this junior understands Senior's heart. Elder Ji Lan naturally wouldn't accept the storage pouch. He couldn't leave Xiao Hua's great kindness for the future. He smiled and said, young Master Xiao, listen to this old's explanation. Senior, please speak. Xiao Hua obediently replied. At this time, Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Fairy Hong Xia came over and stood next to Xiao Hua with smiles on their faces. Xiao Hua smiled and nodded to the three, indicating that everything was fine. At this time, Elder Ji Lan continued, in order to thank young Master Xiao for his kindness, this olds took a lot of trouble. However, this olds has nothing that young Master Xiao can use. However, last time at the Huda Palace, Missouri Han said that he was crushed under a huge rock and thus escaped the Sound Mirage Beast's bewitchment. When young Master Xiao rescued him, this old's heart was moved. This storage pouch was something this old specially returned to Jingapple Stronghold to retrieve. I was waiting for young Master Xiao to come out of seclusion today before giving it to young Master Xiao. Oh, this old's intention was to test young Master Xiao's arm strength just now. Young Master Xiao, please don't misunderstand. It's fine, it's fine. Xiao Hua was grateful. After all, Elder Ji Lan really took a lot of trouble to thank him. He hurriedly waved his hand and said. Just now, Miss Zi Ming also said that this old's innate divine strength is the strongest man in Huda's stronghold for several hundred years. When this old's was young, my ambition was higher than the sky. I wanted to become the strongest man in Meng Mountains. Moreover, I was looking for a way to increase my strength. Speaking until here, Elder Ji Lan was somewhat proud as he faintly recalled the scene of his heroic past. Oh. A bone refining technique? Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. His gaze unconsciously fell on the small storage pouch. Unfortunately, Elder Ji Lan immediately sighed and said, however, this old's searched the entire Meng Mountains for several tens of thousands of miles. I even went nearly 1,000 miles into Wu Meng Mountains, but I still couldn't find a suitable soul technique or body technique. Therefore, this old's knew that this old's had to go to Sword Domain or the Three Kingdoms to look for this secret technique. However, just as this old's disappointment was about to set off, this old's bone was actually recorded with the method to refine a weapon. Speaking until here, Elder Ji Lan looked at Xiao Hua and the others and asked in a somewhat showy manner, I wonder if young Master Xiao and the others have heard of the primordial era's famous weapon, the 5 elements heaven-reaching staff. Oh. Xiao Hua was stunned. He didn't expect that the millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains would actually know of this weapon. However, looking at the smile on Elder Ji Lan's face, Xiao Hua shook his head and said, Junior and the others are ignorant and inexperienced. We have never heard of such a weapon. May I ask why this 5 elements heaven-reaching staff is a famous weapon in the primordial era? These are all old stories buried in my Meng Mountains. If this old's hadn't obtained that bone, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known about it. It's normal that you all don't know about it. Ji Lan was overjoyed when she heard this. She knew that she could repay the favor today. She smiled and said, the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel, as its name suggests, is a lethal weapon of the 5 elements. Any 5 elements in the world can be killed by it. As for the heaven-reaching staff, it means that this weapon can change its size at will. As for the heaven-reaching staff, it means that this weapon is unparalleled in the world. It can even pierce through the sky. So powerful. Apart from Xiaohua, Li Zongbao and the others looked at each other. They really couldn't imagine that there was such a treasure in this world. Elder Ji Lan said proudly, the bone this olds obtained is related to this 5 elements heaven-reaching staff. Elder, could it be that the bone records the whereabouts of the 5 elements heaven-reaching staff? Zi Ming asked curiously. Young Miss Zi Ming. Elder Ji Lan said with a smile, the 5 elements heaven-reaching staff is an item from the immemorial era. Who knows when the immemorial era was? In this world, not to mention the passage of time, just the vicissitudes of time, how could a single bone record the whereabouts of such a ferocious weapon? Then this bone must be the method to refine the 5 elements heaven-reaching staff. Xiaohua was a little disappointed and asked tentatively. It's not that simple. Elder Ji Lan kept Xiaohua guessing and said mysteriously, the materials used to refine the 5 elements heaven-reaching staff are all heaven-defying. Without the so-called great divine ability, it's impossible to refine it. Even if this olds obtained it, it's useless. Elder, you've talked for so long. What exactly is recorded in the bone? Zi Ming understood that Elder Ji Lan wanted Xiaohua to pay attention to this bone, so she took the opportunity to ask. Naturally, it records the secret technique to refine a weapon that's extremely similar to the 5 elements heaven-reaching staff, the heaven-reaching staff. Elder Ji Lan finally uncovered the riddle and looked at Xiaohua expectantly. Xiaohua was really disappointed when he heard this. However, when he saw Elder Ji Lan's gaze, his face immediately flashed with surprise, and he said anxiously, "What? This is the secret technique to refine the heaven-reaching staff. Then, isn't that the weapon this junior has been longing for? Elder, this is really too much. This junior thanks Elder. Ha ha ha, as long as little friend likes it." Elder Ji Lan's face blushed faintly. He stroked his beard with his eagle-claw-like hand and said with a smile, this old's trip to the Jing Apple Village was not in vain. This junior is naturally happy. Xiaohua said with a smile, this junior is already regretting that he didn't directly accept it. Little friend really has a straightforward character. This old's also like you. You're very similar to Zai and Zi Ming. Elder Ji Lan said with a smile. However, he wasn't in a hurry to give the storage pouch to Xiaohua. Instead, he said, however, this old still has some surprises for little friend. Oh. What are they? Xiaohua rubbed his hands and said with a smile, this junior is somewhat impatient. Hee, this old's had 2 choices when I obtained the bone. Elder Ji Lan said with a smile, either I continue to search for a method to refine my body, or I refine the heaven-reaching staff and use it to increase my strength. This old's thought for a long time and gave up on searching for a method to refine my body. Instead, I began to search for materials to refine the heaven-reaching staff. Unfortunately, this old's thought for a long time only led to a careless mistake. When I gathered almost all the materials to refine the heaven-reaching staff, I realized that in this world, where could this old self find a refiner who could refine the heaven-reaching staff? Oh, that's right. Zi Ming also came to a realization. The joy he felt for Xiaohua was instantly replaced by disappointment. This heaven-reaching staff is so heavy. What kind of method would be needed to refine it? It seems that the refining technique of our Meng Mountain can't be completed, right? That's right. When this old self realized this, I immediately went to ask Master Ni Qin. Elder Ji Lan said with a regretful tone. Chapter 2908. Hua Qin was also helpless after seeing it. He suggested that I go to Wu Meng's side to find a shaman, or go to the Three Kingdoms to find a blacksmith. However, he also made it clear that the blacksmiths who could forge the sky-leveling rod would have extremely high cultivations, and the price was something I couldn't afford. He didn't even think that there were blacksmiths who could forge the sky-leveling rod in this world. As for Wu Meng's side, I naturally wouldn't go there so easily. Elder Ji Lan continued, as for the Sword region and the Three Kingdoms, I thought about it and couldn't make a trip there. After all, I can't even take out something to thank little friend Xiao, so I can't satisfy the blacksmith's requests. Actually, Elder Ji Lan should go and take a look. Zi Ming said regretfully, you've already collected most of the materials, and you just need to forge it. I only said that I didn't go there myself, I didn't say that I didn't ask others to go. Elder Ji Lan said with a smile. Elder. Zi Ming's voice was a little long, as if she was pouting. He. Elder Ji Lan looked at Zi Ming, who had consulted him in the past, and smiled. Of course, I didn't give up and asked people to go to the Sword region and the Three Kingdoms many times. I even asked the shaman of the Huda Stockade to ask the Shaman King for me. It was probably quite difficult, right? Xiao Hua naturally already knew the result. Ji Lan sighed and said, yes, there was no news from the Sword region and the Three Kingdoms, but the Shaman King gave me a message. What message? Everyone's eyes lit up. Elder Ji Lan sighed again, if there is fate, then there is. If there is no fate, then there is no need to force it. A gain is a loss, and a loss is a gain. Ugh. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't that the same as not saying anything? Therefore, I calmed down and put this matter at the back of my mind, focusing on soul spells. Now, I'm finally sitting on the seat of an elder. At this point, Elder Ji Lan sighed with emotion. Today, I finally understand the meaning of the Shaman King's words. If this old man had been focusing on this sky-leveling rod, I'm afraid that everything would have been wasted by now. Moreover, when this old man brought this material from the Jing Apple village, I understood that this young friend is a fated person. This old man is just making a wedding dress for you. Sigh, Senior. Xiao Hua sighed with emotion. He withdrew his outstretched hand and smiled bitterly. This is your life's work, this junior doesn't dare to accept it. Senior, please give this junior's. Oh. Could it be that, this old man's life can't compare to this storage pouch? Elder Ji Lan was slightly angry. Young master. Zi Ming hurriedly smiled and said, since it's Elder Ji Lan's kind intentions, young master should accept it. If you don't accept it, wouldn't you be letting Senior down? Fine. All right. Many thanks, Elder Ji Lan. Xiao Hua didn't dare to decline anymore. He was afraid that if he was too polite and Elder Ji Lan didn't give it to him, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Seeing Xiao Hua's troubled expression, Elder Ji Lan felt a bit anxious. To be honest, this storage pouch was very important to him, but it had already become a demon in his heart. From time to time, he would recall his past bravery. He thought to himself, if I could refine this heaven-pacifying staff, how powerful would I be? Moreover, he also understood that refining this heaven-pacifying staff was truly difficult. When he gave this item to Xiao Hua, he glorified it as a treasured sword for a hero, and powder for a beauty. In reality, it was of little value to Xiao Hua. How about this? Just as Xiao Hua's hand was about to touch the storage bag, Elder Ji Lan said in a low voice. Ah! Xiao Hua stared blankly, his heart cursing. This item is indeed of little value. Elder Ji Lan hesitated. Don't. This item is very good. This junior wants it. If Xiao Hua's soul could speak, he would definitely be shouting like this. This old man has a bone here that records a place. Of course, this place is very dangerous. According to this old man's knowledge, it's the place where a Dao sect cultivator died. Elder Ji Lan took out a bone from the soul nest and said, this old man doesn't know who this cultivator was or what his cultivation was. The bone only records that this cultivator died in Wumeng. If little friend Xiao is fated, you can go and take a look. Maybe you can obtain his legacy. Speaking up to here, Elder Ji Lan was a bit embarrassed and said, this old man only has these that little friend Xiao can use. There's nothing else. Hee, Elder Ji Lan. Xiaohua faintly smiled and reached out to take the storage bag and the bone. He threw them into the space without hesitation and said, the important thing is Senior's goodwill. This junior doesn't want to accept it. This junior won't really go to Wumeng to look for that Dao sect cultivator's legacy. Good. Seeing that Xiaohua finally kept the storage bag, Elder Ji Lan's heart also settled down. He said in a relaxed manner, this old man will return to the Jing Apple Village tomorrow. If little friend Xiao has time, you can come to the Jing Apple Village as a guest. This old man is looking forward to it. Good. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, this junior will definitely pay a visit when he has time. Then, Elder Ji Lan followed Xiaohua and cupped his hands to bid farewell. After Elder Ji Lan left, only Xiaohua and the others were left in the back earth hall. It seemed very empty. Let's go, young Master Xiao. Ming looked at everyone and walked in front. Are you alright? Fairy Hongxia looked at Ming's back and asked Xiaohua softly. Xiaohua smiled and nodded, of course I'm alright. It's a pity that my seclusion time was too short. It's still too short. It's already been dozens of days. Fairy Hongxia said worriedly, this concubine thought that your injuries were extremely serious. It's still alright. Xiaohua didn't say much and left the back earth hall. From the outside, the back earth hall was extremely vast and dangerous. But from the inside, it was much easier. Even though the thick bone pillars were still bone pillars, they didn't have the same aura as before. They didn't look too different from the pillars of a normal palace. As soon as Xiao Chen stepped out of the back earth hall, he was greeted by several guards. They were lined up neatly on either side of the door. A tall and skinny dark-skinned soul warrior walked over to Xiao Chen and bowed. This one is Mo Han. Thank you for saving my life, young Master Xiao. Mo Han. Xiaohua was surprised. He looked at this unfamiliar soul warrior and didn't have any impression of him. But then he remembered what Ji-Man said in the back earth hall. Smiling, he raised his hand and said, don't thank me, don't thank me. It was nothing but a small effort from this Xiao. There's no need to thank me. This junior's injuries are quite serious. I've been resting for the past few days. When I heard that young Master Xiao had come to the back earth hall, I hurried over. I must thank young Master Xiao for his kindness. Mo Han said sincerely after being helped up. Mo Han, I've heard about your injuries. You should go back and rest. Ming said with a smile, young Master Xiao is a man with a big heart. You won't take this matter too seriously. Yes, this subordinate will go back now. Mo Han looked at Ming, then looked at Xiaohua and smiled, since this subordinate can see that young Master Xiao and young Miss Ming are both safe and sound, this subordinate can rest easy. After saying that, Mo Han turned around and left. When he left, his steps were still a bit light. It was obvious that his injuries hadn't healed yet. Alas, we soul warriors of Meng specialize in soul warriors. But some soul warriors have neglected to refine their bodies. Ming looked at Mo Han's back and sighed, this Mo Han's injuries may be serious, but it's been several weeks. Even if they haven't healed, it shouldn't be like this. When Xiaohua heard this, he raised an eyebrow as if he had discovered something. But just as he was about to say something, Ming turned to look at Xiao Mao. She was a bit hesitant to talk to Xiaohua too much. Ming said, young Master Xiao, I'm afraid you've been waiting for too long. As the saying goes, good things come with many setbacks. After so many things, young Master Xiao will definitely have a good ending. Xiao Mao had gotten to know quite a few elders of Meng over the past few weeks. Even though he didn't talk too much, and didn't even talk about his origins, he had a general understanding of the situation in the Back Earth Stronghold and Shibai Stronghold. It was much clearer than what Zi Ming had told him, and what Old Wu had told him. Because of this, Xiao Mao wasn't too worried about his situation. When he heard Zi Ming's words, he quickly cupped his hands and said, "Young Miss Zi Ming. You've done a lot for this subordinate. This Xiao can't thank you enough. This is for young Master Xiao, and at the same time, for this concubine." Zi Ming smiled and nodded. "This concubine will go back to bathe and burn some incense. 3 days later, I'll invite the Netherworld Mirror and head to young Master Zhao's place. We'll use the 2 chances that we've obtained with great difficulty." "Good. I'll wait for young Miss Zi Ming's good news." Xiao Mao smiled and nodded. Immediately after, Zi Ming ordered the guards beside her to send Xiao Hua and the rest back. Then, she hurriedly left. Seeing how Zi Ming had separated herself from Xiao Hua so clearly in front of her, and didn't even say a word, Fairy Hongxia snorted coldly in her heart. But at this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly realized something and hurriedly looked in the direction Zi Ming had left. However, Zi Ming had already walked far away, and her graceful figure was nowhere to be seen. "What's wrong? Do you have something to say again?" Fairy Hongxia's tone was a little unfriendly. Xiao Hua nodded thoughtfully, "Indeed. Some things. If you think about it carefully, it's really interesting." "What do you mean?" Fairy Hongxia saw how serious Xiao Hua was and asked curiously. Xiao Hua took a look and transmitted his voice. Mo Han's words just now seemed to have another meaning. Although Mo Han was slightly injured, his injuries shouldn't be so serious. Not bad." Fairy Hongxia savored it carefully, and a look of astonishment appeared on her face. Mo Han didn't even know that you and Zi Ming had gone to the Netherworld together. Why did he say that he was relieved that young Master Xiao and young Miss Zi Ming were safe and sound? Could it be? That's right. Perhaps that person in the Empress Earth Palace already has suspicions about Zi Ming. Xiao Hua nodded his head slightly and expressed his worries. Chapter 2909. Sigh, that's true. Fairy Hongxia also frowned. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Ziming's actions will sooner or later reach Huda's stronghold. Darling Xiao, since you've thought of it, why didn't you tell Ziming earlier? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Didn't I just think of it? I was just about to tell her when she left in a hurry. Perhaps, she already knows. Fairy Hongxia sighed. That should be the case. Ziming is very sensitive to such matters. Since you and I have thought of it, she must have understood as well. You and I don't have to worry too much. She should be able to protect herself. Let's hope so. The 2 of them transmitted their voices to each other as they slowly walked to the main hall where they were resting. After the guards had left, Xiao Hua told Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao about his guess. The 2 of them were anxious when they heard it, but their thoughts were similar to Fairy Hongxia's. This Huda stronghold was a place where millions of descendants of the great god Huda of Meng Mountain gathered. The mysteries within it were not something cultivators like them could fathom. Even if Xiao Hua wanted to send a letter to Ziming, it would not be easy. He might even alert the enemy. Naturally, Xiao Hua was not at ease with the 3 of them going somewhere else to meditate. Thus, he set up the capital star formation in the main hall where he meditated and the 4 of them rested. Seeing Fairy Hongxia and the other 2 closing their eyes and meditating, Xiao Hua smiled and took out the storage pouch that Elder Ji Lan had given him. In fact, he was itching to see what was inside the pouch when he was in the main hall. However, he held back. Now that he had the time, he naturally wanted to take a look. When Xiao Hua's divine sense swept across the storage pouch, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The storage pouch was not big and looked very small. It was almost the same size as the low-grade storage pouch that Xiao Hua had exchanged for 90 low-grade spirit stones. However, when Xiao Hua saw what was inside, he knew that he was wrong. Furthermore, he could already imagine how many materials Elder Ji Lan had spent his entire life searching for. However, he still thought too little. Inside this small storage pouch, there were many different materials. These materials were of different shapes and colors, but without exception, they were all huge. Among these materials, there were some strange huge stone pillars. These stone pillars were iron gray in color and had thumb-sized lumps on them, giving them a heavy feeling. Some of them were huge square blocks. These square blocks were greenish-red in color, and there were some flame-like patterns on the surface. The patterns were dotted with star-shaped patterns, and they looked like little galaxies. There were also a lot of large, silvery white, irregular materials. These materials seemed to be broken into several pieces. There were some sawtooth-like cracks and some thick lines. There were also some oval-shaped, earthy yellow in color. The surface of these materials was smooth, without any bumps or bumps. Of course, other than these different materials, there were also many strange magic weapons stacked in a corner of the storage bag. What materials are these materials? Xiao Hua was overjoyed, but at the same time, he was dumbfounded. He took out the bone and inspected it with his soul sense. Then, he nodded his head inwardly. This green and red color is called flame refinement, the silver color is called 10,000 rolls of snow, and the yellow color is called fire refinement. They are all extremely heavy materials that contain the 5 elements, and are unique to these millions of Meng mountains. These are the materials that Elder Ji Lan spent his entire life searching for. After a brief inspection, Xiao Hua sent the storage pouch into the immortal dimension, leaving only 2 of the bones in his hands. Xiao Hua took a quick look at the bone that recorded the fall of the Dao sect senior and sent it into the immortal dimension. Xiao Hua would not recklessly enter a dangerous place where even the Dao sect senior had fallen. Next, Xiao Hua placed all his attention on the refining method of the heaven leveling staff. Xiao Hua's current refining level was already very high. Previously, he had fused the exquisite gold and great wisdom heavy sword into the 5 elements will heaven leveling staff. Now, with the help of the refining method, he naturally gained a lot. The more he looked at it, the more a smile appeared on his face. 3 days later, Xiao Hua opened his eyes and stood up, keeping the capital star's array. Fairy Hong Xia and the rest stood up as well. When they opened the door of the hall, some guards were already waiting for them outside. Translator's thoughts lamb underscore lamb underscore lamb underscore lamb underscore lamb underscore lamb underscore seeing the 2 rows of guards guarding the steps in front of the palace, Xiao Hua understood that Zi Ming would definitely be able to obtain the spirit treasure nether passage mirror from the Empress Earth stronghold today. Thus, the 4 of them opened the palace door and stood guard outside, quietly waiting for Zi Ming's arrival. Who would have thought that this wait lasted until noon? Seeing that the scarlet sun was already high above their heads, Zi Ming still hadn't arrived. If it wasn't for Emo Han's warning, Xiao Hua wouldn't have let his imagination run wild. Thinking that even Emo Han had sensed something, could Zi Ming still be safe? Xiao Hua could not help but become impatient. Big brother, don't be anxious. Let me go ask. Xiao Mao saw Xiao Hua's impatience and hurriedly said. Xiao Hua nodded gloomily. He had a bad premonition in his heart. However, when Xiao Mao walked out of the palace and asked the guards, he came back with a smile on his face. Big brother, we were all wrong. Xiao Mao said, that nether passage mirror can only be used at night. At this time, the sun is high in the sky and the yang energy is abundant. How can it communicate with the netherworld? Oh, that's true. Xiao Hua suddenly understood, and his heart relaxed. Moreover, that guard also said. Miss Zi Ming entered the ancestral hall 3 days ago and will come out after dusk today. They are only waiting here according to the ancestors' rules. Xiao Mao pointed at those guards again. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "It seems that, we are somewhat like birds startled by the twang of a bow." Yes, little brother was too impatient. Xiao Mao pursed his lips and said with a smile, "Little brother really can't wait to know what mother looks like." At this point, Xiao Hua unconsciously raised his eyes and looked at Li Zongbao, who had not spoken much during this period of time. However, he saw that Li Zongbao was now similar to when he was in the great battle of Dao Sword. His face was as calm as water, as if what everyone said had nothing to do with him. AI, the treasured mirror of parting emotions, the treasured mirror of parting emotions. Xiao Hua sighed. It was originally a cultivation technique that made people fickle and heartless. Coupled with the backlash of the spiritual tool, senior brother Li's situation. I don't know if it's good or bad. Since they knew that nothing would happen, the four of them simply sat behind the door of the hall. The four of them all had secret techniques to comprehend, so they had to hurry. In a flash, thin clouds rose from the west, and a crescent moon that was thinner than a light eyebrow gradually hung in the sky. Zi Ming, who was dressed in plain clothes, finally arrived. Without waiting for Zi Ming to approach the steps of the main hall, the guards lined up on both sides of the hall put their hands on the ground and bent their bodies. A kind of fear and a kind of reverence flashed in their eyes as they looked at Zi Ming, who was holding a white bone bracelet. This bone bracelet was extremely strange. It looked like Zi Ming was holding it with both hands, but in reality, it was 2 inches away from Zi Ming's hands, floating in the air. Moreover, this bone bracelet really did not stop rotating, sometimes left and right, sometimes up and down. A kind of dark green brilliance was born from the bone bracelet, as if it was a dark green ball of light. At this time, Zi Ming's expression was solemn. Her head was lowered, and her eyes were also looking at the bone bracelet. That night, her face was painted with a dark green color, which looked somewhat strange. Behind Zi Ming, there were also a dozen maidservants dressed in plain clothes. Their dressing was completely different from during the day. About 10 zhang behind these maidservants, Elder Sun Yu of the Jing Apple village was waiting there with a little girl who was not more than 6 or 7 years old. When Xiao Hua and the others sensed Zi Ming's arrival, they all walked out of the main hall, originally wanting to welcome him. However, when they saw the solemn ceremony of the Huda village, they hurriedly returned to the main hall, fearing that their recklessness would disrupt the ceremony and cause trouble for no reason. Sure enough, when the four of them just returned to the main hall, a burst of singing and footsteps sounded. Those guards and the maidservants behind Zi Ming actually began to dance. Strands of light green brilliance slowly appeared, covering the main hall. Then, it slowly entered the dark green ball of light. After the time it took to eat a meal, the noise outside the main hall slowly stopped as Zi Ming's footsteps finally stepped on the stairs. "Young Master Xiao, please come with me." Zi Ming walked into the main hall, his face as calm as water. Without even looking at the four of them, he just whispered an order and slowly walked towards the center of the main hall. Xiao Hua was slightly startled. He did not understand if he was talking about himself. However, when he saw Xiao Mao hurriedly walking towards him, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although the reason he came to the Huda village and used the Netherlink mirror was for Li Zongbao, in terms of importance, Xiao Mao was still the most important person. He did not seem to have done anything to use the Netherlink mirror, so why did Zi Ming call him? Seeing that Li Zongbao and Fairy Hong Xia had also followed Xiao Mao, Xiao Hua looked at the maidservants who came in. Elder Sun Yu and the little boy who were waiting at the entrance of the main hall also quickly followed. When they reached the center of the main hall, Zi Ming stopped and respectfully placed his hands above his head. The bone bracelet also slowly rose up. After that, Zi Ming's hands and feet began to tremble, and he also began to dance. At the same time, he was also muttering some strange language of Meng Mountain. As he muttered, strands of green light flashed out, gradually entangling the ball of light of the bone bracelet. A buzzing sound was gradually heard, and the dark green brilliance gradually vibrated and became brighter as the green light increased. Puff! While Ziming was chanting, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood essence into the dark green brilliance that was as thin as a cicada's wing. With a cracking sound, the brilliance suddenly condensed into a single point and shot towards the top and bottom of the bone bracelet. With a muffled boom, as if the door of a house had been opened, 2 fist-sized holes appeared on the top and bottom of the bone bracelet. With a splash, like a blood waterfall, the blood of the netherworld gushed out from the holes and rushed into the middle of the bone bracelet along the brilliance. In that instant, the entire bone bracelet turned blood red. At the same time, a layer of blood membrane was formed from the bone bracelet. This blood membrane did not stop, but condensed into blood on the other side of the bone bracelet and rushed into the other hole. Chapter 29:10. Ming's face was pale. He pointed at the netherworld mirror, and the blood-red membrane slowly fell down. It was about the height of a person, and the netherworld water on the blood membrane slowly flowed. It looked very similar to a mirror. Young Master Xiao, Ming spoke, come closer and think of the person you are looking for. That person's face will appear on the netherworld mirror. Even her situation in the netherworld may appear. Yes. At this point, how could Xiao Mao still be suspicious of this spirit treasure that was obviously not related to a mirror? He walked in front of the blood membrane with great sincerity and opened his eyes wide. Although Xiao Hua was not close to the blood membrane, he still stared at it closely, trying to find something from it. Unfortunately, after half a cup of tea's time, the entire blood membrane flashed with a green light, and then it shone like a bright moon. It covered Xiao Mao's entire face. After half a cup of tea's time, the green light dimmed, and the blood membrane gradually revealed itself. Behind the green light, Xiao Mao had tears streaming down his face. Young Master Li Ziming's expression did not change, and he ordered methodically, "It's your turn." "Okay." Li Zongbao replied. Although his expression was calm, his voice was obviously trembling, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Xiao Mao retreated, and hurriedly took out a jade scroll. He sat down cross-legged, and without caring about the others, he immersed his spirit into it. Li Zongbao walked to where Xiao Mao was, and similarly opened his eyes wide, staring at the blood membrane. After a while, the green light flashed, and Li Zongbao's face was also covered. But, it only covered for a moment, and the green light disappeared again. Only the faint sound of flowing water could be heard from the blood membrane. Ah! Why is this? Li Zongbao was extremely surprised, and looked at Ziming. Ziming said indifferently, the person young Master Li is thinking of is not in the netherworld, or rather, she is not dead. How is that possible? Not only was Li Zongbao shocked, even Xiao Hua and Fairy Hongxia were shocked. Li Zongbao turned to look at Xiao Hua. Her corpse was personally sent back by this Xiao. Xiao Hua hastily said as he took a step forward. That's right, I personally buried her. Fairy Hongxia said curiously, could it be that she has already reincarnated? Reincarnation may not be true. Ziming replied indifferently. Even if there is such a thing as reincarnation, the spirit treasures of my Ho-Tu stronghold can see it. Unless this person isn't dead. Let me take a look again. Li Zongbao asked in disbelief. Young Master Li has already seen it. You can't look at it anymore. Ziming shook his head. However, since Mr. Li did not see it, it doesn't count. Between Mr. Xiao and Fairy Hongxia, one of them can still see it. You go. Xiao Hua said to Fairy Hongxia without hesitation. All right. Fairy Hongxia also missed her elder sister immensely and hurriedly walked over. Li Zongbao hurriedly stepped aside. Under the watchful gazes of the masses, Fairy Hongxia did the same as Li Zongbao. The brilliance did not stop at all as it disappeared in a flash. That's right. This person wasn't dead. There's no need to look anymore. Ming became more and more certain. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, "Young Master Xiao, you have 2 chances. Come and take a look." Me? What do I have to look at? Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand. Although Xiao Hongyue and Gong Mingwei had fallen for a long time, Xiao Hua had a deep impression of their voices and smiles. There was no need for him to look. Furthermore, the 2 of them were in another world in the netherworld. Xiao Hua did not want to disturb them. Sigh, if only senior sister was here. Xiao Hua thought and turned to look at Elder Sun Yu and the young child. He said, "Let's invite Elder Sun Yu over. After all, they have proper matters to attend to." Ming naturally knew of Xiao Hua's kindness. He nodded his head and said, "Elder Sun Yu, invite Bo Hong over." "All right." Elder Sun Yu was overjoyed. He hurriedly brought the young child over. Ming was afraid that the young child did not know, so he repeated the key points again. Only then did he let the young child stand there. Although the young child named Bo Hong was young, his eyes flashed with determination. He bit his lips and looked at the blood membrane. This time, it was even easier. In a breath's time, a green light covered Bo Hong's face. After a cup of tea's time, the green light dispersed. After the green light disappeared, Bo Hong's face revealed a terrified expression. It was as if he had seen something terrifying. However, the child's small hands were tightly clenched, although they were trembling. Saw it? Elder Sun Yu's face was extremely gloomy as he asked in a deep voice. Bo Hong did not answer. He only nodded his head firmly. Elder Sun Yu sighed. He raised his head and said to Ming, "Young Miss Ming, there should be one more chance for this netherworld mirror. Can you?" Ming knew what he wanted to say. He shook his head and said, "It's almost past midnight. It's too late to ask her to come over. Sigh, fate makes fools of people." Elder Sun Yu held Bo Hong's hand and bowed to Ming. He then thanked Xiao Hua and the others and stood to the side. There's still a cup of tea's worth of time left. Ming looked around and her gaze landed on Xiao Hua. She said indifferently, "Young Master Xiao won 2 chances to use the netherworld mirror. Because of this, you also lost Zai. This opportunity cannot be wasted. Right now, only young Master Xiao can use the netherworld mirror. Come over." But who am I looking at?" Xiao Hua scratched his head. He knew that this was a rare opportunity that could not be wasted. However, he really did not know who to look at. "Forget it. Let's look at Master." Xiao Hua walked in front of the blood membrane and said in his heart, "When I see senior sister and second senior brother, I can explain it to them." Thinking about this, Xiao Hua looked at the blood membrane that was flowing like water. Xiao Hua's eyes fell on the blood membrane, but his mind couldn't calm down. Xiao Hongyue's and Gong Mingwei's faces kept appearing in his mind. Although the flowing blood membrane flickered with a faint green light, it didn't shine for a long time. This adult had experienced many things and thought about many things. Although he was a cultivator and paid attention to his Tao heart, he was not as pure as a child. "Forget it." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He knew that he was unable to calm down. Just as he was about to move his eyes away, an unimaginable thought suddenly appeared in his mind. That's right. Why can't I think about my own life? Perhaps I can see something from it. Dream. I remember that when Hong Xia was in danger at the Sword Peak, this name suddenly appeared in my mind. Perhaps I can find something from it. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and gradually wiped away the faces of Xiao Hongyue and Gong Mingwei. Gradually, a faintly discernible beauty mark appeared in his mind. Ming was also somewhat anxious. Seeing that the time was about to come, the netherworld mirror still had not emitted a green light. Just as she was about to speak, a whine sound was heard. The entire netherworld mirror emitted an intense brilliance. In an instant, it covered Xiaohua. This brilliance was so intense that it far exceeded what Ziming had seen before. Ziming was shocked. As for Xiaohua, in the instant that beauty mark appeared in his mind, he saw the blood membrane that was originally gurgling with blood suddenly become blurry. It was as if it had entered a teleportation. All of the blood vessels were distorted and all of the green light was elongated. After a burst of light and shadow changed in front of his eyes, a huge pitch-black silhouette appeared in front of him. It was like a huge palace, but also like an unparalleled monster in the world. However, before he could see clearly what this silhouette was, an extremely strange and icy cold voice resounded by his ear, and it spoke a few words that he didn't understand at all. Immediately after, his vision became heavy as numerous enormous shadows smashed down like boulders, and the blood-red nether passage mirror appeared before his eyes once more. However, at this time, all of the blood within the netherworld mirror was cut off. All of the green light was scattered. Moreover, this scattering spread to the bone ring around the blood membrane in an instant. Gotcha! A few crisp sounds rang out. The entire bone ring cracked in 3 places. A mirror-like shadow flashed out at the same time as the cracks appeared. It turned into specks of light and rushed into the blood flow. Moreover, as the bone ring broke, the 2 holes pierced by the green light instantly disappeared. The large amount of blood flowing between the 2 holes immediately turned into an incomparably ferocious hell wind that soared into the sky. It was like a huge hammer smashing towards the roof of the hall. Although the roof of the main hall flashed with green light, which seemed to be the defense of the soul array, under this unparalleled netherworld wind pillar, it was easily torn apart. A hole of about 10 feet appeared on the roof of the main hall. The netherworld wind pillar rushed into the night sky and disappeared. Only faint starlight sprinkled down from the hole and fell on Ziming, who was caught off guard and did not know what to do. And on the entire main hall, all of the people who were dumbfounded. Young Master Xiao. You. What are you doing? After a long while, Ziming hesitantly asked. His gaze timidly looked at the bone ring that had already broken into several pieces and fallen on the floor of the main hall. I really did not do anything. Xiaohua was also extremely wronged. I just wanted to take a look. I did not expect it to be like this. Ziming almost wanted to cry. He asked closely, Then what did you see? What did you want to see? I also do not know what I wanted to see. And I also do not know what I saw. Xiaohua wanted to cry even more. He really did not see anything. It was just a blurry outline. Who the hell knew what it was? Young Master Xiao, you have caused this concubine to suffer. Ziming stomped his feet and bent down to pick up the bone ring. But at this time, a ghostly voice came from the hole. Ziming. This is all because of you. How did this old woman treat you? You can ask yourself. I did not expect you to do such a thing against this old woman. G-man. Xiaohua and Ziming were both shocked. They were about to raise their heads to look at the sky. At this time, a strong turbulence rushed in from the hole. It was like a netherworld wind pillar that broke the sky and trapped Xiaohua and the other 4 people. Chapter 29:11. Xiaohua didn't even have time to use his mana before he felt a sharp pain in his head. If his soul stab was like a sharp knife, then G-man's soul stab was like a mountain of knives and a sea of knives. Xiaohua's body was covered in cuts and bruises. Moreover, in the instant his magic power became sluggish and his head started to hurt, several dark green rays of light entangled by the black gas descended from the sky like dark green pythons, firmly trapping Xiaohua. Not only was his magic power shackled, even his physical body was numb and powerless. Roar. How could Xiao Hua allow himself to be captured so easily? He forcefully activated the Dragonization Manual and also forcefully activated the Celestial Body Bestowment Technique. A layer of faint golden light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. This golden light was like a thorn that pierced straight into the dark green giant python, forcefully creating a gap of half an inch. Humph! There was another cold snort. A pale white streak of light came down from the sky. It was a soul armament. This soul armament was about the size of a palm, but it suddenly expanded in size in the wind of the netherworld. Like a giant hand, it slammed into Xiao Hua's golden light. Kacha kacha. There was a series of cracking sounds as the large lock turned into a shackle that locked Xiao Hua's entire body in place. One by one, white bones started to form and pierce deep into Xiao Hua's body. The golden light around Xiao Hua's body was immediately extinguished. Two sharp sword-like bone spurs emerged from the shackles and protruded from Xiao Hua's back. They dangerously pressed against the back of Xiao Hua's head and the top of his head. Those sharp points had already pierced into Xiao Hua's skin. An enormous force emerged from the white bones of the shackles. Not only did it completely confine Xiao Hua's body in meridians, it also sealed the mysterious dark clouds. Xiao Hua sighed. This G-man was far too strong. Looking at Ziming and the others, he saw that they were also trapped by the giant python. There was nothing they could do to resist. Xiao Hua looked up to see G-man's malevolent face. Slowly coming out from the hole, G-man's eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at everyone. Lord G-man, Xiao Hua struggled with all his might, but it seemed that he still had some strength left in him. He shouted, "This Xiao was the one who broke this nether passage mirror. I will bear all the responsibility." The nether passage mirror. Hee, you're really powerful, spiritual master Xiao. You actually destroyed the soul treasure of my Huda stockade. Do you really intend to join hands with this slut to snatch my Huda stockade from my hands? When G-man heard this, he glanced at the wreckage of the Netherlink mirror on the ground. A trace of astonishment flashed across his face as he spoke coldly. G-man, what do you mean? Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Ziming also said coldly, although this boy has made some mistakes, when has he ever had such a rebellious heart? Could it be that G-man? Heh, if you have a mind to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. You really won't turn back until you hit the wall. What are you still trying to hide from me? With a wave of G-man's hand, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside the hall. Over 100 armored guards were escorting dozens of soul warriors into the hall. These dozens of soul warriors were all drenched in blood, and their faces were filled with malevolence. What is this for? Ziming squinted his eyes and said indifferently, these are all boys' close attendants. It was precisely because the boy was worried that the Huda stockade's defense would be lax that he sent them out to patrol. G-man captured them all and even tortured them for questioning. Why? Could it be? G-man wants to force the boy into harm. Haha, what do I need a reason to do? You're just a candidate for G-man. Do I need to force you into harm? G-man laughed bitterly, it's just that I never thought that this old woman would be so kind to you. Everything I did was for your sake. I even gave you a fair chance. But, you're actually a mountain wolf that can't be tamed. Just a little bit of success and you became so arrogant. Not only did you do so many things behind my back that made my heart cold, you even killed Lu. Did you know? Lu had warned this old woman more than once, but this old woman had always believed you. I thought that a woman who vowed to revive others would not have any evil intentions. But I never thought that your revival of others was just an excuse. It was just a way for you to cover up your evil deeds. Once the time is right, you'll reveal your sharp teeth. You really made me give up. Gee man, why don't you stop talking? Facing G-Man's madness, Ming replied indifferently, could it be that you didn't sleep well last night and suddenly went crazy? For no reason, you killed the boy's close attendants and even captured the boy and the others. You even took out the Huda Stockade's soul lock to deal with the guests from the country of Shi. Oh, what does your Lu-er's life have to do with the boy? Besides, the one who wants him dead is probably that Lu-er called Ziyan, right? The boy only needs to light up the soul-loss lamp and he'll be G-Man. Why do you have to look for trouble and take other people's lives? Hee, even now, you're still so stubborn. Don't think that I can't kill you just because Elder Wu isn't in the Huda Stockade. G-Man sneered, knowing that Ming had nothing to fear. She clapped her hands and took out a fist-sized token, saying, of course, I won't kill you secretly. The reason I made such a big fuss is to tell the whole Huda Stockade that I have Elder Wu's token in my hands. With this token, as long as I bring you to the ancestral temple and report to the Huda Great God, I'll be able to exercise Elder Wu's responsibility. Naturally, I can also use this, to kill all of you. Hearing this, Ming's face turned pale, but then he smiled faintly. Boy has long thought about this situation. You want to get rid of the boy and make way for your Lu-er. It's not that the boy doesn't know. It's just that the boy has always been under Elder Wu's protection and didn't let you succeed. Now that Elder Wu is really on a long journey, you're using this opportunity to show off your power. The boy had long expected this when he returned to the Huda Stockade. However, the boy didn't expect you to wait until now to make your move. You're really shrewd. Humph, G-Man snorted again, her anger rising again, you're just like that bitch, always thinking that you're infallible and putting your own thoughts on others. You only think that you're the most reasonable person in the world. Don't you think that if I had the intention to get rid of you, why would I wait until now? Even if Elder Wu is in the Huda Stockade, I can still kill you. You. Haven't you already done it? You. Why didn't you wait for Elder Wu to come back? Ming bit his lips so hard that some blood vessels appeared, and he reprimanded her word by word. That's because I can't wait any longer. G-Man's voice was terrifyingly cold. Lu-er has some expectations for Elder Wu's position, and I know that. But I've warned him before, Meng Mountains will always have a lot of kinship, and we can't split the Huda Stockade into two just because of some power. In the early years, the ancestors of Meng Mountains had such considerations when they set up Elder Wu and G-Man in the Shaman Stockade. Lu-er is very obedient, and he's always listened to my words. He's always given in to you, and he's never fought with Zai for anything in the Huda Stockade. But this time, when the weather in Meng Mountains changed, you lit up the soul-drawing lantern, disregarding the life and death of the people of Meng Mountains. Lu-er is very obedient, and for the sake of the people of Meng Mountains, he worked tirelessly. I don't even know how many hardships he went through before he finally found the source of the change in the weather, and he even asked for a battle before me, saying that he's willing to lead his subordinates to wipe it out. Look at what Lu has done, and look at you. You've really disgusted me. I really don't know how I've tolerated you all these years. The more G-Man spoke, the more agitated she became, and her entire body was trembling. It seemed like she was really enraged by the sudden news. Of course you like your Lu-er. No one else can compare to him. Ming had already thrown caution to the wind, and he didn't care about anything else. He said calmly, but do you know what your Lu-er did in Huda Stockade? What did he do in the vicinity of Peacock Mound? Ha! That's right, you're absolutely right. In your eyes, Lu has always been a thorn in your side. That so-called change in the weather is probably a trap that you've painstakingly set up, right? It was also you who leaked this information to Lu, through someone else, right? You didn't dare to ask for help from Huda Stockade, so you took advantage of the cultivators you've met in Shi to ask them to help you, right? G-Man laughed angrily, my poor Lu-er, that day, I even told him clearly that such a change in the weather could not be caused by a single soul beast. But for the sake of the people of Meng Mountains, he didn't listen to my advice, and even said that he wouldn't know until he tried. If you had 10% of Lu Er's loyalty, how could you have thought of such a vicious plan to kill Xiao Chang? At this point, Ji-man waved her hand and said coldly, "Kill them all." Yes. The guards in the hall responded. At the same time, they waved their hands. Without using any machetes, the heads of the dozens of captured spirit warriors were immediately separated from their necks. Their blood spurted high into the air, and the entire hall was immediately filled with the pungent smell of blood. However, all the spirit warriors in the hall seemed to be very familiar with this. Even the 10-year-old child from Jing Chang Stockade didn't show any signs of fear. The guards threw away the corpses of the dead spirit warriors and strode to the pool of blood in front of them. They reached out their hands and picked up the heads of the spirit warriors, stuffing them into their waists. Ziming coldly looked at this scene and said coldly, "Just now you said that others killed Xiao Chang, but now you killed the spirit warriors of Huda Stockade in the blink of an eye, and you didn't even ask. It was my order, how could they deserve the death penalty?" "Heh, you finally admit it." Ji-man laughed coldly, "This old woman thought that you would be stubborn to the end." "Humph, what did I admit? These are just my subordinates. Whatever they did, it should be my responsibility. If you didn't want to cut off my power, why would you suddenly kill them?" Ziming denied again. Xiao Hua was very surprised. He didn't understand why Ziming would hide the truth of the matter. Didn't Ziming have a soul item that contained the souls of the demon dwellers? If he took it out and showed it to Ji-man, she would know. Ziming also said clearly that Ji-man and Elder Wu were soul cultivators. It was very unlikely that they would be possessed by the demon dwellers. Chapter 29:12. Ha ha ha! Ji-man threw his head back and laughed. His laughter was sharp like an owl's. "If this old one doesn't bring out the evidence, I'm afraid you'll never admit it. Your personality is exactly the same as that slut's." Men. Following Ji-man's order, a short, dark-skinned and skinny soul warrior rushed into the hall. Xiao Hua stared at the soul warrior for a long time, but he couldn't see anything. In his eyes, the dark skinny soul warriors didn't look too different from each other. If they didn't have any obvious characteristics, he might not be able to tell them apart. The soul warrior rushed into the hall and knelt in front of Ji-man. He pointed at Ziming, Xiao Hua, and the others and said sorrowfully, "Ji-man, you must seek justice for young Master Ziyan. They were the ones who worked together to kill young Master Ziyan, near the Yellow Sand Ridge. I risked my life to escape from their hands. I didn't even have the time to collect young Master's corpse. Ji Qing, don't worry. Take your time and tell me all the details clearly. Not only are the elders of the Huda Stockade here, but there are also Ji-man and the others from the Jing Apple Stockade. They will definitely seek justice for you and announce this matter to the public." Ji-man's tone calmed down as he instructed. Xiao Hua frowned and raised his head to look. Sure enough, the elders he saw at the back earth hall, as well as Ji-man and the others from the Jing Apple stronghold, were slowly walking into the hall. Each of them had a look of astonishment on their faces as they looked at the hall strangely. They seemed to have been summoned by Ji-man from all over the place. Yes. Ji Qing took a deep breath and said, "On that day, young Master Ziyan received the news." As Ji Qing explained the ins and outs of the matter, everyone's face was filled with indignation. According to Ji Qing, Ziyan was the one who fell into Ziming's trap for the sake of Meng Shan's life, and Ziming was the one who wanted to eliminate Ziyan at all costs for the sake of Ji-man's position. In the end, Ji Qing even prostrated himself on the ground and said, "Ji-man, there were dozens of brothers who came back with this little one. We rushed back to the back earth stronghold day and night, but we didn't expect Miss Ziming to set up an ambush along the way. Except for this little one, the other brothers were all killed by her trusted subordinates." This little one hid in Huanqi Mountain for a long time and didn't dare to show my face. If I didn't meet Elder Yen Su from the Kenji stronghold and know that young Master Ziyi had returned to the embrace of the great god Hutu, many Wu elders and Ji-man had gathered at the Back Earth stronghold, this little one wouldn't have dared to ask Elder Yen Su to send this little one back to the Back Earth stronghold. Sigh. Xiao Mao couldn't help but sigh when he heard Ji Qing's words. Ji Qing's ability to lie was comparable to Xiao Hua's. Therefore, everything he said was basically true. However, he would always say one or two lies at the end of the story. These few lies would distort the truth of the entire matter, causing people to think that Zi Yan, who was originally an evil person, was the incomparably righteous Zi Yan, while Zi Ming, who was killed, became the main culprit. However, Zi Ming didn't have anything to refute, because she really did kill him afterwards. How is it? Ji-man asked indifferently, Zi Ming. What else do you have to say? Ji-man killed Zi Yan. The boy doesn't deny it. Zi Ming finally spoke, but why didn't you think that the boy could have dealt with Zi Yan and the 9 divine guards by relying on these few cultivators from the country of Shi? However, just as Zi Ming finished speaking, he sighed again. Sure enough, Ji-man coldly said, that drought demon was your trap. The 9 divine guards were simply no match for drought demon. You naturally didn't rely on these cultivators, but rather that drought demon. Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Mao and also smiled bitterly. Who would have known that drought demon had pledged allegiance to Xiao Mao later on? Xiao Hua naturally also thought that Zi Ming's maids could testify for her. However, Xiao Hua had seen a few of these maids at the very beginning. Later on, they disappeared without a trace. Obviously, they were killed by Zi Yan. How could they testify? Why wasn't it Zi Yan who set up a trap to deal with the boy? Zi Ming couldn't help but refute. Ji-man glanced at Zi Ming and Xiao Hua, nodded and said, as the first candidate for Ji-man's position, if Zi Yan wanted to meddle with the Grand Witch, he could naturally deal with you. But he cares about Meng Mountain and wants to benefit the people of Meng Mountain and save them from danger. Why would he care about the position of Grand Witch? Look at you. I already know that this so-called Taoist Xiao has some seeds that can try to solve the current predicament, but for your own selfishness, you used them as the price to haggle with me and Grand Witch. You took these seeds in your own hands. You even want to use these seeds to set up another leader outside of Grand Witch and Ji-man of Huda's stronghold, dividing the people of Huda's stronghold. Zi Ming, oh Zi Ming, your intentions are terrible. Seeds? What seeds? Ji-man of Jingdong's stronghold was puzzled, the seeds taken from the netherworld, could it be that they can't compare to these seeds? Go and ask him. Ji-man pointed at another skinny old man in the distance. When the old man saw Ji-man pointing at him, he quickly walked out from the crowd, bowed and said, I'm Grand Witch of Weeping Fowl Stronghold. More than half a year ago, I learned from the people of Wu Stronghold that they are planting a strange seed. This seed is different from the previous ones. It's not afraid of the drought in Meng Mountain and it grows very fast, much faster than the previous seeds. Overjoyed, I quickly asked, and only then did I know that it was Miss Zi Ming's doing. Of course, at that time, I guessed that it was Ji-man's grace to let Miss Zi Ming pick the most difficult Wu stronghold to try. She must not have much confidence, and if she had a result, she would definitely come to me and Grand Witch to discuss this matter. But after waiting for a long time, I didn't receive the summons of Ji-man and Grand Witch. Instead, I received the bad news of young Master Zai. I came to Huda's stronghold because I missed young Master Zai, and also because I wanted to ask Ji-man and Grand Witch about the seeds. But, during the entire ceremony, Ji-man didn't mention anything about the seeds, so I didn't dare to probe further. So, I waited in the stronghold, trying to see if I could get the seeds as soon as possible. After all, although the seeds were useful, they were too little. If Ji-man could give us more seeds, the people of Weeping Fowl Stronghold wouldn't starve to death anymore. The Grand Witch continued, but after waiting for a long time, I didn't see anything. Thinking of those people who starved to death, I couldn't hold it in any longer. That's why I boldly asked to see Master G-Man. You can leave now. G-Man nodded. After I get the seeds, I'll give them to Weeping Fowl Stronghold first. Thank you, G-Man. The old man bowed and left. G-Man, Jingapple Stronghold needs more seeds. G-Man of Jingapple Stronghold quickly shouted. I know. G-Man took a deep breath and said, I don't even have a single seed now. What do you want me to give you? This. G-Man of Jingapple Stronghold quickly looked at Z-Ming. Z-Ming. This is also the reason why I'm extremely disappointed in you, and why I've completely given up on you. G-Man said, you clearly have the seeds that can save the people of Meng Mountains, why don't you take them out? Do you think the position of G-Man is more important, or the people of Meng Mountains? If you want the position of G-Man, you only need to tell me. As long as you take out the seeds, even if the soul-setting lamp isn't repaired, even if you can't light up the soul-setting lamp, I can still appoint you as G-Man's successor. I can even give you the position of G-Man right now. Humph, you're so straightforward. But if the boy offers the seeds, I'm afraid you'll be the first to send the boy to meet the great god Hoodoo. Z-Ming stiffened his neck and said coldly. But what about now? G-Man's tone was also cold. You've given up your life, but didn't you still give the seeds to me? Don't you feel regret? That's right. That day, the boy had already told others. This seeds will eventually be given to the people of Meng Mountains, or when the boy lights up the soul-setting lamp, or when the boy returns to the embrace of the great god Hoodoo. Therefore, the boy has never felt regret. G-Man. Xiaohua saw that Z-Ming was already determined to die, so he quickly called out. Shut up. G-Man scolded and waved the bone staff in her hand. Xiaohua immediately couldn't speak. He couldn't even open his mouth to speak. Xiao Mao and the others were also the same. It's all because of you Daoist sect cultivators from the country of Shi. Z-Ming was originally a good person, but after getting to know you guys, his heart had these filthy thoughts. If you guys didn't talk to him about revenge or his background, how could he have fallen into such a dead situation? G-Man said fiercely. Xiaohua was anxious. He finally understood why G-Man didn't care about Xiao Mao's matter. Moreover, he also understood that today, G-Man had the intention to kill, and none of them would be able to survive. Xiaohua's mind spun rapidly, trying to come up with a countermeasure. Unfortunately, his cultivation base was too far away from G-Man, and his entire body was sealed by G-Man. Now, he couldn't use any of his methods, so how could he fight back? I'm afraid this is the only method left. Xiaohua quickly sent his mind into the mysterious dark cloud. Although that place was sealed by the soul lock and his soul strands, primordial spirit and little white dragon couldn't come out, his mind still had a trace of connection with his primordial spirit. He urged the primordial spirit in the dark cloud to speed up the practice of the soul strands, so that he could fight back before G-Man killed him. G-Man. Z-Ming said indifferently, the boy can offer the seeds, but G-Man must agree to one condition of the boy. What condition? G-Man asked back. Young Master Xiao and the others have nothing to do with this matter. They only occasionally got involved. Moreover, these seeds were brought here by young Master Xiao from the country of Shi. As long as you let them go, the boy will immediately offer up the seeds. Z-Ming glanced at Xiaohua, who had his eyes closed, and said softly. See, hearing this, Xiaohua immediately opened his eyes. He was wrong. So, the reason why Z-Ming didn't take out the seeds was to use them as a bargaining chip to exchange for a chance to save them. Chapter 29:13. If I don't release them, will you not give me those millet seeds? G-Man sneered. That's right. Those millet seeds, boy, have been taken out of Huda's stronghold by my subordinates. As soon as they hear the news of the boy's death, they will immediately destroy the soul nest. They don't even know what's inside. Zi Ming nodded. Look, Ji-man pointed with her hand, you are the descendant of Huda great god, but you don't treat your own people as your own. The trillions of people in Meng Mountain are not even worth a few damn cultivators. If I compromise with you, how am I going to explain to Huda great god? Not to mention that they killed Lu, I will not let them go. Just because they led you astray, I will kill them. Ji-man, Zi Ming said anxiously, they really have nothing to do with this. Zi Yan's death was also because they wanted to save the boy. Ji-man waved her hand, stopping Zi Ming's explanation and said, don't worry, I will definitely kill them by your side. I will let you know the feeling of your loved one dying before you die. Hearing the words of his loved one, Zi Ming's face flushed red. The hatred in his eyes faded as he glanced at Xiaohua. Xiaohua had his eyes closed and did not know. Fairy Hongxia was a little embarrassed and angry. She glared fiercely at Zi Ming. Poor Fairy Hongxia. Previously, she had been burdened by Jiu Xia's matter and was somewhat resentful towards Xiaohua. However, Jiu Xia had saved her life. Furthermore, Jiu Xia knew when to stop and leave. This made Fairy Hongxia feel somewhat comforted. Now that they came to Huda's stronghold, this Zi Ming was actually Zi Yi. He actually. Back in Sky Patrol City, before Fairy Hongxia joined the battle, he already had an affair with Xiaohua. How could Fairy Hongxia not be miserable? Now, Fairy Hongxia had not recovered from the joy and shock of knowing that her sister did not die. Once again, she was awakened by Ji-man's words. How could she not be angry? Since Ji-man knows about this, then, you must know that if young Master Xiao and the others cannot leave safely, that millet boy will definitely be destroyed. Zi Ming said resolutely. Since you have such thoughts, then, you should also understand my feelings. Since they killed Lu, this old woman will definitely not let them off. Ji-man replied word by word. You're so good at devising strategies, but there's still a flaw. Not to mention that after I kill you all, I can still find the seed in your storage bags. Why don't you try? Zi Ming sneered. Ji-man ignored her and continued, furthermore, since you've already broken off all ties with this old woman, you shouldn't have used this seed on the way back to the Back Earth Stockade. Now, even if I were to kill all of you, with those seeds in Weeping Lychee Stronghold, I have absolute confidence that I can replace all the seeds in Meng Mountains within 100 years. The millet seeds in your hands right now, it doesn't matter if this old woman wants them or not. It was just a matter of starving the people to death. The sins of these people will all be on your head. Do you think this boy didn't think of this? Speaking up to hear, Zi Ming's eyes flashed with a touch of tenderness. Unfortunately, young Master Xiao and the others have the world in their hearts. Although they are not the people of Meng Mountains, they are better than the people of Meng Mountains. When they saw too many people starving to death along the way, they threw their own safety to the back of their minds and insisted on keeping the millet seeds. Although this boy knows that this is not appropriate, it can't stop them from being kind. If they were kind, why would they set a trap in the peacock tomb with you? Ji-man didn't believe it at all. She waved her hand and said, the truth has been revealed, and this old woman has said all that I can say. In addition, this old woman has revealed this matter in front of all the elders, and recorded this matter in the Magus Code. Even if the Grand Magus returns, even if the people of Back Earth Stockade ask, this old woman has a reason to reply. Zi Ming, now that things have come to this old woman doesn't want to say anything more. When you return to the embrace of Back Earth Great God, you can reflect on your evil deeds. Xiao Mao didn't know what Xiaohua was doing, but his calmness was different from Li Zongbao's. His corporeal body struggled to break free, and he even opened his mouth to scream. He really wanted to tell the truth, and let Ming take out the soul artifact that imprisoned the demon's soul. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free, and he couldn't even say a single word. Fairy Hong Xia looked at Li Zongbao, and there was helplessness in both of their eyes. They knew that the danger today was far greater than anything they had ever faced before. When the city gate was on fire, the fish in the moat would also suffer. Perhaps, these 4 Taoist sect disciples who came to Meng Mountains from thousands of miles away were really going to die in the fierce struggle for power in Back Earth Stockade. As for Xiao Hua, the only person who could create a miracle, he was trapped in the mysterious dark cloud. Countless soul strands were moving around like lightning, and strands of green light were flashing. One after another, shapeless green seal text was forming and disappearing amidst strange noises. The current situation was somewhat similar to when Xiao Hua condensed his core. His endless potential was forced out under the threat of death. Furthermore, Xiao Hua didn't have the time to think about how to consume the rejuvenation pill, and how to replenish the loss of his life essence. But, how could the ancient green seal text be so easy to comprehend? How could the so-called witchcraft curse be released so easily by the soul strands? Enter the ancestral hall. After Ji-Man finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Hua and the others with disgust, and then looked at Ming who had an unusually calm face. He waved his hand and gave an order, and then walked out of the hall. Following Ji-Man's orders, the guards who had just killed Ming's subordinates rushed out, each of them grabbing Xiao Hua and the rest. Their hands that were still stained with blood were grabbing Xiao Hua and the rest by their necks. As for Fairy Hong Xia and Ming, they were helped up by the maidservants and followed behind the guards. After coming out from the hall, Ji-Man's face was still pale. What happened to Ming and Yen was a huge blow to her. She had tried her best to maintain the balance of power in Back Earth Stockade, but things had come to a stage that she didn't want to see. The crowd was like a tide, and Ji-Man was standing at the tip of the tide. Everyone behind her had a panicked and shocked expression. It was as if they had suddenly woken up in the middle of the night, and suddenly realized that, the things that didn't happen in their dreams had actually happened. Young Miss Ming had actually killed Yen, and Ji-Man was actually going to kill Ming without Elder Wu's permission. At this moment, the sky was already bright, and a smear of white appeared in the sky. Clouds the size of a fist covered the sky, and the edges of the clouds were faintly golden. When the golden light fell, it illuminated the entire Back Earth Stockade, illuminating the crowd. Following Ji-Man, they passed through the various halls of the Back Earth Stockade, and arrived at the back of the mountain. There were also some halls behind the mountain, but these halls were different from the ones in front of the mountain. These halls were all huge. Some were built with large stones, some were supported by huge trees, and each hall was inlaid with countless white bones. Most of the palaces in the front of the mountain were red in color, but these halls were mostly dark green in color. The back of the mountain was rather barren, with rugged rocks and thick withered trees everywhere. Even in between the halls, one could vaguely see some white bones. If Xiao Hua opened his eyes right now and saw such a scene, perhaps he wouldn't be as surprised as he was when he saw the palaces in Back Earth Stockade, because this barren scene was what he had imagined the shaman stronghold to be like. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was casually carried by a dark and skinny guard, like a hunter carrying his prey. Although Xiao Hua's forehead would occasionally flash with a green glow, and faint sobbing sounds could be heard coming from the green glow, it didn't attract the guard's attention at all. Walking along the wide mountain path, Ji-Man arrived in front of a huge hall in the time it took to eat a meal. This hall was obviously different from the other halls. Not only was it because the entire hall was white in color, but also because the doors and pillars were all built with white bones. On top of these white bones, countless strange beasts and nether beasts were engraved with an unknown method. These nether beasts were vivid and lifelike, and looked extremely terrifying. The sound mirage beast that Xiao Hua and Ming encountered in the Sea of Netherworld was actually one of these nether beasts. Ji-Man came to a stop in front of the door. Waving her hand, she began to mutter something under her breath. A faint green light began to emerge from the bone staff in her hand. But just as she was about to open the soul array, a scorching hot and furious soul sense swept over from afar. Ping ping ping. A series of popping noises followed. Ah! Screams of agony began to ring through the air. Humph! G-Man sensed it and snorted coldly. The green glow in her hand dissipated, and she turned around to see where the soul sense came from. In the dimly lit sky, an orange-red flame was flying over at an extremely fast speed. In the sky, there were already many guards of Back-Earth Stockade riding their soul beasts in front of this flame, but no matter if it was soul beasts or soul warriors, before they could even get close to the flame, a dark red flame flashed around their bodies, and their bodies exploded from the inside out. Blood splattered everywhere, and they fell from the sky. Woo 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 woo, a deep and furious roar came from afar, and an indescribable feeling of dryness suddenly appeared in G-Man's heart. They're finally here. G-Man's body flashed with green light as she spoke in a low voice. G. In contrast to G-Man's calmness, at the foot of the mountain furthest away from G-Man, the ground beneath the feet of the soul warriors had already begun to crack open. The originally dry soil was drying up and turning yellow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and grains of yellow sand were gradually forming. The soul warriors couldn't help but begin to panic. Raising their heads to look at the massacre in the sky, they cried out in alarm despite knowing that they couldn't panic. Wu Wu, sensing the arrival of Hanba, Xiao Mao opened his mouth and let out a whimper. He stopped struggling, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. Boom boom boom, more and more soul warriors flew into the sky to stop Hanba, but they weren't a match for Hanba at all. Hanba's thick palm would raise from time to time, and every time it raised, several soul warriors would turn into a mist of blood. Every time it raised its palm, several soul warriors would scream and fall from the sky with sparks flying all over their bodies. Chapter 29:14. Keh, a sharp cry came from somewhere in the Back-Earth stronghold. Like a command, the spirit warriors that were flying in the air immediately stopped and hurriedly dodged. Then, the 36 white-haired elders waved their bone staffs and flew into the air. It was clear that these 36 elders had been accumulating their power for a long time. Just as they rose into the air, streaks of dark green light were produced from their bone staffs. These streaks of light were like dots of light that constantly moved between them. In just a moment, a huge green net was born between these elders. Swoosh! The moment the green net was formed, a clear sound came from the sky. Countless ghost heads appeared along with this sound. Furthermore, the green light turned into dots, each of which was an extremely small ghost head. Aooooooooo, a mournful ghost cry came out from these ghost heads. That cold and bloodthirsty aura immediately filled the entire green net. The strange thing was that after these ghost heads howled in unison, not only did the green brilliance disappear, even the ghost heads disappeared as well. It was as if nothing had ever appeared. Hitorigami had already flown close to the elders. At this moment, Hitorigami was different from before. The red hair on Hitorigami's body had all faded away. It was similar to its face. However, Hitorigami's skin was extremely thick. It looked like the texture of a mountain rock. The phosphorescent runes had also faded away. It looked like an ordinary person. Hanba stopped. An ominous glint appeared in its crimson eyes. Sparks would occasionally appear around its body. At this moment, these sparks suddenly flourished. A somewhat hoarse and furious roar was emitted from Hanba's mouth. A hesitant expression appeared in its eyes. Clearly, it had also sensed the power of the soul formation set up by the 36 elders. However, Hanba only paused for a moment. Then, it raised its hands again. An indescribable heat suddenly appeared near the 36 elders. Swoosh! A layer of faint green light flashed and covered the elders. Several of the elders' skinny faces suddenly bulged with green veins and then disappeared. Seeing that its attack was blocked, Hanba became anxious again. Looking at the distant palace, it suddenly changed its direction and began to land on the ground as if it wanted to burrow into the ground. Unexpectedly, just as Hitorigami moved, 16 of the 36 elders also moved. They flew faster than Hitorigami, and in the blink of an eye, they landed below Hitorigami. Roar! Hitorigami saw these people blocking him, and he waved his hand again. These people's bodies emitted a green light again. Hitorigami's other hand grabbed at the air, and the green light was immediately torn apart. With a muffled bang, another elder's body exploded. The elders to the side didn't think that Hanba would be so strong that the soul formation of 30 people couldn't stop it. Their faces changed. However, the other elders didn't stop. One by one, they flew past Hanba's feet and shook their bone staffs. Wing wang, a strange buzzing sound came from the bone staffs. A huge green net appeared in front of the 15 elders and wrapped around Hanba. At the same time, the 16 elders who stopped in midair also waved their bone staffs. The green net that disappeared earlier appeared again and covered Hanba from the top to the bottom. Roar! Seeing this, Hanba didn't dare to fly down anymore. Its entire body wanted to escape the range of the green net. Unfortunately, Hanba's flight was still too slow. He had only flown for about 100 feet before the green net began to close up like an inescapable net. The moment the green light came into contact with the net, a sizzling sound was immediately emitted. The brilliance of the light intensified, and the ghost head that had disappeared earlier appeared again with a ferocious expression. It pounced towards Hanba. Roar! Hanba was enraged. The red flames around its body also became brighter. Both of its hands waved continuously. The ghost heads that were pouncing towards it all flashed with a trace of fire and were completely destroyed. What was special was that the flames around Hanba's body were like golden flying swords. The ghost heads that were close to it were pierced through one by one. Amidst the heart-wrenching screams, the giant green net fell into the flames. Zzz la la. After a series of noises, the green net bound the flames out of thin air. At the same time, the flames that were previously revealed were covered. The flames actually became much thinner. What was special was that after the green net fell, each of the green lights started to swim. They were like thin pythons that coiled around Hanba's body. Roar! Hanba roared. Its entire body expanded. The flames also expanded as if it wanted to break free from the green light. Unfortunately, the 35 surviving elders waved their bone staffs at the same time. Countless green lights fell into the green net. As Hanba expanded, the green net also extended. There were no signs of it being destroyed. On the other hand, the flames around Hanba's body became even thinner. Although both of its hands were grabbing onto the green light and trying its best to tear it apart, every time it tore apart a green light, another green light would appear. Moreover, even more ghost heads appeared out of thin air. They were like flies that saw blood. They pounced on Hanba's body and opened their mouths, wanting to devour Hanba's essence blood. Humph, it's only a so-so. G-Man sneered from afar. He was about to wave the bone staff in his hand again. However, at this moment, two loud sounds came from the air around Hanba and G-Man. Ah! G-Man was shocked. She hurriedly looked towards the source of the sound. At this moment, Xiaohua had already opened his eyes. The spirit treasure soul lock that was imprisoning his body was currently emitting an intense sound. What was special was that the bone spikes that were pressing against Xiaohua's forehead and the back of his head were currently being restrained by a layer of dense green light. Furthermore, the green light was flashing more and more, gradually covering Xiaohua's head. The loud sound came from within the green light. Green seal text. G-Man was even more shocked when she saw it. She could clearly see that the flashing green light was the green seal text that was gradually forming. Furthermore, following the formation of the green seal text, a familiar sound gradually came out. This sound was like the sound of thunder, but also like the sound of flowing water. It came from afar and came closer. It stopped in her ears and was born in her heart. Not only that, following the sound, an indescribable feeling emerged from Ji-man's heart. She looked at Xiao Hua's surroundings in disbelief. Furthermore, following the sound, she looked towards the sky. The formation of the green seal text actually caused a phenomenon in the sky. Strands of dark clouds came from all directions and gradually gathered above Ho-Tu's stronghold. This. Ji-man couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air. This was a divine ability that even she didn't have before. That's right, at this moment, Xiao Hua had already gradually figured out the method to pronounce the green seal text. Within the mysterious dark clouds, the tiny green seal text overlapped one another and emitted a loud sound. This sound shook the soul lock's imprisonment and wanted to break it apart. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua only had the cloud summoning rain talisman. This talisman didn't have any offensive power. Furthermore, Xiao Hua's green seal text wasn't completely successful. Even if he wanted to break free from the soul lock's imprisonment, he still couldn't do so. Now, it even attracted Ji-man's attention. Humph! Ji-man was shocked and resentment appeared in her eyes. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. As she waved her bone staff, a green light appeared in her mouth. When the green light landed on the blood essence immediately exploded and turned into a ghost head. The ghost head screamed and rushed into Xiao Hua's head. Following the disappearance of the ghost head, the green light around Xiao Hua's head also gradually disappeared. The sound of the green seal text also gradually stopped and the dark clouds that filled the sky also slowly dispersed. Xiao Hua's final struggle was also broken by Ji-man. Sigh, Xiao Hua sighed. He knew that he was already at his wit's end. Ji-man's gaze coldly swept across the dejected Xiao Hua, then he looked into the distance. The other loud sound just now came from where Hanba was. Hanba's body flashed with a red brilliance, and a huge illusory figure appeared from its body. It seemed to be formed by strange red runes, and it grew bigger and bigger. In the moment that Ji-man imprisoned Xiao Hua again, the phantom had already grown to more than 10 feet. The green light and ghost head that were binding Hanba was blocked by the phantom. The soul power of the 35 elders seemed to be insufficient to support the green light. As the light flickered, the phantom actually showed signs of collapsing. Hanba. As expected of great god Shibai's descendant. Ji-man sighed. Her body flashed with a green light again. Like a green rainbow, she shot into the sky and appeared right above Hanba's phantom in the blink of an eye. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ji-man. They wanted to see what she would do. However, Ji-man simply stretched out her hand and a green light appeared at her fingertips. The moment this green light appeared, it was as bright as a star. It was even brighter than the rising sun. With some difficulty, Ji-man pointed her finger and the green light landed on the phantom. Roar! As the green light entered his body, Hitorigami let out an extremely painful roar. The shadow rapidly shrank, and the green light that bound Hitorigami's body rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, Hitorigami returned to his original form. The green shadow was like a giant python that bound Hitorigami tightly. Sigh, Xiao Mao sighed in his heart. He was also dejected. He looked at Xiao Hua and wanted to shake his head but couldn't move. He could only smile bitterly. Only Zi Ming's gaze was hesitant. She wanted to look at Xiao Hua but was also worried about Fairy Hongxiao. However, there was clearly some worry in her eyes. This was because when Xiao Hua let out that loud noise, she had clearly heard the sound of the green seal text. Although she didn't know how Xiao Hua activated the talisman, she was very clear in her heart that activating this mysterious talisman consumed life essence. She should give the rejuvenation pill to Xiao Hua, but she couldn't move right now, so how could she take it out? However, when she saw that Xiao Hua's face was still the same, she was puzzled. Could it be that she heard wrongly? Hanba was captured by Ji-Man. Just like Xiao Mao and the others, its burly body struggled with all its might. The flames around its body were also faintly discernible. Unfortunately, the flames were extinguished as soon as they appeared. It seemed to have no effect on the green light. Hanba's hands were also waving non-stop. However, no matter what, it couldn't use the powerful bloodline power from before. Chapter 29:15. Humph! Ji-Man snorted coldly once again. With a point of his finger, Hitorigami immediately fell from the sky like a huge boulder. With a loud boom, it smashed into the foot of the mountain, shattering a huge boulder at the foot of the mountain. Watch this thing carefully. Ji-Man instructed. Turning around, he transformed into a streak of light and charged towards the hall. The 35 elders did not dare to be negligent. They descended from the air and surrounded Hanba. Green light was faintly discernible on their bone staffs. Clearly, they were on high alert. Ji-Man's figure appeared in front of the palace door. The bone staff glowed with green light again. Ji-Man waved his hand and the green light streaked across the sky like a sharp sword. A green crack appeared in the air in front of the palace door. This crack slowly split open and pulled to both sides. At the same time, the green light rolled up like a rolling curtain. Roar! The green light rolled up halfway. A roar came from the green light and the two green lights turned into a beast's head. The beast head became slightly more solid, then turned around and charged toward the two deathly white bone doors at the entrance of the palace. With a loud boom, the beast's head sank into the bone doors. The two bone doors glowed with green light and blood gradually appeared. It was like the blood in the netherworld sea. It flowed along the bone doors. When the entire bone doors were covered by the blood, Ji-Man opened his mouth and chanted in the Huda village's witchcraft language. A flight of stairs gradually appeared in the blood. It extended from the bone doors and extended to Ji-Man's feet. The blood gradually turned into a ferocious beast's head. It opened its bloody mouth and waited to devour the guests on the stairs. Ji-Man glanced at the stairs under his feet and slowly stepped onto it. The stairs changed and brought Ji-Man's body into the mouth of the beast head that was formed by the palace door. As for the guards, when they saw Ji-Man go, they quickly grabbed Xiao Mao and the others. Especially the guard who was freed from Xiao Hua's hands by using the green seal scripture. He kicked Xiao Hua fiercely a few times before grabbing Xiao Hua's neck and jumping up the stairs. The stairs were also strange. As the guards jumped up, the stairs suddenly widened. It did not feel crowded when the few of them stood together. Naturally, the rest of the people also stepped onto the stairs after the guards. Xiao Hua's face was facing down. He could only see the stairs constantly changing, followed by a blood-red color and the smell of blood. In the end, Xiao Hua saw a ground full of bones and skeletons. Plop! Xiao Hua was casually thrown to the ground like an object. Only now did he have the chance to raise his face and see the situation of this hall clearly. Just as Xiao Hua thought, the ancestral shrine of Huda village was this huge bone hall. There were no pillars in the center of the bone hall. The roof of the hall was made of bones and skeletons, and the floor was also made of bones and skeletons. In fact, it was not clear which was the floor and which was the roof. At the top of the hall was a blood-red curtain that blocked everyone's view. What was behind the curtain couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Not even soul sense or divine sense could see through it. Ji-Man quietly stood in front of the curtain. Her eyes stared at the blood-red curtain, and two traces of blood could be seen in her eyes. Cough cough. After everyone who could enter the ancestral shrine had entered, Ji-Man coughed twice, turned around, and raised her hand. It was the token of Senior Wu. With a cold voice, she said, "Everyone, you have all seen it. For the sake of G-Man's position, Ziming had schemed a lot. Not only did he use Huda Village's Hanba as bait to lure Xian, then he used Hanba's bloodline power to kill Xian. Furthermore, he had also leaked the secret of Meng Mountain to the cultivators of Dao sect. As a cultivator of Dao sect, this Xiaohua actually knows some witchcraft arts. This old woman really doesn't know how many secrets Ziming had leaked out. Ziming's evil deeds have already violated the teachings of our ancestors. Although he is the primary candidate for G-Man, this old woman has decided to send him back to the embrace of Huda Great God, so that he can reflect on his actions. As for these cultivators of Dao sect, they are the murderers of Xian. This old woman will also exterminate them to avenge Xian. After she finished speaking, G-Man turned around and faced the blood-red curtain. She knelt down, and a voice of yin and yang came out from her mouth. It seemed like she was praying, but also seemed like she was telling something. All the soul warriors and elders behind her also knelt down, and a similar voice came out from their mouths. Following these voices, strands of green light slowly appeared, and floated towards the blood-red curtain. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the green light on the blood-red curtain increased, and gradually formed a layer of green mist. At this moment, G-Man stood up from the ground and raised the token in her hand. The token flew into the air and rushed into the mist. With a buzzing sound, all of the mist was sucked in by the token. The token trembled for a moment, then turned into a strange beast head the size of a fist. The beast head suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and a beam of green light shot out, landing on the blood-red curtain. The curtain gradually opened, and a huge statue of Huda Great God appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Woo! A series of strange high-pitched sounds came from the mouths of the Huda stronghold's residents. Everyone piously knelt down again. The gigantic statue of a deity was floating in midair, and the two hands in front of it were holding two jade snakes in a hugging posture. There were many thumb-sized bone grains in front of the statue, and each bone grain was engraved with strange runes. These should be the sacrificial tablets of the Huda stronghold's ancestors. These bone grains were densely packed, and they floated between the arms and the jade snakes, as if they had really returned to Huda Great God's embrace. Below the statue, there was a small sacrificial table. The table wasn't empty, and besides a few flickering green candles, there was a furry thing lying lazily on the table. At this moment, the furry thing seemed to have been awakened by the noise. It poked its head out from the table, and it looked like a dog's head. However, as the dog's head poked out, a faint beam of light shot out from its mouth. As the light grew more and more sinister, wisps of blood-red light appeared in the air above the ancestral hall, and mournful cries could be heard. On top of the dog's head, the two sparkling eyes on its head swept across the soul cultivators, and a kind of fear that came from the soul cultivators' souls was born. Aside from a few old soul cultivators whose bodies were flashing with green light, the rest of the soul cultivators fell to the ground and bowed with trembling bodies. When G-Man saw that the dog had been awakened, she hurriedly bowed and began to chant some strange incantations. The black dog aimlessly glanced at the people kneeling before the offering table. Suddenly, its little nose wrinkled and its entire body trembled. With a whoosh, the black dog flew up from the offering table. Like a black lightning bolt, it rushed in front of the crowd. The people kneeling on the ground were like stones in a pond. They were so scared that they rolled around on the ground. It was as if they were extremely afraid of the black dog. However, to everyone's surprise, that black dog didn't pay attention to anyone. Instead, it obediently flew in front of Xiaohua, who was half lying on the ground. Woof woof, woof woof, a burst of joyful barks sounded. That black dog actually started to happily play around in the air. In the end, it actually landed on Xiaohua's shoulder, leaving everyone dumbstruck. This. G-Man looked at all of this in a daze. She knew that Ziming had already served this sacred beast for dozens of years. If she were to use Elder Wu's token in the ancestral hall, it would inevitably alarm the sacred beast. Perhaps it would disrupt her plans. However, she already had a plan to deal with it. But what she never expected was that the sacred beast was indeed alarmed. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary alarm. But the one who alarmed the sacred beast wasn't Ziming, but that mysterious Xiaohua. Ji-Man could clearly feel the sacred beast's ecstasy and attachment. Zhang Xiaohua. Ji-Man suddenly came to a realization. She once again looked at Xiaohua with an inconceivable gaze. This is the sword practitioner that the sacred beast is looking for. Zhang Xiaohua. Daddy, Daddy. When the black dog landed on Xiaohua's shoulder, a voice emerged from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. It made Xiaohua somewhat confused. But when the black dog's warm tongue licked his ear, Xiaohua's heart trembled. He hurriedly replied, You are Little Black. Daddy, Little Black replied. It happily leaped over Xiaohua's head and landed on his other shoulder. At this moment, in the ancestral hall, everyone was stunned like clay statues. They forgot to fear and tremble. Even Ziming, who was extremely familiar with the sacred beast, was unable to react. Her thoughts were the same as Ji-Man's. She didn't know how Xiaohua became the flying sword-wielding Zhang Xiaohua that the sacred beast was talking about. Little Black happily jumped a few times. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't react, it angrily whimpered a few times. It opened its mouth and with a ha sound, a white light flashed. It spat on the dark green light that was binding Xiaohua. The moment the light touched the white light, it immediately melted. Sacred beast, Ji-Man hurriedly shouted. Immediately after, she uttered some incomprehensible shaman language, as if she was asking something. Who would have thought that at this moment, Little Black completely ignored Ji-Man. It immediately flew up from Xiaohua's shoulder and barked randomly, this. Ji-Man hesitated. She didn't need to communicate with the sacred beast. She also knew that the sacred beast wanted her to release Xiaohua. But if she released Xiaohua, Ziming would naturally be released as well. Then, how would she repay Ziyan's revenge? Woof woof, Little Black urged again. It seemed that it was already somewhat anxious. Ji-Man bit her lips tightly. The expression on her face changed several times. She was really somewhat unwilling. She finally made the decision. She was finally going to take revenge. But at this final stage, there was a variable that she couldn't resist. Could she let go? Kill. A trace of ominous light flashed through Ji-Man's eyes. Chapter 29:16. However, the ferocious glint in her eyes disappeared in a flash. Ji-Man did not dare to kill the saint beast even though she was confident. Because she wasn't confident and didn't dare to kill all the elders in the ancestral shrine. Moreover, she didn't dare to destroy the entire Huda stronghold's foundation. Is it wrong for me to avenge Lu, or Huda God? Why is she so unfair to me? Ji-Man clenched her fists and murmured to herself as warmth gushed out from her eyes. Ji-Man. A gentle voice came from the palace door in the distance. Elder Wu. Ji-Man sniffed and looked over, only to see a slightly dark and skinny young man walking over from there. This young man looked very ordinary, but his eyes were extremely bright, like the twinkling stars of the morning. Moreover, this young man walked slowly, step by step in the air. His figure was faintly discernible, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Ji-Man. Greetings, Elder Wu. Ji-Man didn't dare to be negligent and bowed. Everyone in the ancestral shrine also bowed with Ji-Man, and the respect in their eyes was even greater than when they saw Little Black. Woof woof, woof woof, only Little Black continued to bark in the air, not afraid of this young man. He, Elder Wu had a warm smile on his face as he reached out his hand and patted Little Black's head. Don't be impatient, don't be impatient. Then, Elder Wu pointed his finger, and a green light that was almost invisible to the naked eye appeared from his hand and landed on Xiaohua's body. The dozens of dark green pythons immediately disappeared. Immediately after, Old Wu made a grabbing motion with his hand, and the soul lock that bound Xiaohua also broke free from Xiaohua's body and landed in his hand. Finally, Old Wu frowned slightly, and with a flick of his right hand's middle finger, a ball of blood-red brilliance also flew out from Xiaohua's head and dissipated in the air. Xiaohua completely regained his freedom. He stood up from the ground and respectfully said, "Junior Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder Sect greets Senior." "Xiaohua. You're not Zhang Xiaohua." Old Wu also seemed to be surprised as he looked at Xiao He. At this moment, Xiao He was very happy. He had already landed on Xiaohua's head and messed up Xiaohua's hair. Junior's name might be Zhang Xiaohua, but Junior's name is Xiaohua now. Xiaohua looked at Elder Wu's gentle expression and didn't hide anything, carefully replying. "Oh, I see." Nodding his head, Old Wu looked at Ziming, Fairy Hongxia and the rest. Finally, he looked at Ji-Man who had yet to get up and asked, "Ji-Man, please get up. What's going on? I beg Elder Wu to make the decision and seek justice for my dead Lu." Ji-Man refused to get up and said in a sorrowful voice. "Ah. Zi-Yen. What's wrong? When did he return to Huda Great God's embrace?" Elder Wu was also surprised, and he hurriedly asked. "Of course it was Zi-Ming's doing." Ji-Man said hatefully, "Otherwise, how could I tie her up and bring her to the ancestral hall? How could I alarm the sacred beast?" Elder Wu nodded his head slightly, glancing at Zi-Ming. He didn't instruct Ji-Man to release Zi-Ming and the rest, but asked indifferently, "Have you investigated?" "Yes, I have investigated, and Zi-Ming has admitted it himself." Ji-Man replied. "I got it. Please get up." Elder Wu's expression didn't change. "Tell me the whole story. Now that we are in the ancestral hall, I may not have the authority to punish others. If Zi-Ming really killed Zi-Yen, I will give Zi-Yen an explanation right here." "Yes, I thank Elder Wu." Hearing that, Ji-Man hurriedly got up and repeated the whole story. Then, she pointed her finger downwards and said, "The elders and guards were all present. I was afraid that there might be a mistake, so I brought them to the ancestral hall. If Elder Wu doesn't believe me, you can ask them." "Alright." Elder Wu nodded his head, looked at Xiaohua and asked, "What Ji-Man said, do you admit it?" Xiaohua smiled and shook his head, replying, "Although most of what Ji-Man said is true, she got it wrong. The one who set the trap is Zi-Yen, not Zi-Ming. Furthermore, this Zi-Yen is definitely not the Lu-er that Ji-Man spoke of, he is Lu-er who has been possessed by the devil. Zi-Ming has solid evidence, Elder Wu only needs to take a look to know." "Ah. Lu-er has been possessed. This is impossible." Not only was Elder Wu stunned, even Ji-Man turned pale with fright and denied it. "Sigh, the devil's methods are getting more and more brilliant." Elder Wu was clearly starting to believe Xiaohua. With a sigh, he said to Ji-Man, "Release Ziming, this old man will question him." Ji-Man asked in disbelief, "Xiaohua, if Zi-Ming has solid evidence, then previously." At this point, Ji-Man couldn't ask any further. She already understood that Zi-Ming wouldn't give this evidence to her even if he had to risk his life. That was an extreme distrust of her. Ji-Man's face paled slightly, and she released Zi-Ming, Fairy Hongxia and the rest. Zi-Ming ignored Ji-Man, bowing towards Elder Wu and said, "Boy greets Elder Wu. It's been hard on you." Elder Wu waved his hand and said, "Tell me everything that happened." "Yes." Zi-Ming replied, and told Elder Wu everything that happened after he left the Back Earth stronghold. He even told Elder Wu about Master Qin Qin's death. In the end, Zi-Ming stretched out his hand, and his index finger cut across his calf like a knife. With a flash of blood, the soul artifact that contained the devil's soul was taken out from his flesh, and he raised his hand to present it to Elder Wu. Seeing this soul artifact, Ji-man's face turned even paler. She already understood that Zi Ming was telling the truth. Zi Yan was no longer Zi Yan, the one who killed Zi Yan was the devil in this soul artifact, and Zi Ming could even be said to have avenged Zi Yan. Ji-man, do you want to see it or me? Elder Wu took the soul bead, and instructed Zi Ming to heal his wounds, then asked Ji-man, Elder Wu, please see. Ji-man shook her head slightly, this concubine wants to avoid suspicion. Alright, Elder Wu didn't decline, and his starry eyes stared at the soul bead. A strand of green crystal came out from between his eyebrows and entered the soul bead. Traces of blood red seeped out from the soul orb and entered Venerable Wu's forehead through the crystal thread. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Venerable Wu finally retrieved the crystal thread and looked at Ji-man with a complicated expression. Was this concubine wrong? Ji-man couldn't help but ask, how many devil's minions are there in the back earth stronghold? You were wrong. But it's good that you didn't make a big mistake. Elder Wu said lightly, and then his mouth moved a few times. Ah. Ji-man heard, and couldn't help but be surprised. Elder Wu's face was also gloomy. He threw the soul bead in his hand, and it landed in front of Blackie. Xiaohua opened his mouth slightly, and with a ha sound, a white light came out of his mouth and sprinkled on the soul bead. A pitch-black shadow let out a mournful cry and was sucked into his stomach. After Blackie ate the devil's soul, he actually did the same thing as Goldie. He stretched his waist, and his blood-red tongue touched the corner of his mouth. Then, he laid on Xiaohua's shoulder and seemed to be drowsy. Xiaohua looked at Blackie, and used his hand to stroke its smooth fur. He smiled and asked, Elder Wu, this is this junior's Blackie. This junior wants to take it away. Yes, although this is the sacred beast of our back earth stronghold, it still came from the heavens. From the day it asked this old man to look for you, this old man knew that it would leave the back earth stronghold. Elder Wu nodded slightly. Moreover, the sacred beast is a sacred beast because it was bestowed by the heavens. The sacred beast's whereabouts are arranged by the great God. How can we, the people, decide for the sacred beast? Many thanks, Elder Wu. Xiaohua smiled and temporarily placed Blackie in his arms. Farewell, sacred beast. Xiaohua said casually, but the elders of the back earth stronghold did not dare to be negligent. Everyone knelt on the ground again. Thank you, great God Hudu, for your grace. As if it heard everyone's kowtows, Blackie actually poked its little head out from Xiaohua's arms. With a ha sound, it spat out a white light and then shrank back. I've made you suffer. Elder Wu looked at Fairy Hongxia and the rest and said kindly. Fairy Hongxia and the rest hurriedly bowed. This junior greets Elder Wu. This is nothing. As long as we can clear Miss Zi Ming's grievances, we are already satisfied. Sigh, it's all because this old woman was too anxious and believed in slanderous words. Ji-man also hurriedly said. Fairy Hongxia and the rest glanced at the calm Zi Ming and quickly bowed. This matter is too much of a coincidence, and Ji-man is also concerned about her family. This junior can understand. Ji-man looked at Zi Ming's expression, and her heart sank. She knew that the family she had accumulated for dozens of years had been poured down like a torrential flood in less than a day. Zi Ming's heart had already built a strong dam, and no matter how hard she tried, it would be impossible for her to reach the same level as before. Sure enough, Zi Ming glanced at everyone and said calmly, Boy knows that he is not good at expanding, but he is good at protecting what he has built. He has never put the safety of the people of Meng Mountains aside. Furthermore, I don't care how others look at Boy. Boy only does what he thinks is right. It doesn't matter if you understand or misunderstand. Once something has happened, then, we can never go back to how we were before. Elder Wu smiled, and an indescribable charm immediately appeared on his ordinary-looking face. He pointed his finger and said, Ziming is right, Ji-man is also right. Everything that happened before today, has turned into water. We can never go back to how we were before. A mistake is a mistake, and no amount of compensation can change what has been done wrong. Since we can admit our mistakes and never make the same mistake again, that is the right thing to do. How can we be completely right when we govern Wuxia? As long as we have the people in our hearts, we can handle things impartially, and we have a clear conscience. As for the mistakes that we can't go back to how we were before, let it be an eternal mistake. Let it be a lesson for us. Without the past, without the present, how can there be a future? Only when there is rain can there be a rainbow. Only then can we know the beauty of Meng Mountains. Huta Stockade is one of the 12 great stockades of Meng Mountains. How could we have gone through such a simple storm? If we, the descendants of the great god Hutu, are defeated by such a trivial matter, wouldn't we become a joke to the original Taoist Shao of the country of Shi? Chapter 29:17. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. Venerable Wu and Ji-man had mentioned his name twice in a row. That Ji-man was still fine, but she should have sensed the situation with them. Since Venerable Wu of Bai Lu Stronghold could mention the name Taoist Xiao, then Ji-man could too. However, Venerable Wu was different. He had just returned from outside, and Ziming had told him that he was ordered by the Shaman King to go deep into Meng Mountains. How could he know so clearly? Thinking of Venerable Wu's situation, Xiao Hua naturally thought of Xue Mingcha of Sword Domain. Since she could also mention his name, although there was still some doubt in her tone, since she could think of it, how could the others not know? Since the sword cultivators knew, how could the cultivators of Dao sect not know? There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Perhaps the current nascent soul masters already know Wu Ming's origin. Looks like I'll have to seek advice from Han Zhu about my Buddhist cultivation. I'll see how I can conceal it better. Everything in Huda Stronghold and Meng Mountains was arranged by the great hands of Huda Great God and the other 12 great gods. It was all to temper and sharpen us, the descendants of the great gods. Only after going through the hardships of Huda Stronghold today can we understand the value of family, trust, and selflessness. Only after going through the drought of Meng Mountains can we understand the importance of hard work and toil, and the importance of Meng Mountains to us. Venerable Wu saw Xiao Hua frown and ignored him. He then said to Ziming and the others, all the disasters now have shown us that no matter if it's the demons, swordsmen, or cultivators, even the soul warriors and natives of Meng Mountains, they all have some unfathomable intentions. They always want to realize their own schemes and satisfy their own selfish desires. They treat the lives of billions of people in Meng Mountains as grass, and treat Meng Mountains as a chess piece. They even treat the world as their own slaughterhouse. This is something that we, the descendants of the 12 great gods, cannot tolerate. This destroys the tradition of our billions of people peacefully guarding Meng Mountains. Yes, we'll listen to senior shaman's instructions. When everyone heard this, they were all excited and cheered in unison. Even though there were still some sounds among these calls, and there were still some shaman language that Xiao Hua and the others couldn't understand. Obviously, Grandmaster Wu's words were meant for Xiao Hua and the others to hear. Then, Grandmaster Wu spoke again, but this time, Xiao Hua and the others couldn't understand the shaman language. Following Grandmaster Wu's orders, groups of guards were led out by the elders. In just a short while, only Grandmaster Wu, Ji-man, Xiao Hua and the others were left in the ancestral hall. The current Huda stronghold is in some trouble. I believe Taoist Master Xiao has already seen it. This old man was aware of this situation long ago and has already made preparations. However, I never thought that the devil cultivator's attack would be so intense that even Ziyan's body would be possessed. It seems that this old man will be busy for a while in the coming days. Grandmaster Wu said to Xiao Hua in a very amiable manner, therefore, I would like to ask Daoist Xiao to stay in my back-earth village for a few days. After this old man has finished dealing with the secular affairs, I will discuss with Daoist Xiao. No problem, Xiao Hua smiled. Although this Grandmaster Wu looked very ordinary, but since he appeared in the ancestral hall, every action and word of his attracted everyone's gaze and attention. Furthermore, Grandmaster Wu's words were neither hot nor cold, and were extremely pleasant to the ears. His fairness and strictness were self-evident, which made Xiao Hua's heart filled with admiration. Xiao Hua naturally took this kind of senior's words to heart. He bowed and said, Junior and the others will listen to Senior's arrangements. G-Man, follow this old man to the back-earth palace. Grandmaster Wu nodded and ordered G-Man. G-Man also replied respectfully, yes, this concubine understands. Ziming, now that you have repaired the soul-falling lamp, and Ziye's matter has also been settled, rest for a day and then come to the back-earth palace. Grandmaster Wu looked at Ziming, who was in a daze and looking straight at the ground, and said. Ziming's situation seemed to be very emotional about Grandmaster Wu's words, and he actually didn't hear Grandmaster Wu's order clearly. After Grandmaster Wu finished speaking, he suddenly understood and asked curiously as if he had just woken up from a dream, Boy, why are you going to the back-earth palace? Ha ha ha! Grandmaster Wu laughed and didn't say another word. He raised his feet and walked away like a shadow. G-Man looked at Ziming apologetically, and a trace of a bitter smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and also walked out of the ancestral hall. Ziming looked at the backs of the two people leaving, and an extremely complicated expression appeared on his face. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. What should have happened had happened, and what should have been said had been said. It seemed that what happened before was different from before, but thinking carefully, what changed? What didn't change? Ziming. Xiao Hua's voice sounded in Ziming's ears, Grandmaster Wu is right, yesterday is yesterday, today is today, and tomorrow is tomorrow. You still have to think carefully. This concubine understands. It's easy to say, but when it comes to doing, how can it be so simple to truly understand? Ziming looked at Xiao Hua with a bitter smile. Fairy Hongxia was originally dissatisfied with Ziming, but at this moment, she felt pity in her heart, and said softly, Sigh, life is always unpredictable, and the joys and sorrows of separation are the main taste. Miss Ziming, your heart must be strong. As she spoke, Fairy Hongxia also looked at Li Zongbao. Ever since Li Zongbao used the netherworld mirror and didn't see Kai Zhuoxia's image, he hadn't said a word. Even when he was captured by G-Man, he didn't say a word, and didn't resist at all, as if he had lost his soul. Fairy Hongxia's words were meant for Li Zongbao to hear. Unfortunately, Li Zongbao still looked at the ground indifferently, and ignored her. Io Xiao Hua. At this moment, Ziming suddenly cried out, and took out the rejuvenation pill, and handed it to Xiao Hua. Quickly take the rejuvenation pill. Quickly replenish your life essence. What? Fairy Hongxia was also anxious, and asked curiously, Xiao Hua, when did you, however, Fairy Hongxia hesitated when she saw Xiao Hua's face. She had seen Grandmaster Qin Qin's condition after she entered the soul-refining cave, and knew what it was like to have one's life essence damaged. At this moment, Xiao Hua's face was glowing, and there wasn't a single wrinkle on his face. No matter how she looked at it, it didn't look like his life essence was damaged. Is that so? Xiao Hua actually didn't feel anything. He was forced to do it, and his life was almost gone, so what was the point of wanting his life essence? Moreover, he was only able to use half of the cloud summoning rain spell before it was sealed by G-Man, and the green seal text was not completely released. As for whether this spell could damage his life essence, Xiao Hua didn't know. Touching his smooth cheeks, he was a little dazed. Using half of a spell, can it damage my life essence? Xiao Hua thought for a while and asked. Of course, Zi Ming was a little anxious, and urged, "Witchcraft is the essence of heaven and earth, how can we mortals use it? We can only rely on life essence to replenish the heaven and earth essence consumed by witchcraft. Not to mention using half of it, as long as it is used, it will be damaged. But I don't feel anything." Xiaohua smacked his lips. "Why don't we wait a little longer? This rejuvenation pill is also quite precious." Zi Ming was about to cry, and stamped her feet. "Young Master Xiao, I'm not joking with you. The taboo power of my Meng Mountain's witchcraft is not something you know. That is the power of a great god, not the magic power of a cultivator, and not some spell formed by heaven and earth's spiritual energy." All right, seeing Zi Ming in a hurry, Xiaohua quickly caught the rejuvenation pill, and said, "How about this, I'll take the rejuvenation pill first. I'll see when the life essence starts to be damaged, and when there is something wrong, I'll immediately take the rejuvenation pill. This way, I'll also know how powerful that witchcraft is, right?" "All right. Young Master Xiao can decide for yourself." Zi Ming helplessly shook her head, but a moment later, she thought of something, and said in a low voice, "What was the witchcraft spell that young Master Xiao used just now? When did young Master cultivate it? This witchcraft spell, even my Huda village's elder Wu, can't use it." "It's a long story," Xiaohua said with a smile. "This is the spell evolved from my cloud summoning rain talisman, ah." Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish, Zi Ming was shocked, and said involuntarily, Isn't this great god Xian Ming's rain summoning technique?" I don't know." Xiaohua said with a smile, "But I got it from somewhere in Meng country. This witchcraft spell can't attack, but young master risked his life to activate it. I'm afraid it's useless." Zi Ming sighed. Xiaohua said in all seriousness, "Even so, at that time, this Xiao couldn't just surrender without putting up a fight. It's all my fault for dragging young Master Xiao and the others into danger." Zi Ming blamed herself again. "I'm afraid Ji-man will think that I leaked the secret of Meng Mountain." Hearing this, Xiaohua shook his head and said, "Zi Ming, Elder Wu's words are very good. You go back and reflect on it. I won't say anything." Xiao and the others came to Meng Mountain. "According to you soul cultivators, it was Huda Great God who sent us here. Even this witchcraft spell was instructed by Huda Great God. If it's related to you, it was Huda Great God who sent you to Sentry City and let you get to know me. All the cause and effect originated from Huda Great God." I understand." Zi Ming smiled slightly. "Daoist Zhao's trip to Meng Mountain is very important to the people of Meng Mountain. Judging from Elder Wu's expression just now, it's far from the distress when the drought just started. I'm sure you already know how powerful Daoist Xiao is." That's right, this Xiao has a hard life." Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders casually with a pitiful appearance. Zi Ming laughed. He was really happy now. "Let's go." Fairy Hongxia's heart skipped a beat, and she urged, "Elder Wu has already asked Zi Ming to go to Huda Palace. It's also a chance for Zi Ming. Let's rest early and let Zi Ming have some peace." Zi Ming lowered his head, and Xiaohua acted as if he didn't hear it. Xiao Mao said tactfully, that's right, I've been tortured by Ji-man. Even my mother's portrait is only half done. I still have to finish it while I'm free." Chapter 29:18. Young Master Xiao, please. Zi Ming lowered her head. Her ears were burning as she quickly walked in front of him. Her feelings for Xiaohua were actually not that deep. It was only because no one was able to enter her eyes. Xiaohua's temperament was completely different from the millions of Meng Mountain spirit warriors, and he did not have the slightest bit of flattery. That was why he immediately entered her heart. Today's experience, which could not be considered a lingering and frightening experience, had deepened her impression of him, making it somewhat hazy. This hazy feeling had always been a secret, and she did not want Fairy Hongxia to know about it. However, Ji-man had pointed it out. Now that Fairy Hongxia was on guard, she naturally felt embarrassed. "Oh right, Zi-ming, there is something that I feel is strange about. I would like to ask a few more questions." Xiao Hua spoke again at an inappropriate time, causing Fairy Hongxia to stare at him with a bit of anger and embarrassment. "Young Master Xiao, please speak." Zi-ming lowered her head slightly and looked up slightly, asking in a low voice. "Regarding Zi-yen, I am somewhat puzzled. I have always wanted to ask about it." Xiao Hua did not care about this, and spoke out the doubts in his heart. Zi-yen was possessed by a demon, so he did not fall. Perhaps his natal spirit tablet would not shatter. However, Hanba killed Zi-yen, and Miss Zi-ming took away the demon's remnant soul. Does that mean that the natal spirit tablet would not shatter before the soul was destroyed? Why did Ji-man not know about this? Why did she only make things difficult now? Oh, so this is what young Master Xiao is puzzled about. Zi-ming understood and smiled. That natal spirit tablet is only a magic of your Dao sect. There is nothing similar among Meng Mountain spirit cultivators. Oh. Why not? If you had this item, you and Ji-man, wouldn't there be so many misunderstandings? Xiao Hua asked in astonishment. Zi-ming's face was slightly pale. She said indifferently, "If we had this item, the incident with Ziyi would not have happened." After thinking for a moment, Zi-ming said, "I believe young Master Xiao already knows about the power of bloodline. It is the foundation of Meng Mountain spirit cultivators' spirit techniques." "And, I know a little." Xiao Hua nodded. Master Kuchin had already told him about this. Simply speaking, the power of bloodline is to use the power of heaven and earth through the inheritance of blood essence. The blood essence must contain the imprint of a soul warrior. Zi-ming said, "Although your Dao sect's Dharma spells don't talk about this, the natal spirit tablet that can be refined with blood essence should also belong to this category. A drop of blood essence isn't much to you Dao sect cultivators, but to us soul warriors, it's incomparably important. A soul warrior can use countless methods to use blood essence to cast spells on another soul warrior, and even take the life of that soul warrior. Therefore, it is impossible for us, the soul warriors of Meng Mountains, to use our own blood essence to craft some natal spirit tablet and let others control our life and death. Actually, a simpler explanation would be that since the death of a Dao sect cultivator could cause the destruction of his natal spirit tablet, the destruction of his natal spirit tablet would definitely cause the death of a Dao sect cultivator. Your Dao sect's natal spirit tablet is the most important method that cultivation sects use to control their own disciples. It's not the concern for their own disciples that ordinary people think. Let me say something unpleasant. If my Meng Mountains were to attack your Dao sect's 3 kingdoms, we don't even need to fight to the death. As long as we can control your Jade Archive Palace, we can completely control all of your cultivators." Hiss. Hearing this, not only was Xiao Hua dumbfounded, even Fairy Hongxia and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Xiao Hua even thought of the golden natal spirit tablet that he kept in the Jade Archive Palace. Dao sect cultivators are like locusts in the mortal world, desperately devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, using everything in the world for their own use. Moreover, they plunder by hook or by crook, not caring about the needs and nourishment of heaven and earth. Today's abnormal weather in Meng Mountains, I'm afraid it's the result of your Dao sect's 3 kingdoms ignoring the heavenly Dao, right? Zi-ming sighed, "It's a pity that you cultivators don't know about it at all. Moreover, you're so arrogant, thinking that you're the orthodox sect. The people of the world are also short-sighted. When they see how powerful the Dao sect spells are, they naturally follow suit. Therefore, our soul cultivators have declined, and our Confucian cultivators have died out." At this point, Zi-ming saw that Xiao Hua and the others' expressions were not good. She smiled and said, "This is what Venerable Wu said on a normal day. I'm just listening. Now that I'm telling you, young Master Xiao, you may not necessarily take it seriously. Hee hee, hee hee. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Looking at Fairy Hongxia and the others who were also thinking about something, he didn't know how to answer. As they spoke, they walked out of the ancestral hall. With a glance, they saw the tall and sturdy Hitorigami standing on top of a boulder. The Hitorigami seemed to have received Venerable Wu's orders and didn't make a fuss. When it saw Xiao Mao, it roared and flew down from the boulder. The ground where its feet landed turned yellow. With a smile on his face, Xiao Mao stretched out his hand. The Hitorigami also stretched out its big hand. 2 fingers touched Xiao Mao's hand. Xiao Mao whispered a few words, and the Hitorigami laughed happily. Then, its body glowed red, and it flew into the sky again. The Hitorigami is very powerful. Unfortunately, it still can't control its own strength. Xiao Mao looked regretfully at the place where the Hitorigami was standing. There were already some fine grains of sand. He said, otherwise, with it following us, it could have saved us a lot of trouble. It's a pity that you can't bring it out of. Xiao Hua said casually, but stopped halfway. Yes, why can't I bring it out of Million Meng Mountains? Yes, Million Meng Mountains is the Hitorigami's home. I won't let it leave. Moreover, if it goes to the cultivation world, who knows if it will attract the attention of nascent soul or spirit severing stage seniors. Xiao Mao said with a smile. He then took out the jade scroll in his hand and immersed his divine sense in it. Xiao Hua raised his eyes and looked at the terrifying mountains on the left. He then looked at Fairy Hongxia and said, this. I'm afraid this is where the earliest Huda stockade was located. Yes, it is. Zi Ming waited for a moment. Seeing that Fairy Hongxia didn't say anything, she slowly said, according to the shaman canon, the earliest Huda stockade only had an ancestral temple. Moreover, the ancestral temple wasn't as big as it is now. Later, it slowly expanded. The palaces and other things were built around the ancestral temple. When the back mountain was full. This was another large-scale construction in my previous life. Previously, I've said that the buildings in the front mountain were heavily influenced by Confucian cultivation. It's already different from the back mountain. Confucian cultivation, what should it look like? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes. He thought of the turtle shell, the core, and the inscriptions on the armor. Outside the ancestral shrine, there were naturally guards standing guard. Zi Ming looked at the guards and gave a few orders. Then, she whispered to Xiao Hua and the others, this concubine's resting place is near the ancestral shrine. This concubine won't see you off. Yes, Miss Zi Ming, please have some peace. Xiao Hua didn't dare to say more, we'll also go back and meditate. When Elder Wu finishes dealing with the matters of Huda stockade, we'll meet again. All right. Zi Ming smiled and was about to turn around. Fairy Hongxia said again, Miss Zi Ming, you have to pay more attention to the matters of Huda stockade. After all, you're the next G-man. The task on your shoulders is very heavy. The people of Huda stockade are all depending on you. Zi Ming's heart ached. She knew what Fairy Hongxia wanted to say. She smiled bitterly, thank you sister. I know what I'm doing. After saying that, she smiled at everyone. Then, she turned and walked along the wide mountain path towards the hall beside the ancestral temple. Her figure looked so lonely in the wind. Sigh, let's go. Xiao Hua sighed, although it's G-man the Huda stockade is above everyone else, the hardships involved can't be compared to the freedom of being a cultivator. Why? Do you want to share the burden? Fairy Hongxia asked with a smile that didn't look like a smile. Don't please don't, Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand, this Xiao has a lazy personality. This kind of thing should be left to the ambitious. It's just sharing the burden. Why don't you try? Fairy Hongxia didn't give up, I'm very eager. Xiao Hua's face turned serious. This Xiao is a cultivator. How can I get involved in the affairs of millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain? Besides, this Xiao is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. If I want to share the burden, it's the affairs of my myriad Thunder Valley. How can I split myself here? Hee, Xiao Hua. What's that talisman of yours? It looks like a soul spell, right? Fairy Hongxia laughed. Besides, didn't you lose that Dharma body of yours? When you find it, let it come to Huda Stockade. Just treat it as if you're here. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Oh right, speaking of this. Xiao Hua didn't seem to hear her. He raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, Hongxia, don't you think it strange? Why can't we find Kaizhuxia's soul? I was the one who brought her corpse back with my own hands. Besides, didn't you say that you buried her? You buried her with your own hands. How could she still be alive? Fairy Hongxia's heart clenched. She nodded and said, that's right. Unless, the one who died wasn't elder sister. Hearing that he had successfully changed the topic, Xiao Hua's heart relaxed. He looked at Li Zongbao and said, I saw Kaizhuxia's death with my own eyes. Besides, the corpse that I brought back was seen by the head of your Kai family. Everyone was certain that it was her. How can it not be her? Then, where did the problem go wrong? Fairy Hongxia scratched her head, unless elder sister really isn't dead. But at that time, she was completely lifeless and suffered such heavy injuries. Until the time of the burial, this concubine had repeatedly probed but didn't find anything strange. If there was even a trace of warmth, this concubine wouldn't have. Senior brother Li, what do you think? Xiao Hua turned to look at Li Zongbao and asked. Back to Luyang, this Majia wants to see it with my own eyes. Li Zongbao raised his head. His eyes were red as he said word by word, previously this Majia didn't dare to admit it and didn't dare to face it. But now that Zhuxia is still alive, this Majia has been enlightened. Since this Majia has her in my heart, I should admit it in front of the whole world. This way, even if she died, she would be able to rest in peace. Perhaps, she is waiting for this Majia to visit her. Chapter 29:19. This. Xiao Hua was slightly shocked. He was afraid that Li Zongbao had gone mad. He had seen Kaizhuxia's death with his own eyes. She was really dead and could not be alive. Since the Netherworld mirror could not find traces of Kaizhuxia's soul, there must be something wrong with the Netherworld mirror. Wasn't there a problem when he used it? It must be because Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia used it that something happened. Yes, I am also in a hurry to go back and see my sister's body. Who knows, a miracle might really happen. Fairy Hongxia's face was also filled with excitement. Li Zongbao also bit his lips and said, yes, since Ziming wants to revive Zai, if Zhuxia is not dead, there is no reason why she can't be revived. This. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly again. He looked at Xiao Mao, who was walking with his head down and seemed to be immersing his divine sense into the jade slip. He could not say anything. It seemed that only he, the culprit who broke the Netherworld mirror, did not get anything from the Netherworld mirror. Yes, what is that huge black silhouette? What is that series of sounds? Xiao Hua was puzzled. Is it the Netherworld? Or the 9 Springs? Or the 10,000 Demon Realm? The Demon Realm? Xiao Hua and the others returned to the quiet room with doubts in their hearts. However, this quiet room wasn't the enormous palace from before, and it was a small and exquisite room instead. Presently, only Xiao Hua was seated cross-legged in this room. Thinking about how so many things had happened in just one day and one night after leaving the quiet room, Xiao Hua was almost exhausted. Most of his mental energy was on the sounds of the green seal text. If it was not a matter of life and death, even if he had started dozens of days ago, or even decades ago, Xiao Hua did not believe that he would have made the most crucial progress in such a short period of time. Therefore, Xiao Hua sat cross-legged quietly. He did not think or do anything. He simply meditated, and in a moment, he entered a dream. Although Xiao Hua was asleep, the primordial spirit in Qingshan heaven was still waving the soul strands and trying different sounds. Strands of green light were constantly produced, and strange sounds were constantly emitted. Similar to the situation in Qingshan heaven, in Xiao Hua's dream, there were also green lights fluttering. The green seal script that was born in the white bone previously turned into butterflies that gracefully entered the dream. Of course, whatever you think about in the day, you will also have dreams. The emergence of the green seal script inexplicably stimulated the primordial spirit and the soul strands. From the earliest formless green seal script to the later green seal script gradually emerged in an orderly manner. It actually became a kind of faint music that reverberated throughout the entire clear spirit heaven. When it was deep into the night, the energy of the outer realm Yuan star broke free from the confinement of the sun star and shot out from the starry night, enveloping Xiao Hua within it. After the appearance of the outer realm Yuan star force, about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Elder Wu flashed out of the sky like a ghost. His starry eyes were even brighter in the night, and after strands of green light flashed, he had a strange expression on his face. That expression seemed to have some understanding, but it was also astonishment. This astonishment seemed to have more confusion than understanding. Elder Wu softly muttered a few inaudible words of shaman language, then slightly shook his head, and his figure slowly disappeared again. Dream. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Xiao Hua suddenly woke up. Cold sweat seeped out from his forehead, and all the green seal text in his dream came to an abrupt end. It was completely shattered by the inexplicable words of the pitch-black giant monster's outline. Sigh, Xiao Hua looked left and right, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself, is this dream my family? Why do I care so much about it? But if it really wants to come, why is there no sign of it? Humph, thinking of this, Xiao Hua sneered again, since nameless identity is going to be revealed, then the person who sealed my Naiwan palace will definitely appear. My amnesia must be related to them. The day when the truth comes to light is gradually approaching. Unfortunately, my nameless is only at the early nascent soul stage. My Naiwan palace and middle dantian are sealed so tightly, it's definitely not the work of a nascent soul cultivator. If it's not a spirit-severing cultivator, then it's a void refinement cultivator, or even a body fusion cultivator. Damn it, this won't do. If I meet them now, I can only be a fish on the chopping block, not a knife. I have to think of a way. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua suddenly stared blankly, as if he thought of something. He forcefully slapped his forehead with his hand and said, damn it, how could I forget? When Kai Zhuxia died, she died a cold death. But when I was in Lu Yang's Kai family, didn't I use that strange willow branch to summon the soul? That broken willow branch is really strange. All the spiritual herbs in the space grow crazily, but this willow branch hasn't changed at all after so many years. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's mind entered the space, and from the edge of the yin-yang pool, he took out the willow branch again. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over it, and he bitterly smiled, but he saw that the willow branch was still abnormally dry, and the dried surface was dotted with yellow spots, no different from before. Especially the 9th grade willow leaf, it didn't increase or decrease, and even the withered yellow lines on the willow leaf didn't change at all. In the end, is this thing causing trouble again? Xiao Hua lost confidence, but from the surface, this thing was just an ordinary willow branch. If it wasn't for the fact that it didn't change in Xiao Hua's space, and if it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Hua spent dozens of high-grade spirit stones to buy this treasure, Xiao Hua would have thrown this willow branch away long ago, right? Maybe it's useful. Xiao Hua's eyes turned a few times, and he secretly said, this Ho-Tu village's elder Wu is obviously an expert, his cultivation is simply unfathomable. Moreover, Shamans have always been proficient in soul techniques. If this thing can protect Kaizhuxia's soul, it's obviously one of the few powerful things in the world, even more powerful than the soul-falling lamp, Elder Wu should know. How about? However, Xiaohua only had this thought, and he immediately extinguished it, and hurriedly sent the willow branch back into the space, and still stuck it in the yin-yang pool. There are many treasures in the world, and Xiaohua didn't know how many of them can protect the soul, but Xiaohua knew. Elder Wu calmly dealt with the dispute between Ji Man and Zi Ming, and easily cleared the Ho-Tu village of the demon invasion. That was because Elder Wu had absolute control over the Ho-Tu village. In this control, he wouldn't care too much about any unforeseen events. However, if this willow branch entered Elder Wu's eyes, and if it exceeded what Elder Wu could bear, would Elder Wu become greedy? Xiaohua boasted that he already had a lot of rare treasures, but when he saw an excellent magical treasure, his heart would still itch. Xiaohua himself was like this. What about others? Xiaohua couldn't guarantee that Elder Wu wouldn't make other moves. Forget it, this kind of treasure is related to life and death, it's better for this young master to know. Xiaohua thought to himself, and then raised his eyes to look outside the quiet room. At this moment, the quiet room had just lit up, as if another day had come. It's already been dozens of days, right? Elder Wu still hasn't come. I'm afraid the Ho-Tu village's crisis is really serious this time. Sai, this devil dweller, is really everywhere. I don't know if these demons are related to Yin Meng and the others. Suddenly, Xiaohua felt that the millions of Meng mountains blocking the northwest side of the Xiaoyu continent was really disgusting, but now, he felt that it was incomparably cute. If it weren't for the millions of Meng mountain soul cultivators, perhaps Zhang Qingxiao would have already been captured by Lord Jipeng, right? I better hurry up and cultivate. When Xiaohua thought of Lord Jipeng, his heart trembled again. He knew that this kind of cruel and merciless demon general would appear in front of him sooner or later. After such a long period of recovery, under the miraculous effect of the Sun Shroud art, Xiaohua's burned divine sense had recovered. Moreover, this divine sense had become even more tenacious, thick, and enormous. Although it couldn't be compared to the Buddhist sense, Xiaohua had a feeling that as long as he kept cultivating the Sun Shroud art and strengthening his mind, this divine sense would soon surpass the Buddhist sense. While sighing with emotion at the miraculous secret technique given by Jiuxia, Xiaohua once again erased Jiuxia's face from his mind, and sent his mind into the mysterious dark cloud. At this moment, the mysterious dark cloud was different from before. In the short period of time that Xiaohua had controlled the green seal text, some strange runes had appeared outside the mysterious dark cloud. These runes were faintly floating outside the dark cloud, appearing and disappearing. Every time a rune appeared, a faint green glow would flash. This green glow would pass from one rune to another, and then disappear along with the disappearance of the rune. When another rune appeared, the green light would appear again. Slowly, this green light ran through the entire surface of the mysterious dark cloud, and those strange runes also gradually covered the entire mysterious dark cloud. Xiaohua had always been interested in runes. Seeing that it was so strange, he had already focused his mind on these runes. However, these runes either suddenly disappeared when they came into contact with his mind, or they disappeared before his mind could even approach them. Xiaohua's mind was unable to capture them. When Xiaohua coincidentally encountered a newly formed rune, a kind of boundless feeling immediately came from that rune. Compared to this boundless feeling, Xiaohua's mind was like a grain of sand in the vast ocean, insignificant and undetectable. See, Xiaohua suddenly realized, this might be the heavenly pattern earth deed that protects the soul. Immediately, Xiaohua's greedy thoughts appeared again. Damn it, if I can comprehend this heavenly pattern earth deed, then how good would that be? Unfortunately, Xiaohua had only encountered it for a moment, and after that, he didn't have anything else. Even if he wanted to encounter it again, it was impossible. Opportunity, Xiaohua understood that it was impossible, and regretfully entered the mysterious dark cloud. The moment Xiao Hua's mind entered, the heavenly pattern earth deed suddenly flashed outside the mysterious dark cloud, as if it wanted to resist. When it lightly touched Xiao Hua's mind again, that flash was extinguished, and the heavenly pattern earth deed returned to its previous state of flickering. Chapter 29-20. While Xiao Hua had just entered the heaven ring of qi when the originally cold and desolate heaven ring of qi fluttered in all directions. Sounds that seemed to shake the heavens and earth constantly resounded in the heaven ring of qi. The outlines of mountains and rivers could be faintly seen, and traces of clouds and rain also appeared in midair. The green seal script is divine, able to steal the essence of heaven and earth, causing changes in heaven and earth. The 12 great gods are able to move heaven and earth and weep ghosts and gods, as expected. Xiao Hua exclaimed in amazement. He had always thought that the Dao sect's spells could reach the heavens. Although Zi Ming, Master Qin Qin, and the others had already explained the magical powers of soul spells, Xiao Hua still felt that it was impossible. After all, he had only cultivated to the second day of the 9 heavens of spirit origin, far away from becoming a shaman. Even if he could comprehend the green seal script, how could he have the ability to reach the heavens? But everything in front of him was telling him that soul cultivation was really different from Dao cultivation. The pure green seal script had nothing to do with cultivation. At this moment, he really had the possibility of reaching the heavens. After entering the clear God sky, the deafening sounds became even louder. The entire clear God sky seemed to be in a state of chaos. Not only was Xiao Hua's primordial spirit busy waving the soul strands to try to comprehend more green seal scripts, even the soul of the little white dragon was roaring like a dragon dancing in the 9 heavens. And what made Xiao Hua the happiest was that the little white dragon and his primordial spirit were already close to the peak of the clear God sky. The waves of commotion caused the gloomy sky of the clear God sky to shake open little by little. One by one, the green seal scripts that seemed to have spirituality rushed into the sky from time to time, and there were even soul strands that had completely penetrated into the chaotic space. Good, Xiao Hua was overjoyed, and thought to himself, so the cultivation of the 9 heavens of spirit origin is not just a method of dancing, day night moon, and so on. Even if it's comprehending the green seal script, cultivating charms is also one of the methods. According to Xiao Hua's knowledge, there should be 365 basic green seal characters. He had learned 3 when he was making sorcerer puppets, and he had acquired 36 from the Misty Clouds martial school. There were 4 on White Bone's left-hand bone. Adding the tens of green seal characters he had acquired earlier, he should have nearly 70 green seal characters. Recently, he had acquired another 100 green seal characters from the Sorcerer's Codex. Excluding the duplicates, he still had about 130 green seal characters. To use the moving clouds and summoning rain technique, only 36 characters were needed. These 36 characters were something that Xiao Hua had just completely comprehended. Among these 36 characters, some were the green seal text of the clear spirit sky, some were the green seal text of the surrounding qi sky, and some were the green seal text of the surrounding qi sky. There were even a few that Xiao Hua did not know which sky they were from. All of a sudden, Xiao Hua had a strange feeling. The green seal text must be comprehended from the most basic level. Don't bite off more than you can chew, don't be greedy. The 12 great gods used these 365 green seal characters to pass down the teachings of heaven and earth. Just now, in the surrounding qi sky, although I haven't fully comprehended the 50 green seal characters that belong to the surrounding qi sky, the entire surrounding qi sky already has the image of heaven and earth. What if I completely comprehend it? Thinking about this, Xiao Hua forcefully suppressed his ecstasy. His primordial spirit began to slowly comprehend the first green seal character revealed in the Sorcerer's Codex. Sure enough, following the sound of the seemingly right but actually wrong green seal character, Xiao Hua fell into the surrounding qi sky. An indescribable feeling entered his mind, a feeling of missing out on an opportunity. Tao is one, one gives birth to two, two gives birth to three, three gives birth to all things. Tao gives birth to two extremes give birth to four divisions give birth to eight trigrams give birth to 10,000 things form heaven and earth. Damn it, now in this place of chaos, isn't Tao giving birth? Alas, that primordial spirit has already entered the clear spirit sky, even if it comes back, it won't be able to. I've suffered a great loss. Xiao Hua suddenly felt as if his soul had left his body. What should I do? Looking at some indescribable things gradually appearing in the surrounding qi sky, Xiao Hua was extremely disappointed. That's right, this young master's primordial spirit can't come back, but there are other primordial spirits in other places. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua no longer dared to hesitate. He hurriedly rushed his mind out of the mysterious dark clouds and immediately returned to the space. Within the space, the nascent soul that had previously comprehended cultivation methods was now exerting all its strength to wield the Dharma seal. Streams of samadhi true fire were swimming up and down the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace, similar to when Xiao Hua first refined pills. Moreover, a faint medicinal fragrance had already gushed out from the pill furnace. Clearly, Xiao Hua's primordial spirit could already refine the simplest Wucang pill. If he had enough time, his primordial spirit could also refine high-grade pills such as the Peiyuan pill, Foundation Establishment pill, and so on. However, at this time, how could Xiao Hua care about refining pills and refining tools? He hurriedly urged his primordial spirit out of the space and recklessly rushed into the mysterious dark clouds. Naturally, the heavenly pattern earth deed in the mysterious dark clouds also flashed with a green brilliance, allowing the primordial spirit to safely enter. Slowly comprehend it. Xiao Hua's mind instructed. After Xiao Hua's primordial spirit heard this, it very quietly sat in the heaven ring of qi. The indescribable thing in the heaven ring of qi also had a strange fluctuation that slowly spread to the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit formed bit by bit in the heaven ring of qi, and a kind of déjà vu feeling was born in the heaven ring of qi. Moreover, the dancing primordial spirit in the heaven ring of qi had also changed. It was completely dancing with soul strands. Each strand of soul strand was emitting an extremely simple and completely identical rhythm. A green seal character that Xiao Hua had never comprehended before flashed with this brilliance and gradually appeared in the entire heaven ring of qi. However, this first green seal character didn't seem to be less difficult to form because Xiao Hua was already able to use the cloud-traveling rain summoning talisman. Xiao Hua's mind stayed in the heaven ring of qi for a long time. He only heard a rumbling sound. The entire heaven ring of qi was filled with green light, but the green seal character didn't appear smoothly. Forget it. This Tao begets one. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Let my primordial spirit slowly play with you. Xiao Hua understood the difficulty of this green seal character and withdrew his mind from the heaven ring of qi. Then, Xiao Hua placed his attention on Master Qin Qin's soul cultivation equipment refining technique. After all, Xiao Hua had broken the spirit treasure nether passage mirror of Ho Tu stronghold, which had a huge impact on Zi Ming. He also wanted to see if he could repair this nether passage mirror. However, the soul cultivation equipment refining technique was very different from the Dao sex equipment refining technique. Before Xiao Hua could see any clues, a guard came to invite Xiao Hua, Fairy Hong Xia and the rest under the orders of Wu Lao. This time, the hall that Wu Lao was in was different from the one that Xiao Hua had seen before. It was at the back of the mountain, beside the ancestral shrine. It was a hall that was somewhat similar to the Huai Xian pavilion that Ji Man was in. However, this hall did not look as elegant as the Huai Xian pavilion. On the contrary, a kind of rough, simple and grand feeling was revealed through the white bones piled up and the round wood spliced together on the four walls. At this time, the sun shone through the huge window and shone on the hall. The light pillar that was 10 feet in radius enveloped a square chair made of white bones, and on that square chair sat the young Wu Lao. In the light shadow, Wu Lao's face was unusually bright, as if there was a layer of holy light emitting from his body. Ji-man was dressed in slightly plain clothes and sat below Wu Lao. Opposite her sat Zi-ming, who had a trace of joy on his face. Xiao Hua and the rest entered the hall and saw such a scene. A kind of solemnity arose spontaneously. A few of them did not dare to be negligent and quickly stepped forward to greet Wu Lao and Ji-man. A trace of a smile appeared on Wu Lao's face as he raised his hand and said, "Little friends from the Tao sect, we have met dozens of days ago. During this period of time, because my Ho-Tu stronghold had some things to do, I have neglected you all. This old man apologizes. We don't dare." Xiao Hua hurriedly replied, "Wu Lao, the Ho-Tu stronghold's affairs are more important. We came from afar to disturb you, and also brought some trouble to your stronghold. The ones who should apologize should be us." "No matter," Wu Lao smiled and said, "this old man already knows everything. Those are mostly some small conflicts. The other thing is my Ho-Tu stronghold's chores, it's nothing. Moreover, you all came together with Zi-ming to exterminate the demons and capture their souls. In these dozens of days, based on what I obtained from the souls, I cleaned up the entire Ho-Tu stronghold and Shibai stronghold. There were about 2,000 soul warriors who were taken over by the demons. This is beyond this old man's estimation. If this is counted, it's all thanks to Daoist Xiao." Xiao Hua hurriedly bowed and said, "Wu Lao is a senior. This Xiao has not yet reached the nascent soul stage, so this Xiao cannot be called Daoist Xiao. Wu Lao can just call this Xiao by his name. He, then this old man will call you little friend Xiao." Wu Lao smiled and said, "Today, I invited little friend Xiao and the rest to come over because I want to discuss something with you. Actually, even if this old man doesn't say it, I think little friend Xiao should know about it, right?" Xiao Hua understood and nodded. If there are no accidents, this junior must have obtained the seed of millet from a deserted island outside the sea. Indeed. Wu Lao also denied it. He raised his head and looked at the dazzling sunlight and said, "To be honest, as Wu Lao, I can't leave Ho-Tu stronghold. But this old man has received the order of the Wu King to leave Ho-Tu stronghold and go to the Wu King stronghold in the depths of Wu Meng. This old man wants to discuss with the 12 shaman strongholds, the descendants of the 12 great gods, about the drastic change of the weather in Meng Mountains." Xiao Hua was a little curious why Wu Lao suddenly talked about the trip to the Wu King stronghold, but he still smiled and listened with great interest. "Wu Lao and Wu King of the 12 shaman strongholds, the 13 of us are helpless when faced with this difficult situation that Meng Mountains has not encountered for thousands of years. We don't know how to deal with it." Wu Lao continued, "Even when this old man arranged for his men to invade the sword domain, wanting to find a place to settle the people in the sword domain, I didn't get a good result. Some of the ideas and methods proposed by the other Wu Lao were also rejected by everyone. Of course, there are also some Wu Lao who talked about the descendant of the great god Shibai, who can affect the weather. They hoped that the Wu Lao of Shibai stronghold could use the power of his bloodline to summon clouds and summon rain. Perhaps it could alleviate the drought of Meng Mountains." Speaking up to here, Wu Lao glanced at Xiao Mao and said, "But according to Wu Lao of Shibai stronghold, the art of summoning clouds and summoning rain is an ancient talisman of Meng Mountains. Only ancient shamans who know the Green Seal script can control it. However, although the Green Seal script is the foundation of the cultivation of Meng Mountain soul spells, the progress is slow, and the price to pay is huge. After so many years, very few people have touched it." Chapter 29-21. Furthermore, this change in the weather is the power of heaven and earth. Even if someone used the power of great god Shibai's bloodline to control the weather, how could it be compared to the power of heaven and earth? The best way is to adapt to it and not resist it. Yes, This is what the Taoist sect always says, it's better to let it go. Therefore, we treated the millet seed as our main focus. However, the millet seed is the food of Meng Mountain's Ziming for thousands of years. How could it be made suitable for the millet seed to adapt to the weather overnight? We searched through the shaman canon and racked our brains, but we still couldn't find any ancient shaman art that could change all of this. At the very last moment, when he was at the end of his rope and had no way out, the shaman king was left with no other choice. Thus, he resorted to the mystic arts of Meng Mountains, gathered the blood essence of the descendants of the 12 great gods, and unleashed the art of divine connection. With the Shaman King's divine connection art and the prayers of the 13 of us, the Shaman King was finally able to communicate with heaven and earth and found the will of the great god. Under the will of the great god, the Shaman King gave me the Shaman King's order, ordering me to rush back to Huda's stronghold and tell him that the fate of Meng Mountain depends on my Huda stronghold. Hiss. Hearing this, Xiaohua gasped, and Jiu Xia's face immediately appeared in his mind. Wasn't this so-called divine connection art similar to Jiu Xia's divination art? It could find out what he wanted to know from nothing. Old Wu ignored Xiaohua's astonishment and continued, "At first, I was surprised, but after seeing what I heard and saw on the way back, and seeing little friend Xiao in the ancestral temple, I immediately understood what the Shaman King meant. The fate of Meng Mountain is really in little friend Xiao's hands." After saying this, Old Wu touched his chest and took out a thumb-sized ring. The ring was completely transparent and had the shape of a crystal skull. The Shaman King said that this is a gift for little friend Xiao. He asked little friend Xiao to visit Wu Meng when you have time. Perhaps, something unexpected will happen. The Shaman King also wants to thank little friend Xiao. After saying this, Old Wu waved his hand, and the crystal skull slowly flew in front of Xiaohua. Elder Wu, Xiaohua smiled bitterly, "Elder Wu, you didn't allow this junior to say anything and just went straight to the point. This junior really doesn't know how to respond. I don't mind giving you this seed. Perhaps it is really Huda great deity who wants to save millions of people in Meng Mountains with the help of me. But I also want to do something with this seed. Of course, if this Shaman King's decree can be completed, and I want to do it, I can agree to it now." Alas! Elder Wu sighed, seeming to know what Xiaohua wanted to say, and he shook his head. The 12 main strongholds are a branch of their own, and they don't interfere with each other. Even though the Shaman King commands the Shaman King stronghold and controls the Shaman King command token, he has never interfered with the internal affairs of the 12 main strongholds. I'm afraid that little friend Zhao's plan of borrowing the Witch King token won't work. When he spoke up to hear, Elder Wu stretched out his hand and said to Xiao Mao, "Give me the jade slip and allow me to take a look at your mother's appearance. Perhaps I'll know something." Yes. Facing the Elder Wu of Huda's stronghold who could help him, Xiao Mao didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly took out the jade slip and gave it to Elder Wu. Elder Wu seemed to have divine sense. He took the jade slip and gave it a look, then gave it to Ji-Man. Looking at Elder Wu's frowning face, Xiao Mao's heart skipped a beat. When Ji-Man saw the jade slip and shook her head at Elder Wu, Xiao Mao's heart turned cold. Ji-Man didn't give the jade slip back to Xiao Mao. Instead, she hesitated for a moment, then gave it to Ziming. Ziming had a surprised look on her face, but she still took it. But after she looked at it, she was also at a loss. "Xiao Mao," Elder Wu spoke, "I should have seen Ji-Man of Shibai stronghold, and those who are qualified to inherit Ji-Man's position. But your mother's appearance is really unfamiliar to me. I'm sure I've never seen her before. And since Ji-Man and Ziming have never seen her before, I think, she might not be a citizen of Shibai stronghold." Elder Wu, Ziming returned the jade slip to Xiao Mao and said in confusion, "If Xiao Mao's mother isn't a citizen of Shibai stronghold, how can Xiao Mao have the bloodline of Shibai great god? If my mother doesn't have the qualifications to inherit Ji-Man's position, then why would Fu Man of Shibai stronghold attack Xiao Mao? What does your father look like?" Ji-Man suddenly asked. This. Xiao Mao was a little embarrassed. Junior's memory of my father is even more vague, and I can't remember at all. If there's the netherworld mirror. At this point, Xiao Mao immediately stopped talking. He understood that he had touched a sore spot. Right, Elder Wu, can the netherworld mirror be repaired? Where are its remains? Hearing this, Xiaohua knew that he had to face it, so he asked. Compared to the lives of my Ho-Tu stronghold citizens, the netherworld mirror is nothing. Little friend Xiao, you don't have to worry about it. Elder Wu waved his hand and said. Xiaohua said again, if the netherworld mirror can be repaired, Junior's heart can be at ease. I'm afraid it's not possible. Elder Wu smiled bitterly, I've seen it. It was the backlash of the netherworld's power. It can't be repaired without a great divine ability. I see. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then said frankly, if Meng Mountains can't be repaired, why don't you give Junior the netherworld mirror's remains and the refining method? Since it's Junior's fault, Junior will do his best to repair it. Elder Wu raised his eyebrows and glanced at G-Man. G-Man's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression, then he nodded slightly. Good. Elder Wu nodded, since little friend has such a heart, how can I not fulfill it? After that, Elder Wu passed down the order, and a moment later, a guard brought in a bone. Xiaohua took a look at it and kept it. Little did he know that when Xiaohua took a look at it, Xiao Mao's face revealed a surprised expression, while Elder Wu and G-Man didn't have any strange expressions. Seeing Xiaohua keep the bone, Ziming took the opportunity and said, Elder Wu, from what this boy saw, Xiao Mao's father looks very similar to Xiao Mao. Oh. Why? Elder Wu didn't say anything, but Xiao Mao felt strange. Young Master Xiao, don't forget, you said it yourself, you were attacked by Fu Man of Shibai village. If he didn't know your father and saw that you looked very similar to your father, how could he kill you before you found Shibai village? Ziming said indifferently. But. Xiao Mao argued, we are mortal enemies with Yi Yu, and we've already seen him at Flowing Cloud Lake. Io, that's not right. At this point, Xiao Mao came to a realization, and said anxiously, Junior always thought that Yi Yu wanted to kill us because we were opponents in the Great War of Dao Sword. Moreover, he knew of Junior's actions at Bailu village, so he came to kill us. Junior even thought that his target was my big brother. Yes, Xiao Mao, you don't have to say any more. Elder Wu heard and nodded, if Yi Yu didn't know that you're your father's boy, why would he notice your actions at Bailu village? Why would he team up with others to kill you? He must have seen you at Flowing Cloud Lake long ago. Then. Senior, have you seen this Junior's father? Xiao Mao probed. No. Elder Wu and G-Man both shook their heads. However, Elder Wu smiled and said, that's not a problem. In about 10 days, it's time for Ziming to light the soul lamp. Elder Wu from the other 10 villages won't come, but Elder Wu from Shibai village will definitely come, and I'll know when I ask him. Yes, thank you, Elder Wu. Xiao Mao's cold heart became lively again. Beside him, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. His seed was originally reserved for Xiao Mao as a trump card, but Xiao Mao was dismissed by Elder Wu with a few words, so what was the point of keeping his seed? Forget it. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and took the crystal skull's ring in his hand. Since Elder Wu has resolved this junior's worries, this junior has nothing to say. Hee, little friend Xiao, Shibai village is Shibai village, and Huda village is Huda village. I can only be the master of Huda village, and I have no right to interfere with the matters of Shibai village. Elder Wu smiled and said, I can only promise Xiao Mao to help him ask. As for how Elder Wu from Shibai village will answer, I can't make any decisions. Elder Wu, you only need to do your best. Xiaohua nodded, your little finger is thicker than our waists, right? Hee. Elder Wu smiled and didn't say anything. Elder Wu, Jr. has a question. Li Zongbao, who had been silent all this time, said. "Speak." Elder Wu replied faintly. Although his tone sounded similar to Xiao Hua and the others, Li Zongbao understood that there was a lack of friendliness in his voice. Even when compared to the conversation between Elder Wu and Xiao Mao just now, it was still very different. However, Li Zongbao didn't feel any dissatisfaction in his heart. He said respectfully, "Junior just wants to ask, if the netherworld mirror can't see the person in Junior's heart, does that mean, that person is definitely still alive?" Elder Wu looked at Li Zongbao and seemed to be thinking about something. He then asked, "If that's the case, are you sure that person is definitely dead?" "That's right. Junior is sure." Li Zongbao nodded. "Then, what do you think is death and what is life?" Elder Wu asked again. This time, Li Zongbao was at a loss for words. He opened his mouth but didn't know how to answer. "That's right, what is life and what is death?" Although he had experienced the great battle of Dao's sword, experienced many life and death situations, and killed many swordsmen, if he really had to say the true meaning of life and death, how could he say it? Reporting to Elder Fairy Hong Xia quickly bowed and said, "It's like this, you don't have to say more. I already know about this." Elder Wu's tone was still indifferent, but it was still unquestionable. "Yes." Fairy Hong Xia quickly shut her mouth. "Your Dao sect often says that the Dao of life and death is number one. Without life and death, there is no Dao." Elder Wu looked at Li Zongbao, who was in a daze, and said, "Its mystery is deep in the Dao of heaven. Even among the 12 great gods of Meng Mountain, perhaps only I, the great god Hudu, can understand a thing or two about it. Not to mention you, even I, who have studied the art of souls and the Tao of souls for many years, find it difficult to explain its mystery." Chapter 29-22. However, if we simply talk about life and death, then a human can be divided into two parts. One is the 3 souls and 6 spirits cultivated by the people of Meng Mountain, and the other is the fleshly body cultivated by the Taoist or sword cultivators. The fleshly body is further divided into blood vessels, body, meridians, and so on. If a person's soul is the sky, then the fleshly body is the earth. No matter if it's the sky or the earth, neither can be missing. Without the fleshly body, the soul has no place to reside, and without the soul, the fleshly body becomes an empty shell, and can't be considered a human. The soul is extremely important, and as long as one soul or spirit is damaged or lost, the person will no longer be the same person. Even if he is alive, what's the difference between that and death? But if the fleshly body is gone, and the 3 souls and 6 spirits are left in the world, then even if he dies, he can be reborn with an excellent fleshly body. What's the difference between that and being alive? Senior Wu's words were simple, and Li Zongbao might not be unaware of it, but he was still very respectful. But when he heard Senior Wu's words, he couldn't hold back the fire in his heart and said anxiously, then. "Wuxia, as for her situation, this old man has never seen it, so naturally I can't jump to conclusions." Although Senior Wu didn't say anything, there was a slight dissatisfaction on his face, seemingly because he was interrupted by Li Zongbao. He said, "But according to this old man's knowledge, although the person you're talking about has fallen, because of a coincidence, her soul didn't fall into the netherworld. That's why the netherworld mirror can't use the power of her soul to communicate with the netherworld. That's why you can't see what you want to see. There's no reason why I can't see the reincarnation." Li Zongbao was delighted and asked again. "A person leaves his name when he passes by, and a goose leaves its sound when it passes by. The netherworld mirror can also use the power of a remnant soul to reveal a trace of information about the netherworld. Your situation only means that your soul didn't enter the netherworld." Senior Wu waved his hand and didn't say anything else. "Sigh, Senior Brother Li." Xiao Hua sighed at the side and said to himself, I've seen people lose a watermelon for a sesame seed, but I've never seen someone as blind as you. The way of life and death, the leader of the 3,000 great ways. Why don't you wait for Venerable Wu to finish speaking before mentioning Kaishuxia? It's just a short while. Can you not be so anxious? Xiaohua had been listening attentively to Elder Wu's analysis of the way of life and death, but who would have thought that he would be interrupted by Li Zongbao before he could even begin? How could he not sigh? However, Xiaohua understood that compared to the grand Tao of life and death, Kaishuxia's life and death seemed to be more important in Li Zongbao's eyes, right? Seeing that Elder Wu was no longer interested in dissecting, Xiaohua could only probe. In that case, that person's soul is either incomplete or lost. It's impossible for a soul or a spirit to flow into the netherworld. Elder Wu couldn't not answer Xiaohua's question, but he nodded and said, indeed. Even if there was a soul in the netherworld, the nether passage mirror would still be able to reveal a trace of it. Therefore, the soul of the person you speak of is either wandering the world, or it was captured by someone else, and used to craft a soul armament. Li Zongbao's expression changed when he heard this. He turned to look at Xiaohua. Xiaohua was also shocked when he heard this. He rolled his eyes and smiled. The possibility of the soul being captured by someone else is not high. To tell you the truth, when that person died, this junior was beside him, and the corpse was also sent back to his hometown by this junior. No one had seen the corpse in between. Therefore, this soul could only be wandering the world. But here comes the question, why didn't this person's soul return to the netherworld? Instead, it's wandering the world. Xiaohua instantly thought of little cabbage Huang Yi. Could it be that Kaishuxia has a ghost cultivation technique? She also made little cabbage. How can this old man answer this? Elder Wu shook his head. After all, this is little friend Xiao's situation. I'm afraid only little friend Xiao can answer this, right? That's right, Hong Xia. Does Kaishuxia know ghost cultivation techniques? Xiaohua originally wanted to transmit his voice, but after thinking about it, he opened his mouth and asked. Ghost cultivation. Fairy Hong Xia was stunned and shook her head slightly. Elder sister and I cultivate the same cultivation technique, but I've never heard of her having such a technique. Furthermore, my Kai family has never had such a legacy. Then that's strange. Although Xiaohua's face was bewildered, in his heart, he had already linked Kaishuxia's strangeness with the willow branch. Coincidentally, Ziming who was at the side opened his mouth again. Elder Wu, that day when young Master Li and elder sister Hong Xia used the netherworld mirror, there was a trace of green light. Although it was very similar to the soul not being in the netherworld, but Boy felt that there was something different. As for what the difference was, Boy also did not know. This was also later when he reported to Elder Wu. Boy then realized it. The sunlight on Elder Wu's face gradually faded, and his hands were placed on his knees again. His index and middle fingers were trembling rhythmically, as if he was thinking about something. After a moment, he looked at Xiaohua again and said word by word, actually, there is still a possibility. Of course, this is only a possibility. Xiaohua's heart trembled, and hurriedly asked, Senior, please speak. The netherworld mirror receives the user's thoughts and establishes a connection with the soul in the netherworld, using the power of the soul to reveal a trace of the situation in the netherworld. The flickering green light in the netherworld is emitted by the soul treasure itself, but there should be a difference between the netherworld without a soul and the netherworld with a soul that is extremely faint. But as for what the difference is, this old man also does not know. According to Ziming, that person's soul could have just arrived in the netherworld and immediately left the netherworld. Why did it leave? Perhaps there was an almighty person who used a great divine ability to pull the soul out of the netherworld. Elder Wu said somewhat unconfidently, of course, this great divine ability in my Meng Mountain is impossible. Even the Shaman King does not have this great divine ability. Furthermore, this old man is not looking down on the cultivators of your Tao sect. Even if they have reached the tribulation stage and Mahayana stage, it is impossible for them to have this level of magical power. Therefore, this old man did not explain it earlier. After all, this is the only possibility. Xiao Hua was even more delighted, and hurriedly asked, "Is it possible that there is such a magical item? It can pull that person's soul out of the netherworld." "Hee, little friend Xiao. How can a magical item be formed? Furthermore, how can such a divine ability be formed by the body?" The divine ability that this old man is talking about naturally requires the help of other objects to be formed. As for the treasures of my Meng Mountain's Netherism, or your Dao sect's capital spiritual treasure, I'm afraid they can't do it, right? Elder Wu said with a smile. Capital spiritual treasure can't do it? Xiao Hua was stunned. Little friend Xiao, what do you think? That is the power of the netherworld that transcends all worldly powers. If a simple capital spiritual treasure and a Mahayana stage cultivator can challenge the power of the netherworld, then wouldn't the 6 paths of reincarnation have long been in chaos? Elder Wu sneered. But at this point, Elder Wu's finger moved slightly, and he said, "Of course, if this person has the power to resist the power of the netherworld and a special capital spiritual treasure, perhaps he can achieve it without any cultivation base." What is the power to resist the power of the netherworld? What is a special capital spiritual treasure? Xiao Hua began to get to the bottom of this. The power of the netherworld is naturally the power of death. If he has the power of life, he can naturally resist the power of the netherworld. Elder Wu said with a smile, "However, I don't know what a special capital spiritual treasure is. But I have a special soul treasure in my shaman stockade that can have this effect." Soul falling lamp. Xiao Hua immediately understood. Yes, didn't Ziming always think about how to revive Ziyi? Yes, Elder Wu looked at Ziming affectionately and said, "Legend has it that the soul falling lamp can fall a soul, and can also bring it back. But no one knows how to use it." Ziming's face turned pale, and he lowered his head slightly. The power of life, the third gold tribulation, the power of thunder and lightning. Xiao Hua was enlightened. After beating around the bush for so long, Xiao Hua finally understood that this willow branch was probably an extremely powerful soul treasure. And he could attract thunder. That's not right. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was puzzled again. When I was in the Kai family, I hadn't joined the Imperial Thunder sect, so I didn't know how to control thunder. Sigh, I still don't understand. It seems like the truth won't come to light. Xiao Hua understood that he couldn't ask anymore. If he said too much, even if he didn't say anything about the willow branch, Elder Wu would be able to guess it. Maybe, there was a powerful person related to the Kai family in Luoyang that day, who pulled Zhuxia's soul out from the netherworld. Xiao Hua looked at Li Zongbao, then at Fairy Hong Xia, and said softly, "But our cultivation is shallow, so we can't see it." Unfortunately, Elder Wu immediately dispelled their thoughts. Such a powerful person has long surpassed your Dao sect's so-called Mahayana realm. How could they appear in the country of Shi? Moreover, if such a powerful person took action, would you still be able to find my Ho-Tu stockade? Sigh, yes, if there was such a powerful person who surpassed the Mahayana realm, how could Kaizhuxia be buried? Everything now is just a guess. You should go back and take a look. Elder Wu suggested, even if the soul is left behind and the body is gone, it's still Goeli. Yes, Junior understands. Xiao Hua bowed, "We thank Elder Wu for your guidance." "It's nothing." Elder Wu raised his hand, "You don't practice soul arts, so you don't know the mystery of the soul, and don't know the 9 heavens of spirit origin. This old man immersed himself in it, so I have some understanding." At this point, a smile appeared on Elder Wu's face, and he asked, "I know I shouldn't ask, but from what G-Man said, that day when you resisted the soul lock, there was a green seal script in your soul. Little friend Xiao, what level of heaven has your soul cultivation reached?" Oh, Xiao Hua scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Junior obtained the cloud and rain technique from the Misty Cloud sect, and blindly fumbled about. Now I have cultivated to the clear spirit heaven, I've made a fool of myself. Hee, not bad. Elder Wu laughed, to be able to cultivate to the clear spirit heaven is already rare and commendable. Many cultivators who changed their cultivation to spirit warrior, even if they spend many years, they are still lingering in the ring of spirit heaven. Very few people enter the bright sky and clear sky. Little friend Xiao seems to have a chance to break through. Chapter 29-23. Fooling around, fooling around. Xiao Hua hurriedly smiled, it's because I have the cloud and rain summoning talisman that I used to practice. Practice. Li Zongbao's mind was in a mess, he smiled bitterly. Previously, he used a spiritual treasure like the Kill Immortal Whip to practice, and now he's using a soul cultivator's secret art to practice. This Xiao Hua, yes, Xiao Hua's face was getting more and more ferocious. He was no longer the first-level qi refining cultivator that Li Zongbao met in the past. That. Elder Wu slightly hesitated, his gaze sweeping over Ziming. Ziming naturally understood Elder Wu's thoughts. Without waiting for Elder Wu to speak, he immediately said to Xiao Hua, "Young Master Xiao, my Huda stronghold wants to make a deal with young Master, I wonder if young Master is interested." Oh. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, he smiled and said, "When I have nothing to do, I like to go shopping, I can always pick up some good deals." Hee, I've said too much, I wonder what kind of deal Huda's stronghold wants to make with me. Hee, is there even a need to say? Ziming smiled and said, "Young Master has already said, don't you have the cloud and rain summoning talisman of Misty Cloud sect? My Meng Mountain is currently in a drought, isn't this technique suitable for my Meng Mountain?" Oh, I see. Xiao Hua suddenly understood, but his eyes rolled and he asked again, "I wonder what good things Huda's stronghold can use to exchange." "It's good that you can exchange." Ziming smiled and said, "I wonder what young Master Xiao wants." "What do I want?" Xiao Hua scratched his head. "Little friend Xiao, if my Huda stronghold doesn't have it, I can find the Shaman King. The cloud and rain summoning talisman is important to my Meng Mountain." Elder Wu smiled and said. "Then what about millet seed?" Xiao Hua smiled and said. Seeing Xiao Hua finally point out the most important thing today, Elder Wu was not surprised. He said seriously, "Millet seed is more important than the cloud and rain summoning talisman, I must get it no matter what. Therefore, I'll talk to little friend Xiao first." "Good." Seeing Elder Wu speak so straightforwardly, Xiao Hua also clapped and said to Ji-Man, "I don't want anything else, I just want the cloud and rain summoning talisman of Confucian inheritance." Ah! Confucian inheritance? Everyone in the hall was stunned. Elder Wu and Ji-Man had thought about it for a long time and thought of all kinds of possibilities, but they didn't expect that Xiao Hua would want the inheritance of a Confucian cultivator. That's impossible. Ji-Man replied almost without thinking. Likewise, Old Wu had a wry smile on his face as he helplessly replied, "Little friend Xiao, my Huda stronghold is a soul cultivator of the Meng Mountains. You can choose whatever you want from our soul arts. Aren't you making things difficult for me by looking for the inheritance of a Confucian cultivator? Besides, the inheritance of Confucianism is Ji-Man's own destiny. It has nothing to do with our Huda stronghold." Even Ziming couldn't understand what Xiao Hua was thinking. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Xiao Hua strangely. Xiao Hua also felt very embarrassed. He thought to himself, "Nonsense, this is the Huda stronghold. You let this young master choose. I've chosen the legacy of Confucianism because it has nothing to do with your Magus village, and I don't want to make things difficult for you. So this young master's thoughtfulness is making things difficult for you?" Xiao Hua touched his nose habitually and said with a smile, "This matter is making things difficult for Old Wu. Then just pretend that this junior didn't say anything. Since Old Wu has given the conditions, you obviously have a plan. Then there's no need to play riddles with this junior. Just tell this junior directly. Old Wu shook his head helplessly. He was indeed prepared, and also wanted to have a good talk with Xiao Hua. However, he really didn't expect Xiao Hua's thoughts to be so unimaginable. He was indeed forced to the end. After thinking for a moment, Old Wu waved his hand and said, "Since little friend Xiao is so straightforward, then this old man won't hide it. For little friend Zhao's art of traveling clouds and summoning rain, this old man also took out a talisman from my Magus village in exchange for little friend Xiao." Oh! Xiao Hua was delighted and said with a smile, "What talisman is that? What effect does it have?" This. Old Wu's face once again revealed an extremely rare expression of embarrassment. He said in a low voice, "This old man is also not very clear about the effect of this talisman." Ah! Xiao Hua was stunned. If even Old Wu doesn't know, then how would this junior know? "It's like this." Old Wu said with a smile, "We don't have a rejuvenation pill, but little friend Xiao does. With a pill that can replenish life essence, little friend Xiao will try his best to test the effect of this talisman. Old Wu, do you think that the rejuvenation pill is so easy to concoct? If that's the case, how could Ziming not show filial piety to Ji-man?" Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Now this junior doesn't have any rejuvenation pills. The corner of Ji-man's eyes twitched, but he didn't say anything. Old Wu said with a smile, "If even Daoist Xiao doesn't have a way, then we don't have a way either." Sigh, Old Wu, this junior doesn't understand. Xiao Hua seemed to be beating around the bush. This talisman belongs to your Meng Mountain. Even my Daoist sect spirit severing masters don't understand it. Why is this talisman declining so much? Old Wu looked at Xiao Hua for a moment. Seeing that Xiao Hua only mentioned the millet seed and was now asking questions, he thought that Xiao Hua was increasing the stakes. However, he couldn't not answer, so he could only say, "From what Ziming said, little friend Xiao has already met Kuchin. Presumably, you also know that he needs to rely on talismans to repair the fallen soul lamp. You also know that using talismans consumes life essence. But how much life essence can a person have in this world? How can these life essences withstand the repeated use of talismans? But the question is, why does Meng Mountain have talismans? Are they all used by those spirit warriors who don't care about their lives?" Xiao Hua asked without giving up. Sigh, speaking of this old man has to tell you some of my Meng Mountain secrets. Old Wu looked at Ji-man and said helplessly, "Little friend Xiao, do you know the bloodline of my Meng Mountain's 12 great gods?" "I know a little." Xiao Hua nodded slightly. "Actually, in the end, these talismans are the words of my Meng Mountain's 12 great gods." Old Wu said respectfully, "The words of the 12 great gods came true. It really affected the changes of the heavenly Tao. And as the 12 great gods transformed into heaven and earth, these words were controlled by the descendants of the 12 great gods' bloodline. Thus, they became talismans. The words of the 12 great gods are naturally exclusive to the great gods. In fact, how can we, mere mortals, control them? Only the legendary demigod body of my Meng Mountain can control these talismans." Half. Demigod body? Xiao Hua looked to the side again, feeling a little dizzy. He only wanted to bargain, who knew that it would lead to the demigod body. The demigod body, as the name implies, has the body of a great god. Old Wu said calmly, "Aside from the great god's divinity, the demigod body can't have the body of a great god. Everything else is no different from a great god." Old Wu. What is this demigod body? This divinity, what is it? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He knew that the inheritance of millions of Meng Mountain was really ancient. Every word of Old Wu was enough for him to think about for several years. Old Wu thought for a moment and asked, "Little friend Xiao, do you know about the power of faith?" "Ah. The power of faith?" Xiao Hua naturally had some impression of it, but he didn't dare to admit it. He directly denied it. "How could this junior know about your millions of Meng Mountain?" Actually, these words were not said by the soul cultivators of Meng Mountain. Old Wu explained again, "Sai, let's put it simply. The power of faith is the confidence, worship, and prayers of others in you." "So what?" Xiaohua naturally asked in confusion. "When the power of faith is concentrated to the extreme, it can condense into an object. This object is the divinity." Old Wu said mysteriously, "The divinity is born from faith, and the great gods live by faith. It's really like that." "I don't understand." Xiaohua was even more straightforward. Old Wu ignored him and continued, "The demigod body is those who have the same body as the 12 great gods, but don't have the divinity, and don't have the power of faith." "What about the divinity? Then the talisman won't consume life essence?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "It doesn't need to be upgraded to the level of divinity." Old Wu smiled, "As long as you have the demigod body, the talisman won't consume life essence." This junior seems to understand a little. This seems to be related to the bloodline. Xiaohua seemed to understand a little, and then he asked in an extremely natural manner, "Then, how do you cultivate this demigod body?" "Cultivate?" Old Wu's lips curled up slightly, seemingly disdainful, and said indifferently, "The cultivators of the Tao sect have always stolen the essence of heaven and earth for their own use. They have always been opportunistic, thinking that they can reach the heavens with their own strength. But how can the profoundness of heaven and earth be comprehended by humans? How can the profoundness of heaven and earth be comprehended by cultivation alone? If everything can be cultivated, wouldn't my Meng Mountain have tens of thousands of demigod bodies?" Seeing how Old Wu was so disdainful of the Tao sect's cultivation method, which was similar to what Zi Ming said earlier, Xiaohua also felt helpless. Xiaohua felt helpless. His cultivation base couldn't be compared to Old Wu, so he naturally couldn't refute. This was the so-called "those who walk different paths cannot make plans together." After thinking for a while, Xiaohua smiled and said, "Senior has told this junior so much, this junior can't refute. After all, this junior's cultivation base is still shallow. But since my Tao sect's Tao is so prosperous, it naturally has been passed down from ancient times. It might not be any weaker than the soul cultivators of Meng Mountain. As the saying goes, all things return to the same origin. Perhaps the 3,000 great Taos of my Tao sect have some similarities with the great Taos of soul cultivators." This old man is indeed a little too hasty." Old Wu laughed, "What cultivation base do you have? How would you know if I told you this? But I'm afraid you now understand the importance of the power of bloodline. The ancestors of my Meng Mountain relied on this demigod body to pass down the words of the 12 great gods. But now, the bloodline of the 12 great gods is getting thinner and thinner. The demigod body has become a legend, and the talisman has become even more of a legend. Since the demigod body can't be cultivated, then Old Wu is using the talisman to exchange for the talisman. Does that mean you want me to?" Xiaohua looked at Old Wu with a smile. Chapter 29-24. Elder Wu was unlucky to meet such a greedy Xiaohua. He smiled and said, "This old man doesn't have any other thoughts. Firstly, this old man knows that you have the rejuvenation pill that can replenish life essence. Secondly, G-Man and Zimming have seen your green seal script. That's why I want to exchange talismans for talismans. If little friend Xiao doesn't think it's suitable, we can continue the discussion. Can this junior see the talismans now?" Xiaohua was tempted. "Of course you can." Old Wu stretched out his hand, and a thumb-sized bone suddenly appeared in his hand. Then, with a flick of his finger, the bone flew in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua caught it with his hand and used his soul sense to look at it. Only then did he realize that this was how the green seal script was recorded. He had been bargaining with Venerable Wu all this while, but he never thought that he didn't even know how to record the green seal text. What could he use to exchange with Venerable Wu? Only by looking at this bone would he be able to give the green seal text of the art of traveling clouds and summoning rain to Elder Wu. What do you think? Elder Wu was obviously looking forward to this art of clouds and rain, and he didn't hide his impatience. On the contrary, his attitude made Xiao Hua, who had always been petty and calculative, somewhat embarrassed to say anything more. All right. Xiao Hua kept the bone and nodded. Since Elder Wu is so sincere, how can this junior not agree? This is beneficial to the millions of people of Meng Mountain. This junior should agree. Good. Seeing Xiao Hua keep the bone, Elder Wu's heart was finally at ease. He clapped his hands and smiled. This old man knows that little friend Xiao will agree. But until now, this old man still can't be at ease. Hee, this is human nature. Xiao Hua smiled. This junior will now record the green seal script of the art of clouds and rain. Oh. Elder Wu raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, there's no record of this bone? No. Xiao Hua shrugged. Furthermore, the green seal script of Misty Cloud sect has disappeared. This junior, this is the only shop in the entire world. Elder Wu smiled and didn't continue the conversation. Xiao Hua was also very generous. He was merely a soul cultivator, and his cultivation was very shallow. He wasn't afraid of being laughed at and immediately sat down. Young Master Xiao, what are you doing? Zi Ming asked curiously. This Xiao is going to record the passing clouds and summoning rain technique right now. Xiao Hua said in all seriousness. Young Master, do you know how to record green seal text soul techniques? Zi Ming probed. This Xiao really doesn't know how to. However, looking at Elder Wu's green seal scripture bone, I would like to try. Xiao Hua didn't hide it. After all, Elder Wu values this matter very much. This Xiao also wants to give this green seal text to Huda village. Zi Ming was speechless. He looked at Grandmaster Wu, and when he saw no reaction from Grandmaster Wu, he reached out his hand and took out a bone from his soul nest. Then, he threw it over to Xiao Hua and said, Young Master Xiao, do you think the soul technique of Meng Mountains is an ordinary Dao art? Take a good look at it. Is this green seal text easy to record? This. Xiao Hua's face was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect Zi Ming to have the method to create a bone. However, when he took the bone and scanned it with his soul sense, although his expression didn't change, he suddenly understood. Not only did this bone contain the method to record green seal text, there were also many other soul techniques. Zi Ming had said earlier that soul techniques were the secret of Huda village. She couldn't give it to Xiao Hua casually. Perhaps taking this opportunity to give it to Xiao Hua in front of Grandmaster Wu, she wouldn't be going against the teachings of her ancestors. Sure enough, Grandmaster Wu glanced at Zi Ming and said, Young Master Xiao, what Zi Ming said is true. My Meng Mountain's green seal text isn't the same as your Dao sex technique. It can't be recorded by ordinary words. The method recorded in this bone is also a trick. It's not the real green seal text. Oh, I think. Young Master Xiao has already seen the real green seal text. It can only be recorded by an almighty person who can truly control the green seal text. Yes, this junior knows. Xiao Hua stood up from the ground and said, the method recorded in this bone is obviously different from what Junior has seen before. That's why Junior thought I could record it immediately. I've made a fool of myself in front of Grandmaster Wu. It's fine. When you leave Huda village, just give this bone to this old man. Grandmaster Wu nodded his head slightly. Of course, if you need any other soul techniques, you can ask Zi Ming for them as long as you don't go against the teachings of our ancestors. Thank you, Grandmaster Wu. Xiao Hua understood that Zi Ming's little trick couldn't be hidden from Grandmaster Wu. All right. Grandmaster Wu sighed. Compared to the life and death of my Meng Mountain's trillions of people, soul cultivation secret techniques and soul treasures are nothing. As for the art of traveling clouds and summoning rain, this old man has some selfish motives. When I was seeking benefits for my Meng Mountains people, I also left behind a soul technique for the people of Huda village. As for the seed of millet, this old man really doesn't know how to deal with young Master Shao. Young Master Shao, you can tell me your thoughts. As long as my Huda village can do it, this old man will agree. If my Huda village can't satisfy young Master Shao, this old man will report to the Shaman King. With the power of the descendants of the 12 great gods of Meng Mountains, with the power of the 12 main villages of Meng Mountains, I believe there's nothing in this world that can't be done. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. He was overjoyed. Wasn't this a good thing that was delivered to him? Previously, he wanted to give this seed of millet to Xiao Mao as the capital to return to Shibai village. He had just mentioned this to Grandmaster Wu, but Grandmaster Wu only said that it was the internal affairs of Shibai village, and he couldn't directly interfere. But now, Grandmaster Wu had directly brought out the Shaman King, so he only needed to say a few words, right? However, just as he was about to say something, he was suddenly startled. That's not right. If Xiao Mao's matter could be solved so easily, why didn't Grandmaster Wu mention it just now? Instead, he mentioned anything now. He even mentioned the power of the 12 main villages. Damn it, I understand now. Grandmaster Wu mentioned Xiao Mao's matter early on, so I don't have to use this matter as the price. He also said clearly just now that Ho-Tu village can't interfere with the internal affairs of Shibai village. If I keep mentioning Xiao Mao's matter, then, wouldn't I be making things difficult for Grandmaster Wu? Even if I reported it to the Shaman King can't interfere with the internal affairs of Shibai village. At this moment, Xiao Mao's voice came into Xiao Hua's ears, "Big brother, don't mention my matter anymore. You've done enough for me. Everything from now on will depend on me. You need to make some plans for yourself. The power of Meng Mountains far surpasses the power of the three kingdoms. Although I don't know why Big Brother has been concealing your cultivation base, I'm sure you have some difficulties that you can't talk about. Now is a good opportunity. With the support of Meng Mountain's Shaman Kings, who are you afraid of?" Hearing Xiao Mao's words, Xiao Hua was stunned. Like a clay statue, he didn't say anything for a long time. Then, a wild joy flashed across his face. That's right, Xiao Hua had always been scheming for others, whether it was Fairy Hongxia, Li Zongbao, or even Xiao Mao. But, he had never thought of using the seed of millet and the power of millions of Meng Mountains to scheme for himself. Besides, he always felt that he had gained a lot from Meng Mountains. If it wasn't for Xiao Mao's matter, he would rather give the seed of millet to the natives of Meng Mountains. Just like what he had done in the Three Kingdoms and Sword Domain. However, before his eyes, not to mention the problem of memory loss, even the seal of his Mud Pill Palace and Middle Dantian was like a heavy mountain pressing down on his heart. He couldn't relax, and he couldn't slack off. Xiao Mao was right. With the power of Meng Mountains, why would he be afraid of these things? Even if there were divinity severing or void refinement cultivators who came to make things difficult for him, how could they compare to the 12 shamans of Meng Mountains? Seeing the wild joy on Xiao Hua's face, Grandmaster Wu laughed in his heart. The reason why he was so humble, bargaining with a Dao sect cultivator who was much weaker than him, was partly because of himself and partly because of the Shaman King's Shaman King order. He knew very well that the Shaman King wouldn't invite Xiao Hua to the Shaman King's stronghold for no reason. The Shaman King's divine spell was a famous soul spell in Meng Mountains, and it was the Shaman King's divine ability. Grandmaster Wu believed that this Xiao Hua wasn't as simple as he seemed. On the other hand, Grandmaster Wu knew the significance of Daoist Xiao to the natives of Meng Mountains, and he also knew the significance of Daoist Xiao in the Three Kingdoms. Although he wasn't proficient in the power of faith, he was still the Grandmaster of Shaman Stronghold. How could he not know the impact of killing Daoist Xiao? In fact, most importantly, Grandmaster Wu knew that Xiao Hua, who could easily give the seed of millet to the natives of the three kingdoms, wouldn't make things difficult for him. Sure enough, Xiao Hua opened his mouth. Grandmaster Wu, in fact, this junior obtained these seeds by accident. To tell you the truth, the number of seeds of millet and rice is huge, and it can definitely save the natives of Meng Mountains from danger in a few years or even a dozen years. You can say that these seeds of millet were sent to the natives of Meng Mountains by this junior's hand. This junior should just give them to Grandmaster Wu for free. But, since the 12 great gods want to send them to me, then it must be related to this junior. Now, this junior has two big problems that I need Grandmaster Wu's help with. Xiao Hua changed the topic. Of course, even if Grandmaster Wu can't do these two things, I will still send the seeds of millet to you. After saying that, Xiao Hua didn't say anything else. He reached out his hand, took out a dozen storage bags from his chest and waist, and handed them over to Grandmaster Wu, saying, "These are the storage bags for the seeds of millet." This junior didn't dare to take them out before, but looking at the number now, there are 12 or 13 of them. I'm afraid the 12 great gods have already calculated this beforehand. Please accept them, Grandmaster Wu. Great. Even though Grandmaster Wu was mentally prepared, when he saw Xiao Hua being so generous, he couldn't help but be impressed. He almost stood up, clapped his hands and said, "Daoist Zhao's kindness, we, the people of Meng Mountains, will never forget it." Ziming also had a smile on her face. She stepped forward and received the storage bags. When she casually glanced at them, her face was once again filled with shock, and she said in surprise, "Young Master Xiao, why are there so many? This is really beyond my imagination." Chapter 29-25. That's right, the storage pouch was filled with millet seeds. The amount was shocking. It's all because of the 12 great deities, it has nothing to do with me. Xiao Hua was used to talking about the 12 great deities, so he said it casually. Ziming gave up on Ji-Man and walked to Grandmaster Wu with a smile. He took one and gave it to Grandmaster Wu. Grandmaster Wu looked at it with a smile and said, "I didn't expect there would be so many millet seeds. If that's the case, why would my Meng Mountains need more than 10 years? I'm afraid it will be over in less than 5 years. If that's the case, why does Grandmaster Wu still need to fight?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Not bad, not bad." Grandmaster Wu laughed and ordered Ji-Man, "Pass down my order. All the people of Huda village who killed their way into Sword Domain are to retreat to Meng Mountains." "Yes, I will pass down the order now." Ji-Man nodded and was about to leave. Grandmaster Wu pointed his finger and said, "These millet seeds are extremely precious, they will be the lifeblood of Meng Mountains in the future. Keep them well." Ji-Man hesitated. "Keep them, or do you want me to do it myself?" Grandmaster Wu said indifferently. "Yes, I will do it now." Ji-Man nodded, but when she saw Ziming's vigilance, she said, "How about this, there are a lot of millet seeds, Ziming and I will take half each." "All right." Grandmaster Wu waved his hand indifferently, and Ziming unwillingly took out 6 storage pouches and threw them to Ji-Man. Looking at Ji-Man's back as she took the storage pouches and walked out of the hall, Grandmaster Wu's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. Then he said to Xiao Hua, "Little friend Xiao, now you can tell me what your 2 important matters are." Xiao Hua's mood was a little agitated. He had been looking forward to his birth for a long time, and for so many years, he had been constantly running around to find his birth. Facing this master of soul cultivation, Xiao Hua knew that he could definitely find the reason for his memory loss, and could definitely give him a satisfactory answer. After thinking for a while, Xiao Hua lowered his voice and suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, "The first matter I want to ask Senior is about my birth." "Oh. Your birth?" Grandmaster Wu was stunned. Xiao Hua's words always gave him surprises. He couldn't think of how he knew Xiao Hua's birth. "It's like this. Ever since I woke up, I have lost all my previous memories. Xiao Hua explained concisely, that's why I didn't know about my past at all. Now, I beg Senior to help this junior recover his previous memories. Oh, I see. Venerable Wu raised his eyebrows and asked in a deep voice with a solemn expression, although I'm Venerable Wu of Huda Stockade, I've also practiced many soul secret techniques. But these memories are extremely secretive things. You want this old man to help you recover your memories and find the reason why you lost your memories. That's the same as exposing everything to this old man. Are you sure you want this old man to use a soul technique? This. Xiao Hua hesitated. He looked at Fairy Red Dawn, and then glanced over at Zi Ming. Hong Xia Fairy and Zi Ming's faces were slightly flushed. They naturally understood what old Wu meant. If old Wu wanted to help Xiao Hua, then everything about Xiao Hua would be exposed to old Wu. Everything about Xiao Hua and the two of them would also be revealed to old Wu. However, thinking about Xiao Hua's pain in finding out about his past, Hong Xia Fairy gritted her teeth and nodded at Xiao Hua. At the same time, Zi Ming winked at Xiao Hua with his right eye. Sigh, if Fairy Hong Xia and Zi Ming both hesitated, Xiao Hua's heart would feel better. However, both of them agreed at the same time, causing Xiao Hua to feel very sad. This was the most secretive matter between the two of them. Of course, other than these secrets, Xiao Hua still had other concerns. His dimension. That was a huge secret that could not be revealed in the slightest. Even if he was facing this generous elder. A person's heart was hard to predict. There was also a limit to the temptation that a person could withstand. Elder Wu did not seem to care about anything now. That was because Elder Wu controlled the entire Huda Stockade. The temptation of the millet seed and the rain summoning technique was not enough to move him. However, who knew if the temptation of the dimension was beyond what Elder Wu could withstand? Seeing Xiao Hua hesitate, Elder Wu smiled, this matter is too important. Little friend Xiao, please consider it again. Tell me about the second matter. An. Xiao Hua nodded solemnly, as if he was relieved. He said, Junior's middle dantian was sealed by someone. Senior, can you help me remove it? Ah. Middle dantian. Elder Wu was stunned again. He almost lost his voice, that middle dantian belongs to a Confucian cultivator. Oh. At this point, Elder Wu came to a realization. He finally understood why Xiao Hua wanted to find Ji Man to inherit the mantle of a Confucian cultivator. Elder Wu was not the only one who was shocked. Everyone in the hall was stunned. Hong Xia Fairy knew that her husband was very mysterious and had many secrets that no one knew. However, she did not expect that her husband had so many secrets. It was so unbelievable. That's right. Ordinary cultivators would not care about the middle dantian. Even if it was completely destroyed, it might not affect their cultivation at all. However, Xiao Hua's middle dantian was sealed by someone else. What was the seal? It was not an ordinary sealing technique. It was a great ability that only nascent soul cultivators could use. Poor Xiao Hongxia Fairy's heart ached. She wanted to hug Xiao Hua, who had lost his memories and had his middle dantian sealed, in her arms. Little friend Xiao, if you don't mind, can you let this old man take a look at the seal? Elder Wu naturally did not dare to be careless. He asked for Xiao Hua's opinion in a low voice. Of course. What does Junior need to do? Xiao Hua asked impatiently. No need. You just need to stand there. Elder Wu said with a smile. Then, his star-like eyes flashed with a jade-green light. The light was like a burning flame, getting brighter and brighter. It was so bright that no one dared to look at it directly. Moreover, an indescribable feeling arose in everyone's heart. It was as if this jade fire could pierce through the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds, and see through everything in this world. Strange. However, just as this thought appeared in everyone's mind, Elder Wu actually let out a cry of shock, and the jade fire in his eyes slowly extinguished. What's wrong? Xiao Hua could not help but tremble. He asked carefully. It's a little strange. Elder Wu's eyes flashed with a strange light again. He said curiously, this old man, actually. Forget it. Little friend Xiao, this old man is going to take a closer look. Don't resist. Junior understands. Xiao Hua nodded. He withdrew the golden light protecting his body and withdrew all of his true essence into his gold core. Elder Wu walked to Xiao Hua's front with light steps and extended his finger. Just like that day when he checked the memories of the devil cultivator in the soul pearl, a sparkling and translucent jade-green crystal thread emerged from his index finger and slowly probed into Xiao Hua's middle dantian. After the time it took to eat a meal, Elder Wu's expression was first astonished. Then, it became serious. Finally, he revealed a thoughtful expression. After Elder Wu withdrew the soul thread and returned to his position, Xiao Hua released the golden light protecting his body again. He asked carefully, Senior, sigh little friend Xiao. Elder Wu wanted to say something but stopped. His eyes flashed with undisguised greed. He extended his two hands and looked at his smooth skin. Then, he looked at Xiao Hua's face. He seemed to be thinking of something, but after he opened his mouth, it was absolutely out of everyone's expectations. Zi Ming, bring them down first. This old man has something to talk to Xiao Hua alone. Yes. Zi Ming was also surprised. He stood up and left with Fairy Hong Xia and the rest. Senior. Xiao Hua knew that this matter was serious. Even Fairy Hong Xia couldn't listen to it. Xiao Hua, you must remember what this old man said. The questions you asked me today, in the future, you must not ask anyone else. And from today onwards, no matter who it is, you must not let them get close to you. You must not let them use their secret techniques to check your body. Elder Wu said in an extremely serious tone. Ah! Xiao Hua was stunned. You should know that your physical body is a test for this old man. If this old man didn't obtain your rejuvenation pill, my body's life essence would have been replenished. Moreover, under my Meng Mountain secret technique, this old man's requirements for my body are extremely low. But even so, this old man still couldn't help but feel greedy just now. Elder Wu sighed. Moreover, this old man doesn't need to look at your memories anymore. Needless to say, your soul must have been searched by someone. All of your previous memories were destroyed. So that they could successfully take over your body. They take over this junior's body. Xiao Hua was stunned. Elder Wu's words were truly out of his expectations. He originally thought that the enemy who sealed his middle dantian had a grudge against him, but who would have thought that they actually wanted to take over his body? But, if they wanted to take over his body, why didn't they take over his body before? Why did they seal his middle dantian? Just now, this old man didn't know why I told you about the demigod body. But now, this old man understands that this was all driven by Huda Great God. Sending you to this old man was also Huda Great God's intention. Elder Wu sighed. Although your body can't be said to be a demigod body, your body is very strange. It can block this old man's soul vision. Moreover, this old man roughly probed it just now. Your body contains the aura of a great god. It is the most special body this old man has ever seen. Not to mention, if this old man takes over your body, I can use green seal text at will without worrying about wasting my life essence. Even if a Dao sect cultivator takes over your body, he can also improve his cultivation at an extremely fast pace. Elder Wu, what is the aura of a great god? Xiao Hua was confused. How should I put it? Elder Wu pondered for a moment and said, a great god doesn't always exist. It also comes from nothing. The place where a great god is born will have the aura of a great god. Only with the aura of a great god can a great god be born. Sigh, if not for the fact that you don't have the bloodline of the 12 great gods, this old man would have taken over your body. If not for this old man having taken the rejuvenation pill. TSK. Elder Wu sighed again. Chapter 29-26. Xiao Hua was really scared and shrunk his neck. He didn't expect his body to be so precious. Maybe it's because of your great god's aura that the 12 great gods sent you to Meng Mountains. Old Wu laughed, you're the messenger of the 12 great gods of Meng Mountains, I wouldn't dare to have any ideas about you. However, at this point, Elder Wu continued sternly, of course, even if I don't dare to do it, it doesn't mean that others don't dare to. Xiao Hua, you must remember what I said just now. I asked Zi Ming and the others to leave for the same reason. This is your biggest secret, you must not underestimate it. Yes, this junior understands. Thank you, Old Wu. Xiao Hua bowed. Also, about the seal on your middle dantian, I've looked at it carefully just now. It's an extremely rare seal in your Dao sect. If I'm not wrong, it should be done by 2 or 3 people at the same time. These 3 people's cultivation bases are either spirit severing or void refinement, and to break this seal, even if it's the so-called combination, it won't be easy. Old Wu said again. Why? Xiao Hua's face changed. This seal isn't a simple seal, but the people who cast the seal used a special method to cast different seals. These different seals complement each other, just like your Dao sect's yin and yang mutual restraint technique. If the people who cast the seal didn't know the order of these seals and unseal it according to the special method, then, this seal would immediately explode from the inside out. According to what I know, this explosion should be equivalent to the joint attack of these people. Old Wu had already understood, and his face regained its calmness as he slowly explained to Xiao Hua. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's face changed greatly. He instantly understood the shock of the 10,000 demon realm goddess when she saw the seal that day. This seal was really too insidious. If the people who cast the seal didn't unseal it personally, not only would Xiao Hua be unable to protect himself, even the cultivators who saved Xiao Hua would be seriously injured. In particular, this was a life and death struggle. If they couldn't get Xiao Hua's body and couldn't seize it, then others couldn't get it either. Not to mention Xiao Hua removing the seal by himself, even if he found someone else, if he wasn't careful, the first one to fall would definitely be Xiao Hua. No matter what, the middle dantian. Yes, and the Naiwan Palace, it was impossible for it to disappear from Xiao Hua's body. As long as there was a problem with the seal, Xiao Hua would be the first to suffer. In fact, Xiao Hua already had a feeling that the seal on his middle dantian and the seal on his Naiwan Palace were definitely not isolated. The 2 seals should have a definite connection. Furthermore, these 2 seals might have to be unsealed at the same time. In the end, Old Wu still let it slip. If there was any mistake in the 2 seals, Xiao Hua's dantian and his Naiwan Palace would be in danger. This was simply imprisoning Xiao Hua under the seal. Senior, do you have any ideas? Xiao Hua clearly knew how powerful this seal was, but he still felt lucky in his heart. He asked probingly, wanting to find a life-saving straw. Sigh. Venerable Wu sighed, shook his head and said, I'm a shaman of Meng Mountains, not a cultivator of your Dao sect. How could I possibly have studied this strange seal? Besides, even if I knew how to break this seal, I would need at least 3 shamans with the same cultivation base as me to break this seal. Moreover, the 3 of us would need to have excellent teamwork. As long as there was a slight mistake in breaking the seal, you would immediately be turned into ashes, and we would also be affected. Do you think you can let us do it without worry? Sigh, yes, different professions are like different mountains. Xiao Hua also sighed, his heart was like dead ashes. He understood how difficult this matter was for old Wu. Moreover, he understood even more clearly how difficult it was to break this seal. Unless his cultivation base was profound, and he had a few close friends with a cultivation base around the unity stage, or a master of the thunder-controlling sect, he could ask them to help him when he found a way to break the seal. However, if that was the case, another problem would appear. When Xiao Hua was cultivating the Buddha Sarira, he wrapped his Naiwan palace in the Buddha Sarira, and the seal of his Naiwan palace was naturally also stored in the Buddha Sarira. If Xiao Hua asked someone to break the seal, wouldn't Xiao Hua's Buddhist cultivation base be exposed in front of others? Besides, the one who sealed him was a split divinity or unity stage cultivator. How could they let him cultivate to the split divinity stage? Xiao Hua heard from old Wu that it was a joint seal by several cultivators. If he was not mistaken, then it must be because he only had one physical body. Those cultivators were unable to come to an agreement, so they sealed him. They were looking for a way to coordinate, and when these people found a solution, they would immediately come to find him. Moreover, even if they didn't have a solution, they wouldn't let him cultivate to the split divinity stage. Sigh, fate really makes fools of people. Xiao Hua sighed. He understood that this matter was already extremely difficult and had become a dead end. Whether it was relying on his own strength or relying on the strength of others, it was unlikely that he could break this seal. Seeing Xiao Hua's pale face, old Wu was no longer as shocked as before, and even a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Sigh, if that's the case, Junior has no more requests. Xiao Hua sighed again, bowed to old Wu and said, "These millet seeds will be given to the millions of people of Meng Mountain." Oh. You really don't want anything? Old Wu raised his eyebrows and asked. Really? Speaking of this, Xiao Hua's heart was moved again. He thought for a while and said, if old Wu has the heart, give Junior some of the strange flowers and plants around Huda village or some strange things. Junior might be able to find some ancient divine ability from them. Ha ha ha. How could there be so many ancient divine abilities? Old Wu laughed. If there were, this old man would have already taken them. Looking at old Wu laughing, Xiao Hua was a little puzzled. He was already so miserable, how could he still laugh? But then, old Wu reached out his hand and took out a soul nest from his chest and handed it to Xiao Hua. Little friend Xiao, this is a gift from the Shaman King. It is also a part of the gift to thank you for saving the people of Meng Mountain. Ah! Xiao Hua was stunned. He didn't understand why old Wu didn't give it to him when he took out the Shaman King's token. Old Wu wasn't surprised by Xiao Hua's stunned expression at all, and said with a smile, this is the Shaman King's divine ability. He clearly said that if little friend asks for some strange flowers and plants, this old man can only give this soul nest to little friend. Otherwise, of course there is no need. Earlier, little friend only asked this old man to help you with 2 difficult problems. This old man thought that the Shaman King's divine ability was wrong. Xiao Hua was speechless. Whether it was the Shaman King's divine ability or Jiu Xia's divination, they all seemed to have a miraculous effect, and even had the same effect. Especially, the Shaman King's divine ability could actually calculate what kind of flowers and plants he wanted. It was really amazing. Sigh, then thank you, Shaman King. Xiao Hua's face didn't have any joy. He took the soul nest and put it into his chest without even looking at it. Little friend Xiao. You don't seem to understand it. Seeing Xiao Hua's powerless appearance, old Wu's face had some exaggerated astonishment as he asked curiously. Junior is already like this, what else do I not understand? Xiao Hua indeed replied angrily. Even if the Shaman King will, speaking up to here, Xiao Hua was suddenly stunned, an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face, even his body was slightly trembling as he asked with an incredulous tone, Old Wu, could it be that the Shaman King already knows, whether the Shaman King knows about the seal on little friend's body through the divine ability, this old man doesn't dare to guarantee. He didn't say anything. Old Wu smiled, little friend, don't forget that the Shaman King asked this old man to give the Shaman King's token to little friend first. He even asked little friend to make a trip to the Shaman King's stronghold. Now that I think about it, doesn't that mean that he has a way to remove the seal? It's just that this matter is too important and he didn't want me to know, so he directly asked you to go to the Shaman King's stronghold, right? That's right, that's right. Xiao Hua was wild with joy. What old Wu said was exactly in line with Xiao Hua's thoughts. If the Shaman King didn't have a way to remove the seal, why would he ask Xiao Hua to make a trip to the Shaman King's stronghold? Even if the Shaman King had something to thank Xiao Hua for, he could have directly asked old Wu to bring it over. Moreover, didn't the Shaman King ask old Wu to give this soul nest to Xiao Hua to tell Xiao Hua about this matter? Immediately, Xiao Hua, who previously felt that his future was gloomy, brightened up again. Truly, the world was vast, and there were no more bumps in the road. That. After Xiao Hua's eyebrows were raised in joy, he pondered slightly and asked in a low voice, "When is a suitable time for me to go to Wu Meng?" Old Wu shook his head slightly. "The Shaman King didn't tell this old man, so of course I don't know." "Then, can I go now?" Xiao Hua took the opportunity to ask again, his heart thumping wildly. "Of course you can." Old Wu said with a smile, "The Shaman King's token is in little friend's hand, little friend can go there at any time." After getting the affirmative answer from old Wu, Xiao Hua hesitated instead. He thought for a while and said, "To remove my seal, it will definitely take the Shaman King's great divine ability. Currently, the hardship of millions of people in Meng Mountains is not over yet. If I go there now, it will be somewhat threatening. In my opinion, why don't I wait for a few years, when the disaster of millions of people in Meng Mountains is over, then I'll pay a visit to the Shaman King." "Up to you." Old Wu shrugged his shoulders, which was rare for him. "As long as you feel that the seal won't affect you too much these few years, you can go there at any time. And this seal should be fine." Xiao Hua nodded. "Even if I have stepped into the nascent soul realm now, those people might not put me in their eyes. Besides, they haven't made any moves for so many years, so I think this negotiation won't be completed in 10 years. I can also take this time to improve my cultivation." Chapter 29-27. As long as you think it's okay. Elder Wu nodded. Then he looked at the door of the hall and said, "Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction is not doing well in his cultivation. When you go back, ask him to cultivate more. It's better for him to ask for help from his own faction." "Yes, I know. It's all my fault." Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. This was the second soul cultivator besides Master Qin Qin who had mentioned this to him. Of course, Elder Wu wouldn't help Li Zongbao for no reason, although he could ask Elder Wu for help. However, Elder Wu had made it clear that Li Zongbao could ask for help from the Utopia faction. Elder Wu wasn't proficient in Taoist magic, so he might not be able to do the best job. Then Xiao Hua told Elder Wu about Li Zongbao's situation. However, Elder Wu didn't pay much attention to it. After hearing that, he didn't say anything. Instead, he asked Zi Ming and the others to come in. Fairy Hongxia's face was filled with worry as she followed closely behind Zi Ming into the palace. However, when she saw the smile on Xiao Hua's face instead of the worry she had expected, her heart immediately settled down and she couldn't help but smile. Of course, Zi Ming, who was leading the way, was also worried. His reaction was similar to Fairy Hongxia's. However, when Zi Ming smiled, he glanced at Fairy Hongxia secretly. "Zi Ming." Elder Wu's expression became calm again. "Now that everything in the Huda village is settled, I should worry about you. You can take a bath and meditate. I'll ask G-Man to issue a wizard order to summon all wizard elders of the Huda village. In addition, I'll invite the wizard elders of the 11 main villages, including the Shibai village, to come and observe the ceremony after 81 days. To celebrate your burning lamp ceremony. Zi Ming's eyebrows were filled with joy. He bowed and said, "Thank you very much, Elder Wu. Alas, you've been so thoughtful since you were young. You've worked so hard for this. I also hope you can understand the magic of the soul-falling lamp and restore the prosperity of the descendants of the Huda god in the Huda village." "Yes, the boy will definitely rack his brains," Zi Ming replied while lying on the ground. "Go, bring little friend Xiao and the others down." The burning lamp ceremony is not only a celebration of Huda's stronghold, but also a rare grand event in Meng Mountains. Besides, this grand event will definitely be recorded in the Magus Codex. It is the beginning of a new era for Meng Mountains. Grandmaster Wu waved his hand and said, "Yes, the boy knows." Although Zi Ming already knew that this would happen, he still couldn't help but be overjoyed when he heard it from Elder Wu. After all, Meng Mountains was in a critical moment of life and death. With Xiao Hua's seed, Meng Mountains could finally return from death to life. This milestone must be recorded in the Magus Codex and be worshipped by the trillions of people in Meng Mountains, and be revered by future generations. And this milestone was his own burning lamp ceremony. This was definitely a supreme honor, an opportunity that could only be found by chance. Zi Ming stood up and left with Xiao Hua and the others. When there was no one else in the hall, Grandmaster Wu sighed. This sigh carried a sense of helplessness, but at the same time, it also carried a sense of joy after a disaster. Then, Grandmaster Wu muttered to himself doubtfully, "This Xiao Hua is a Confucian cultivator." Nowadays, Confucian cultivators have long been extinct in Xiaoyu continent. Only a few of them are left in Meng Mountains. Where did he come from? If he is a Confucian cultivator, then how did he cultivate his demigod body? I've never heard of a Confucian cultivator having the body of a sage. While thinking, Grandmaster Wu raised his head and looked at the door of the hall. Ji Man slowly walked in. When she got closer, she bowed and said, "Grandmaster Wu, I've ordered all soul warriors to withdraw from Sword Domain. I've also reported this to Grandmaster Wu of Shebi village. Yes, we've been attacking Sword Domain for so many years. Although we've occupied a lot of territory, it's of no use to solve the crisis of Meng Mountains. We've lost a lot of our people. It's really not worth it." Grandmaster Wu nodded and said, "We have no other choice." Ji Man also sighed, "We can't just do nothing, right? Although attacking Sword Domain is of no use, our people have seen our efforts. There won't be any chaos. When we attacked Sword Domain, the swordsmen of Sword Domain were forced to attack the 3 cultivation kingdoms." Grandmaster Wu said again, "The Great War of Dao and Sword has been going on for so many years. Presumably, when the Daoist cultivators weren't on guard, the swordsmen also occupied a lot of territory, right?" "That should be the case." Ji Man nodded, "But what exactly does it have to do with us? Since we've withdrawn from Sword Domain, the Great War of Dao and Sword should be over by now." Grandmaster Wu's starry eyes flashed with a strange light, however, the territory occupied by the swordsmen. "I'm afraid they won't just give it to cultivators. That's for sure." Ji Man said with a smile, "Humans are insatiable. They want more after getting it. Although Meng Mountains is no longer a threat to them and they won't lose Sword Domain, do you think the swordsmen will give up what they got? I don't think it's possible. There's no need to talk about the matters of outsiders." Grandmaster Wu waved his hand and asked again, "This time, our Huda stockade was in danger. I didn't expect the demon dwellers to spend so much effort. Not only were the descendants of the main stockade possessed, even the descendants of the upper stockade like Jing Apple stockade were possessed. If Zimming didn't find out, I'm afraid that even if we got the seed, it would be a gift to the demon dwellers. Yes, it's all my fault. I'm willing to take responsibility." Ji Man bit her lips and didn't refute. "There's no need to talk about taking responsibility now. Grandmaster Wu waved his hand. Meng Mountain's disaster hasn't been completely overcome yet, not to mention that the upper stockade's 99 shaman stockades and the lower stockade's 360 shaman stockades haven't started yet. Why are you bringing this up? However, you and Zimming still have to. It's all my fault. Ji-Man lowered her head and admitted, when I heard that Xian was killed by Zimming, I was immediately enraged. Not only did I capture Zimming, young Master Xiao, and the others, I also wanted to kill them. Especially, Sai, I've insulted the previous Ji-Man with my words. I'm afraid Zimming can't forgive me for this. Grandmaster Wu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although he was the stockade master, he could only scratch his head when it came to the family matters of the stockade. Look for an opportunity, take it slow. Grandmaster Wu said again, Zimming isn't an unreasonable person. Although she's greedy for power and wants to break free from your control, she's not disloyal to the Huda stockade. Ji-Man's face was also filled with helplessness. Yes, she still has a rejuvenation pill, hee. Before Ji-Man could finish speaking, Elder Wu interrupted her. Let's not talk about her. Even I have my own thoughts about this. Actually, if it were you, would you give this rejuvenation pill to her? Ji-Man didn't say anything and only shook her head slightly. Alright, the selfish desires of humans aren't scary. Without selfish desires, one would be a great deity. We don't have to worry about our own selfish desires, and we don't have to worry about the selfish desires of others. Under the protection of the great deity, all selfish desires will be used by the great deity, and become the driving force for the growth of Meng Mountains. Grandmaster Wu waved his hand. If it weren't for Zimming's selfish desires, how could Zimming know Xiaohua? Without Xiaohua, how could Meng Mountains get out of this predicament? Yes, you're right, Grandmaster Wu. Ji-Man nodded respectfully. Go and make the arrangements. In 81 days, the burning lamp ceremony will be held in the Huda Hall. My Huda stockade, you, me, and Zimming will all be recorded in the Magus Codex, and become the most important stroke in the Magus Codex, to be worshipped by the future generations. Yes, I understand. Ji-Man bowed respectfully, then slowly left the hall. While Grandmaster Wu of the Huda Stockade and Ji-Man were discussing how to record their names in the Magus Codex for the future generations to worship, far away, between the icebergs that bordered the Huan country and the Shi country, on top of the Green Lake, there were also a few sword cultivators discussing how to record their names in the history. Lake Chui was still Lake Chui, and the tranquil lake water was still as calm as ever, as if it was a huge piece of jade. However, at this moment, standing on top of Lake Chui was no longer LV Ruochang and the other sword cultivators, nor were they those weapon cultivators or beast cultivators. Instead, it was a dozen old men dressed in sword armor. These old men just stood quietly in midair, and each of them had a faint sword glow flashing around their bodies. These sword glows were of different colors, and they came from the top of the old men's heads. Some of them flowed down like ripples, spreading to the bottom of their feet in an instant, then turning around and rushing up to the top of their heads again. Some of them were thin serpents that came from the top of their heads, spiraling down around the old men's bodies. When they reached the bottom of their feet, they turned around in a strange manner, not stopping at all as they rushed up to the top of their heads again. Some of them gushed out like fountains, like waterfalls falling down on their bodies. When their bodies were full, these waterfalls gushed out from the bottom of their feet and rushed up to the top of their heads again. However, no matter what color these sword glows came from, after rushing up to the top of their heads, they all disappeared into the top of the old men's heads. As the sword glows disappeared, the old men's bodies trembled slightly, and a faintly discernible huge sword flashed out from their bodies. Rays of sword energy that seemed to be able to split open the blue sky rushed out, and then strangely disappeared in midair. Wang, suddenly, an ear-piercing sword cry came from outside of Lake Chui. Immediately, all of the sword lights above Lake Chui brightened. However, these sword lights disappeared in a flash. Even though the calm Lake Chui had tens of thousands of deep water marks, the entire Lake Shui was in a state of chaos. However, the sword lights around the 10 old men had disappeared. They were no different from the old men of the secular world. When the old men looked at the only opening in Lake Shui, they saw a rainbow of sword glows piercing through the hurricane and into the sky above Lake Shui. When the sword glows slowly disappeared, a slender huge sword was revealed. Before anyone could take a closer look, the huge sword trembled rapidly, and a tall and thin old man appeared from the huge sword. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.